走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出盡力都不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世，咪走雞，都能食 chicken nut， 咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住，同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出盡力都不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？ 再諗一陣先，機會就不易飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到能食 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到能食 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就雞，咪就咪就咪就雞，咪就雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好過要出盡力就不斷念書。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，遊唔出呢個節堂。乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不易飛。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到能食 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟，我戥你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計，感知但係有人好運有人無計，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪就雞，機會嚟啦咪就雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪就雞，到能食 chicken 啦，咪就雞，咪就雞，不能錯過。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞， 咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，我想瞓對手，就份復習，個身份住好不如出咗你對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個字堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到你就 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走，咪走雞咪走雞，咪走雞咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕把米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運有人無計。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds. 8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BaubleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Sonic to get. If they can win this position, absolutely massive for Sonic. And Onyx though, actually gets the opening shot on the 5, gets a second one, gets a third one! Shuts down the Sonic stream, just like that, one quick move, he gets all 4 of them! Absolutely a crazy moment.
Hi everyone, welcome to the PGS APAC Qualifiers 2025. This is phase 1 with me, Tash Buddy, alongside Sir Cloud. Now, yesterday we were supposed to be having day 2. Unfortunately for us, a very terrible tragedy had hit Myanmar as well as our friends in Thailand. So I hope you guys can wish them the best as well as pray for their safety as they go through to today, because we do have some Thailand players playing. Anyways, games will be moved to today as well as till tomorrow as well as Monday. So move your schedule around because this is going to be a good one. Anyways, Sir Cloud is here. He's been, I think, casting the entirety of the beginning of the tournament. So for you, Sir Cloud, what do you think happened in the beginning? And let us know what's going on.
Well, if you just joined us for whatever reason on day number 2 of our tournament series, well, the global champions, right now they are at number 2, the Expendables. They're just behind eArena, who's at number 1 right now by 13 points. But with the remaining amount of games, we still have a whole bunch of them. It wouldn't be a problem for them to catch up. But they also face stiff competition from the other closer contenders as well, like Daytrade Gaming, like even T5, and even Decimate Gaming have been showing a decent performance as well. But before we go more into the game, let's have a bit of a recap of that journey so far.
Yep, anyways, right now we're on a final stage. We started on the 27th the other day, where we had 6 matches per day all the way to match day 4 very soon on 31st, where a total of 24 games will be played. So anyways, total points of players from place number 1 till 3 will advance to PGS 7 as well as PGS 8, which is definitely something that these players really want to be able to do. Participating teams are very interesting as well. It's a mix between invited teams as well as the one who qualified. So I have to say that these teams are going to have to get reacquainted once again with each other.
Yeah, and as what Tash mentioned earlier on, every one of us will need to be reacquainted with the schedule as well, because there was a gap yesterday. So today we're going to continue on with day number 2 in our final stage, and then the final stage will be moved forward to the 31st of March, which is on on Monday. So do take note of the dates, ladies and gentlemen, because we want to find out who will be at least in top 3.
Yeah, but anyways, play-in stage happened all the way till 23rd, and now we're on the final stage. 4 days for these teams to be playing, and 16 teams will be competing, where the top 3 going to PGS 7 as well as PGS 8. Now, I would say that in terms of the season, certain teams are going to have a shortened one compared to the rest as well, and slots are terribly limited. So this is definitely something that what a lot of teams have their eye on as well, given the fact of how competitive PUBG PC esports can be. Regardless, as we go into today is day number 2. But before we talk more about that, because we have to look at the prize pools right now, we have an $80,000 prize pool and individual prizes as well, including MVP, Eagle Eyes, Grenade Master, Field Medic, as well as the best voted moment.
Oh yeah, so a lot of different categories here that we'll want to uncover by the end of our finals. And if we were to look at the champion itself will take home $25,000 if the team was able to get to number 1 but not able to. They end up at number 2. Well, it's $12,000, so that's more than half cut. Then that gives a bit of motivation for the teams to really go for it.
Right, anyways, participating teams, this is what I was talking about right now, where we have the 8-seeded teams alongside the play-in stage as well. So play-in stage, they did play the qualifiers very recently, but at the same time, you have to note that we do have qualified teams, and these teams are invited through the top 3 from the PUBG Thailand series, the top 3 from the PUBG Vietnamese series, as well as the top 2 from the PUBG Masters series as well. This is what I meant when it comes to getting reacquainted with the teams as well, because it's not going to be the same teams you played before in the play-ins. It's going to be 8 teams that you played before, plus the new invited teams, which I would say comes with a hefty price tag of, not really a price tag, but rather a very, very high skill ceiling, because these are the champions and winners of their own regions. But enough about that. These are the leaderboards for day number 1.
Yeah, and speaking about the champions, as mentioned earlier on, the Expendables currently they are number 2 with 68 points. They are 13 points behind eArena, and then we have Daytrade Gaming at number 3 with 60 points. So at least the bare minimum, top 3 will be the goal for all these teams because they want to proceed on to the next stage. And we will be proceeding into our games today, starting off with 2 Miramas, followed by Tego, and then we'll get into Rondo, and we'll end the day with 2 Erangels.
It's actually so interesting when you think about it for day number 1, because Daytrade, they were the team to look out for. I think they were very, very incredibly, I would say, consistent throughout the entirety of the play-in stage. They seemed to have everything in the bag, and eArena was the team to have struggled. And eArena, I would say what's really interesting about them is the fact that they used to be one of the best teams coming in from the OS region. They dominated the APAC region as well. They hit a bit of trouble as well. They kind of, like, I would say, not really imploded would be the right word. I think they just separated each player playing different teams. I think players like Insight went all the way to Thailand to compete there for like about a year into different teams before finally coming back to OS and competing with his teammates as well. Before, I know that the players for eArena, not all of them are full-time pro players. They are also juggling day jobs as well. And the fact that they're able to have this interestingly, incredibly slow start, come back hitting all the way up here to the top side is something that I am looking forward to see whether or not that this momentum would keep going. Because at the end of the day, when you talk about consistency, it's still going to be Daytrade that had some of the most chicken dinners, as well as in terms of like average points as well. The Expendables are still there with 11.3 points per game, so they are still a team that everyone is looking out for.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that they're a team with no chicken dinner, no problem. They still score the chicken dinner, but because they're very consistent, and that's why they are still trailing behind eArena, who scored 2 chicken dinners overall. But of course, we can't wait to get into the game, right? So we gotta prepare ourselves because we're gonna start off with a big map. But this time, it is going to be Mirama, ladies and gentlemen. And if we were to recap on who scored the Mirama chicken dinners during day number 1 of our finals, it was T5 in the first Mirama and eArena in the second Mirama. Looking forward to see if they can repeat that success again.
Yeah, and I think that is also really when you talk about teams performing on this map as well. I think this map really prioritizes teams that have really good awareness of the map on how exactly to play with the terrains as well. I think one of the most interesting ones, I mean, it's not the worst in the world when you talk about these maps as well, because the circles, while they are not super generous, it's more about the adaptability that these teams would have. And I think coming into the end of the map, right, given the fact that this map, I think the circle was very not the most easiest in terms of rotations as well. A lot of teams have to try and figure out how to exactly play off that terrain. On top of that as well, today, I mean, day number 1, I would say, is not only a day where you figure out how to play off each other. It's about trying to figure out what exactly these new invited teams can bring to the table, what they have up their sleeve. And eArena as well as Daytrade, the Expendables have done a great job of figuring out how exactly to play around these newer teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, they are the global champions for a reason, right? So that's why no surprise that they are up there still. But we still have a lot more games to go and anything can happen. And let's not forget about teams from like the second half of our overall charts as well, right? Teams like Force Natural Gaming, who started to hit off like second half of day number 1. Let's see if they can continue to bring that momentum here today as we restart in day number 2 in Mirama.
Okay, match number 7 out of the 24 games running out, but definitely still a lot more to go now. Coming into today, I think a lot of teams and a lot of players already have their eyes on which teams to identify. I mean, we have the 3 teams from Vietnam, 3 teams from Thailand, as well as 2 teams from the PUBG Masters Series as well to watch out for. But at the same time, I personally feel that the teams who played in play-ins coming into this one have a little bit more reps in terms of how they play, are a little bit more acquainted with other regions as well. So for me personally, I think I would give momentum to them, but they don't have what these teams have, which is the element of surprise.
Yeah, they those who play from the play-ins, they have like a week's worth of a quote-unquote serious scrim. I wouldn't even call it serious scrim, it's the actual tournament. But they get to feel the lobby a little bit more as compared to the teams that are directly into the final stage. So that might give them a bit of advantage, a bit of edge here coming into the final stage. But of course, the final stage teams are directly in the final stage for a reason. They are amazing teams, and that's why some of those teams are also up there as well. Something that we want to keep an eye on. Now, another team that might be a surprise to everyone is the HAPPIE Squad, because HAPPIE Squad, they were former Archangel Predator. I'm sure a lot of fans are expecting them to at least do decently well, but unfortunately, currently they are number 15, so they have a tall ladder to climb.
Yeah, Circle pulling up all the way northern side, so I think for the teams coming in from the southern side is going to have to go for a hell of a long rotation here. There's a lot of teams they have to go through. For teams that are already on the top side here, I'm talking about FOR, T5 is already up there. In fact, Fluky is the only player currently just hunkered down inside Cruz Deval. So if anything right now for T5, they're covering a lot of area, a lot of terrain space as well. So they don't really have to worry about anything on the top, on the northern side, as well as FOR. But the teams coming from the southern side here is where things are going to get so interesting, because you have X-Men, FL, HAPPIE, who's just watching that southern side as well. And for the rest of the team, they want to go into the circle. Definitely a fight is going to pop through, unless they want to go for a long rotation in the eastern side of the map.
Yeah, at least this kind of circle, it's like 100% land, so you have a lot of space to play with. You can rotate all the way up north to come in back into the circle, or you can play by either the left or the right side. It depends on where the initial draw spot of the teams are and what kind of strategies are they comfortable playing. But of course, there's like a trade-off if you kind of like avoid fights. The trade-off is that you might not be able to get as many elimination points as you might have wanted. But the other good part is that you get to avoid fights, you get to live a little bit longer. So it really depends on what the team objective is and where they are in the overall charts.
Anyway, as we go into this tournament today, I'm just super stoked as well when you talk about certain teams. I mean, again, the teams that did qualify through, I'm talking about Sharper Esports, Forest Natural Gaming, Theerathon 5. These are the teams that I would say they didn't really have to show their hand super early. Whatever strats they have a lot of VODs to go through as well from the play-ins. But at the same time as well, again, we talked about, like, say, the reps they have from that play-in situation as well, right? You don't really know what it is that, I mean, yeah, you have all this info, these drop spots, and how exactly they play in terms of formations as well, in terms of awareness. But at the same time, you also have to think about, like, okay, since we have all this info, how exactly are we going to be playing around them? Because end of the day, as you go into this final stage, a lot of drop spots will have been changed already, most likely. Number two, rotations would have changed as well. So for a lot of these teams, again, while day one is that, you know, that adjustment day, and at first, day two didn't really happen as well, since yesterday the tragedy struck. So please pray for Thailand and Myanmar. Some teams would have used that time to kind of readjust their style to see, okay, something didn't really work out on day number one. Okay, what can we do to kind of like bring it back in? And they have a lot of time to do so yesterday. So for me personally, I think today we'll be seeing some major adjustments throughout the entirety of the ranks.
Yeah, and PUBG generally is not like a linear game, right? Like there are so many factors that affect a particular round, like the circle, like the flight path. Those are the two basic factors, and that would affect like what map as well. And that also means that the drop slots might change, the way teams rotate, the way they form themselves, and also what kind of vehicles do they get. So if they get a glider, for example, then they would have this aerial view to scout things out. But if they don't, then they are only on ground, so their view is only whatever they can see on ground. So that might affect the way that they play the game as well. I mean, that's the uniqueness of PUBG at the end of the day, right? It's a very unpredictable game, and every round can be very, very different.
AG, taking a bit of a ride there into that circle as well, quickly making their way into the circle. Now, as far as I'm looking at the map right now, a lot of teams have already opted to kind of go for those terraneous areas. I'm talking about, like, say, teams like HAPPIE has already kind of like rotated up from Hacienda earlier, so they were holding it. Flash hasn't moved at all, and TE are going for that long rotation toward the eastern side, as I sort of expected some teams were going to be doing. But right now, the shift for a lot of players, T5 earlier, who was hanging around the northern side of water treatment, has started to move to the southern side as well, alongside a lot of teams. So HAPPIE, Flash already getting very, very aggressive. But on our screen right now, it's K-Sama with the opening. Fortunately for HAPPIE, not getting a lot of damage in, so they can still kind of take their time and play around that terrain, if anything. So they can hold on to that area, because at the end of the day, in terms of rotations, it's best to stick toward the middle side of the area. When we talk about rotations, I think it's so important to talk about, like, in terms of positioning-wise, right? You want to go for either a compound, you want to either go for a terrain. And I think for a lot of teams, getting that high ground terrain gives them a lot of value, despite the fact that, you know, rotating off of it is going to be a pain.
Oh yeah. Because if you play the high ground, yes, there's pros and cons as in any area. You get to see a lot. You get to look at the rotating teams. You even potentially get to gun down players from the top. But then sometimes getting down might be a pain, because normally teams who play the high ground, they want to get down a little bit later. They want to hold on to the high ground as long as possible. And the moment they do that, they get down for the high ground, then a lot of teams will be waiting for them within the circle or whatever destination that they choose to go to. So it's really like a trade-off that they need to consider. Like, there's no like one holy grail place that you can hold on to that one spot and have no trade-offs in any map.
Speaking of situations about trade-offs, player reshuffles happened a lot this season. I'm quite surprised at how many teams have reshuffled, especially from Vietnam and Thailand. But hold that thought here, because it's going to be Solelzi that's going to be... barely survives that initial hit there by Hungdovik. So not going to be too happy about that, but this is the value that we were talking about just now, about that high ground hold. You see a lot when it comes to rotations in terms of terrain, and Flash has actually been hanging out here. They've held on to this terrain from the beginning of the game all the way till now. They are I could tell that they're very adamant about holding on to that, because you have compounds, you have the terrains as well, and that road coming in between those two terrains, it gives them a lot of value in terms of a crossfire as well, if they want to just completely collapse onto teams. So I think Cerberus, they're starting to realize this, so you can start to see that slow rotation up north here. They don't want to hang out too long beside this high terrain where Flash is currently holding right now.
Oh, and speaking about what we got to see the first blood. Tanvu has been eliminated. So within phase number 1, already first blood, and I guess that's because of the circle. It's all the way up north, forcing teams to rotate, and along the way, they might bump into other teams, and that's how that one elimination came. Now we're getting the Expendables on screen together with All Gamers Global. And looking at the position of the Expendables based on the minimap, they are surrounding AGG, but they have not found their first knock yet. If they're able to get that first knock, able to get enough information, they might want to consider to crash in to seek revenge.
They're not worried at all. I mean, look at him. He's just taking his time here, just moving back. I think if anything, AGG, they seem to have everything very much in hand as well, if you think about it. They're just playing off each other. They have a nice cross. They have a high ground, low ground to play with as well. Expendables coming in. Glorious is great right now. I love his positioning, just playing off the side of this terrain, which means that on his top side there should be a little bit more covered. But he doesn't know that AGG has 2 players right in front of him. Yeah, his teammates all the way in the backside. They could go for a crunch here. I think they want to do that.
Just waiting for Cloris to execute his plan. And now he's going in for it.
Oh, there's a lot of space.
Let's see if he'll take that shot. Okay, AUG A3 in hand. He can kind of try to do something interesting, switches to a MK12, but he decides not to. I guess he doesn't want to take that risk because their team is down by 1 man. So you don't want to take that risk, and you don't have the manpower to recover. They will become difficult for the Expendables.
I'm looking at the minimap once again. I think it's so interesting that FW has done the biggest rotations I've ever seen. They went all the way to the northern side later in terms of a rotation, but it means that they're a little bit more safe when it comes to getting into that circle itself. Now that everyone's sort of like migrated toward the southern side here, they can just hang out there at Campo Militar, see if anyone's crossing through. In fact, they can even just wait, and the circle will eventually just favor them in the end. So this is huge for them. If anything, they can rush forward. They can gatekeep WDG from moving up there and taking up Campo Militar, and kind of force WDG to take fights against FOR and AGG if they want to.
Oh yeah, you mentioned about Campo Militar, that's where the circle will be. So we don't always get to see these kind of circles, so this is a rather rare one. And it's going to be interesting, of course, how the teams will adapt, and for us as viewers, we get to see how they actually play this kind of circle. A lot of teams, last we saw them, either on the southern side within the circle, or also on the outside of the circle just because of how hardship this circle is. Now, it might be a ping pong circle. It could shift back down, so the teams will need to decide whether they want to hard commit into the middle of the circle or go all the way up north. Now, on screen, Cerberus Esports in action.
Yeah, they're forced to take this fight here very, very early as well because of the sheer amount of teams that are currently in the southern side. I'm looking at Cerberus, X-Men, even two other teams I can't really see right now, but Islam Bao Wu that's already been knocked down because Kiss quick on that uptake. As X-Men, they're going to be very happy with this initial pickoff here. They still have to get into that circle, but they've opened up significantly a lot of space for them to play off each other. As Cerberus right now, they're struggling. One man down. As Forest, they're going to be happy just hanging out here in the terrain. They're not in a big rush to rotate inside either. If anything, they are the ones to keep all these players from rotating inside. They can hunker down, keep very safe, and everyone on the other side there, I'm talking about the players at the bottom side of the terrain, players rotating inside the circle can go for the fight, and they can just snipe off and just steal those kills if they want to.
And potential snipe here perhaps by T5. T5, they kind of know that FW is in front of them, but Ranger X, he doesn't have a good vision yet. Trying to scout out things. But clearly from our screen, we know that FW is there. But we come back onto Cerberus Esports. Looks like Haisaki will bite the dust here. The point will be given to Forest Natural Gaming.
Scappy holding. Finds nothing quite yet. Now, circle, right now we do see a shift. AGG's found themselves on the southern side of Campo Militar. FW, I'm surprised. FW has this like 2-2 formation as well, so further off each other, but they do have high grounds in their hands. So this is great for them because whatever hold or rotations coming in from the high grounds, they can watch right now. And QiWA, okay, this is a team that came in there as well, who I would say came in from invitations. Now, for them, they were kind of struggling on day number 1. I think there's a lot of change coming through in terms of how they want to approach this game as well, because that's definitely not the way you want to debut into, especially toward this finals situation as well. So here's Man going up on top of the terrain as well, trying to see where exactly they're rotating over. But despite the fact that the circle is toward the northern side here, most teams have kind of like hunkered down on this high terrain toward the southern side of the map. They don't really want to kind of like play toward the northern side. I mean, the only thing that's around there, I think, is Campo Militar. That will be the next one. But if anything, AGG, they're going to be going huge here, finding TE, but HAPPIE as well decides to just crash that party. So Destroy also down and out.
And speaking about the Expendables, Delwyn eliminated, leaving them with only 2 players, and one of their vehicles, back tire punctured, so they have to switch vehicles at some point. Now, at least for the Expendables, looks like they are safe and sound for now. Circle-wise, it's towards the left side of Campo Militar. And coming back to the Expendables, they decided to go all the way up north into Campo Militar, a safer approach for them in this round. Totally understandable since they only have 2 players left. Now on screen, let's go Team Flash.
Nice high ground as well playing, so Flash is in a great position to find Zhu as well. As Zhu immediately lobbied, and Flash, they're just kind of like swimming and just moving around like sharks here. If anything, they're just hovering, they're just kind of moving around the area. And on top of that as well, the way they're playing here, if their teammate goes down, they're immediately going to collapse as well. So if anything, there's a lot of trust in knowing that you don't really have to leave your vehicles, you don't really have to go all 4 together, but they are in a position where they can quickly rotate away if, say, another team decides to kind of like go and just collapse into their fights as well.
Oliver taken out by Tidui. It's another player down. Looks like we're going to get a lot more kills this time, considering how difficult the circle is all the way up north, shifted towards the left side. More teams coming into the circle inside Campo Militar. Right now, we have HAPPIE squad. They have arrived and they managed to keep the entire squad alive into the circle. AG Global will still be in front of them. Now, here we have the Sandstorm on top of Cerberus Esports and QiWA.
Honestly, that Sandstorm is huge. It's covering like half that circle as well. So it's not going to be the easiest in terms of how teams want to move outside the area, take these fights. Definitely bad in terms of visibility as well. If anything, teams just kind of like hunker down, trying to wait out the storm as it kind of moves toward the northern side here. QiWA hasn't really moved a lot, if I'm being honest right now. They're still hunkering down over at Cruz del Val, and they've been kind of keeping Cerberus in check. Because if anything, you have Cud as well as his teammate Solozzi stuck at the southern side, excuse me. leaving the compound is going to be hard. You have no clue who's in the northern side of those compounds in Cruz del Val. And if anything, if they want to leave to the southern side, they still have Forest to worry about. They still have EA to worry about as well. And speaking of EA, I'm quite surprised at seeing Jacob's performance. Despite not even having a full team, playing in a situation where you are in a full time competing on this stage, they are doing phenomenal in terms of survivability. They are, doing phenomenal in terms of getting enough points. I mean, if you think about it, in terms of every single team on day one, they had a 13.1 average point just on that day, which means that every game they are performing very, very well. And this comes back to what I was talking about, like slow start there onto play-ins, and I'm glad they went through play-ins because they definitely needed that time to adjust.
Yeah, and the performance have been very consistent, right? And of course, that's the reason why they're up there. Never below like 6th place. Like everything has been 6th place and above for them. So they're bringing in the placement points and also the elimination points. But speaking about bringing in elimination points, we're starting to see a lot more eliminations coming in. Decimate Gaming, they lost a couple of players, including Monty. Circle, a ping pong back into Campo Militar, and the Expendables, the last 2 players, they're still safe and sound within it.
Have to take this fight on southern side. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams to worry about just to get into that circle. And once you're in that circle, it's WDG as well. So TDT, I think they're looking for a different way, putting a lot of space between them as well as the other teams. But Jacob, we were just talking about this guy going super aggressive. Somehow he runs into Larryx. That's not the best way to go here. But if anything, right now, TDT just trying to play these long-range games. Any team that's fighting, great, we're just gonna try and snipe them out. Teams that are outside the circle, like right now, HAPPIE doing a great job of gatekeeping TDT outside the circle, so they not only can they not go inside, in fact, they're gonna be eliminated just like that. Decimate is eliminated. First team down and out as Forest keeps an eye out onto Flash. Flash started off well. They had every single advantage when it comes to circle and rotations as well. Unfortunately for them, they're forced to rotate northern side and forced to take these fights and put in a situation where HAPPIE is gatekeeping, spraying the heck out of them. In fact, you have TDT looking to kind of join in as well. So if anything, they might just fall here, just crumble. But Sharper Esports, the same could be said about them, but Earth Zapaloi will shoot back at the very least.
And now Huang is shooting back onto Team Flash, looking to collect those points. Oh, she voted T5. Looks like T5, they won this compound fight, and now they will find their way into the next phase of the circle. They have to cut across the road. No other teams will be blocking them there. Coming back to the south, Huang still putting pressure on the Team Flash, trying to get those points in the bag, but not able to land clean shots yet.
TDT's been incredibly patient, if anything. They've been doing a great job of just kind of like ignoring these fights, giving more space between them as well as the rest of the teams as well, kind of allowing them some breathing room in terms they can just rotate away from the area, play off that terrain, if anything. But at the same time, big shout out to Forest, because they've been able to just keep themselves in check. Rotations are not going to be the easiest, but HAPPIE with that first contact play as his teammates kind of shoot from the back as well is huge to watch. As for TDT, Huang F, this is massive, putting a lot of pressure onto Flash. In fact, they're looking to play these micro angles, moves away from them, and now his teammates can sort of like just rush forward if they want to. Some smokes to give a little bit of space between each other, but 10 trips go huge here, finds Mineki, and big sprays from HAPPIE as well, nearly pays with his life, but it doesn't matter, this terrain should give him a lot of cover as well.
And the Mortar's coming in too, putting a lot of pressure on the TDT again. Well, we have Van Unk, and there goes. TDT is out, unfortunately. Points given to Forest Natural Gaming. While we will monitor the next phase of the circle, a lot of teams on the southern side playing by the rim of the circle. There's a chance that circle will not be on top of them. It goes towards somewhere on the left side with Xavage Man Esports in the middle of it.
That's huge, actually. In terms of positioning, it's massive. They have a whole chunk of Campo Militar in their control as well. They have nice crossfires. And on top of that, for Forest, yeah, great job from them for being able to keep the rest of the teams in check. They've managed to just really move up slowly and just collapse onto the rest of the teams. They're still trying to make sure they can take out CES. No, actually, they're looking at AGG, actually. I'm not sure if they're aware that CES is right behind them right now. But for the rest of the team, they're putting a lot of damage onto all of the teams. And now as the circle had shifted, a lot of teams have decided, okay, it's not worth it to take this fight. Let's just shift forward here. I'm talking about AGG, who decided to play at the edge of the zone as well. But for QiWA, stuck in only the smokes to play with. A lot of pressure from wind as well. So how are you going to move around here? Because you don't have any cover to play with. As CES Lozi, despite the fact the team has been not the best shape right now, they're still trying to go and fight. They shoot out,
Wow.
but Baron sprays. That is disgusting.
Wow, beautifully executed with AUG knocking one down and looking for the rest of Cerberus Esports. Pelosi still on the side of Cerberus Esports, but finally eliminated. And he was taken out by Baron from Forest Natural Gaming. They gain another point. 8 kills right now for Forest Natural Gaming. They're on the roll.
They really are. And the fact of the matter is, they are the team that's in the circle late. They're having so much trouble trying to get into the southern side of the circle. But in terms of patience, they definitely have it. In terms of taking up space as well, they just did a good job of playing a 2-2 formation, just slowly kind of weaving their way through that terrain, takes out one team, it chases away AGG and immediately collapsing onto CES as well. So huge from them. This late rotation works very well in their favor. In fact, if they want to get into Campo Militar right now, it's completely open. The only team they have to worry about right now is WDG.
And here comes T5 getting into the circle, trying to navigate across Campo Militar. Long range by Evil Patrick, but nothing connects. And everyone's still trying to stop other teams from coming in. And Aljin Bots, beautiful shot from afar to knock down Kiss. And now Forest Natural Gaming, they need to recover quickly.
Not the easiest to recover either, because now they're stuck in the middle. You have X-Men looking at them, Happy as well as WDG. And in fact, WDG is rushing straight for them. Baron down and out already. This is going to be a huge collapse, but the same could be said about Happy. If anything, right now here, all gamers rushing out forward. They've done the biggest rotation I've seen entirely today, going from the eastern side right now. And if anything as well for AGG, I think they may have chosen right, but now in trouble, the Expendables. The same could be said about them. Bots will eventually fall here. Throws out those nades. Bots trying to avoid it with his life now. Will eat it eventually. So very low right now as the rest of Happy Scott looks to find a different way to get into the circle. Not a lot of cover out there in the open. In fact, eats a whole nade. Ouch.
And one of the nades came from Glorious, from the Expendables. Playing as a duo, they're still able to bring in the points. Circle-wise, it shifts towards slightly on the right side. And again, it's going to be Savage Man Esports still getting the circle. Now they'll be playing the gatekeeping role, especially for the teams on the northern side that wants to come in.
Forced to heal as well. Blue zone rushing up forward, but QiWA, oh man, this team, they've been stuck here for quite some time. Gate kept by FW as well. Oh man, and on top of that, the amount of players there, a lot of pressure as well. So Chibirit should fall as well. Rise, great opening from him. So for them, it's just all about making sure that this left side of Campo Militar is completely in their favor. They're just looking to rotate in late because of the terrain, I feel. Because if anything, there's not a lot of space they can work with from the bottom side. So once the circle shifts, I wouldn't be surprised if they rush over. Maybe perhaps they could just completely overcome, take that compound that's in Tigger's hands, and just slowly make their way down to X-Men's compound. If anything, this circle right now, separated into two. The southern side there, yeah, there's compounds, but it's big open areas. You want to be able to take X-Men's area. Unless the circle pulls away from them, that's not going to be the best outcome.
But could it be the best outcome here for the Expendables, the duo that has been doing it for the team? So far, so good, but now they'll face off against All Gamers Global. All Gamers Global looking to flush them out with a molly. Cloris takes a lot of damage. Still burning down, but he should be able to heal up in time. Yes, with 5 health left, he will be back up.
Great nade here, All Gamers. Looking to just rush through here, taking out TE if they can. TE just hunkered down in the corner as well. Cloris, they barely saw his shadow as he rushes into the next room. So Himas, he's very aware. We've seen performance from Himas for many, many years now. He's one of the most consistent players I've seen around there. Aggressive as ever. But if anything, that lack of information does push him out of the compound. Decides to move and play outside the area, which means less situations where he's caught in a CQC. Also, his teammates will be able to just play off that, but it's going to be Sirt that's going to be in trouble. Cloris, this is great. How he's just moving around the room, jumping left, right, and center, making it so hard for them to really figure out where he's coming from. But soon they wait as Cloris rush up forward, but that slide, oh my god, Himas, that is disgusting. AGG on a rampage right now. Look at how that movement is. Himas, what the heck is that?
Oh, that was mechanical skill at its best, ladies and gentlemen. Reaction timing, that was so good. But the Expendables, they're not out of it yet. Duck Hughes is still playing. And Duck Hughes managed to score another point for them. As for AGG, right now, they managed to score 10 kills. So far, so good. But they only have Himas left, the final player for AGG that still has to survive the next phase of the circle coming up in about 5 more seconds.
You know what's really funny? WDG was actually kind of keeping FW out of that circle, but FW, I have to commend them. Their rotations and how they move has been phenomenal, and somehow WDG have just dwindled down in numbers. Not only have they dwindled down in numbers, but in fact they're forced to give away their position. In fact, they're just kind of retreating to the southern side of the circle here, as FW is still playing the southern side, still playing near that zone. But if anything, looking at Xavage, they're in trouble now. We talked about how they're able to hold down this compound, but what they didn't, or rather they were anticipating right now, is how many teams have their eyes here. It's a big compound to worry about. They're playing, now they decided, okay, we cannot play off each other, we cannot hold as much area as we can. We need to play closer to each other to make sure that we're able to have trade potential here. But day trading, they're looking good. They've decided to just kind of come through and just collapse near each other. Double swings abound as well. So if say Lucky G decides to just flash out, or peek out, excuse me, it's gonna be immediate trades as well from his teammates.
Oh yeah, that was a lucky nade there onto Lucky G. So far, he's still holding on. At the same time, looking at the feed, Tonke got bam off from Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming now playing with 3 players left. Savage Man Esports, they've been holding on to this compound for the longest time. Still in a fight against Daytrade Gaming, trying to block them up from coming in further. We still have phase number 8 happening real soon, so they have to be prepared not only for Daytrade Gaming, but also for the other teams that will be walking into the circle.
Honestly, FW has been taking their time here in the southern side. They've dwindled down the numbers of WDG. They know WDG is playing inside of this terrain as well. Marcus playing a very dangerous game there. As soon as his head popped up, I was so sure that it was going to be a knock already, but not quite yet. As FW, they realize they have a lot of time. In fact, they're not going to rush forward to go to that compound quite yet. They have no clue how many teams are around, and they don't want to just fall down yet. So if anything, WDG here in trouble, but 6 sacks, probably a bit too out there in the open. Perhaps it's overzealousness, I can't tell. But Marcus takes full control of the situation, finds him, but it's AGG that somehow steals away that kill.
Himas, the last player, is still able to collect points for the team. Interesting. Let's see how many more he can collect. But right now, the pressure is going to be onto FW. At some point, they probably need to cross the road because we still have phase 8 coming up soon in about 15 more seconds. And they also need to manage another team that is across them. Not another team, another individual that's Himas. Behind them, they could potentially be the kingmaker as when they want to cross over the...
This is a game that FW is playing with, and that's probably the reason why it's just rotate late. If anything, they've taken full control of that situation. Beautiful spray from Lucky G as well. Just finally finding these corners, spraying out, moving away, getting 2 knocks as well. So no potential of trades coming up forward here. Lucky G is still hunkering down and waiting. Flash, he has no clue where let's reposition himself. He's only able to pick up the Tigger, but at the same time, as this is happening, FW also wants to put their hand in the cookie jar. Tanadol also down and out as well, as now these tiny little micro angles played here. They're trying to shoot their toes, but Lucky G, he's done a great job of watching behind these crates, making sure to find these angles. As soon as someone shows their hand, he's just going to spray, gets a knock, move away, reposition, isolating fights, making sure that it actually comes out in his favor. It's doing great right now, but if anything, the circle is going to pull away. Not a lot of space there. Look at how many teams, how many players are inside just one compound. Savior jumps up forward here. Shotgun in hand, beautifully done here. And Flash will finally be eliminated out here. Daytrade down and out, 6th place.
And here comes the zone. Gonna put pressure on the Marcus. Just because he's that one player on the outside of the circle on the southern side. We still have Duck Hughes from the Expendable still alive. Now we have him on screen. He needs to find a way to get into the circle. But in front of him, a lot of space has been occupied, but he managed to find a warehouse on the right side of the circle that is unoccupied.
Oh no, a barbecue.
Right there, but now here comes the Molly. They'll be forced to go out, and Tonke goes down. Savior from the side. He will finish off the incoming FW and X-Men Gaming. They managed to survive this.
That was beautiful, actually. With that, Molly decided, knowing that they're in trouble, the knock happens is an immediately collapse onto the team, and just a perfect spray as well. That's what we call taking advantage of a huge opening. If anything here for all gamers, yeah, he must all alone here, but he's managed to get 8 eliminations all by his lonesome, just sniping away kills, waiting for third-party situations. He's alone right now. I'm not sure if X-Men is aware of his positioning right now, but at the same time, you do still have to worry about another team, which is going to be TE. So X-Men hunkering down, waiting for the right moment. If anything right now, yeah, X-Men still has the man advantage, but we've seen situations where players such as Lucky G was able to isolate fights. Xavage, I think they're realizing this predicament, decides not to play inside of the warehouse because you know when it comes to CQC situations, it's so easy to get isolated.
Yeah, but they do have the man advantage though. 3 players left for Savage Man Esports versus 1 from TE, 1 from AGG. I mean, it's pretty much their round to lose right now. We kind of think about it with the numbers that they have and also pretty much the control that they have with the 3-man players. Himas found that kills from the side, and that's going to be a 1v3 now.
Himas, this is great. He's found himself very, very quiet. Great spray as well onto Lucky G. At the same time, while it's a great opening for him, he does show his hand, his positioning as well. It's down to him to try and isolate. He's playing his corners to perfection. Flashed out, moves back as well, but he's going to try and play with his utility here. But the rest of X-Men realizing that they shouldn't be isolated here. A great spray forward here. Immediate reaction. Finds 1, tries to knock 2 here. Isolated perfectly, but now there's going to be 1 more time. And somehow he still manages to do what he does best. Isolating fights, make sure they're not able to play off each other, and that is the value he has when he gets into that compound, plays with the crates, and just make sure they're not able to play with each other, because honestly, that was a hallelujah round, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
Oh, look at all the other players, their reaction. They couldn't believe it. That was an insane solo play by Himas himself. Man, that was crazy. And he had to cross over the road all alone. He played a solo game for quite a while. Towards the end, it was a 1v3. It was crazy the fact that he could pull off that sort of chicken dinner. What a way to start the day.
Honestly, extraordinary play. I know for Himas, he's one of the veterans here in the scene. He's definitely have, compared to the rest of the other players as well, he's quite on the older side. But if anything, he did not lose his touch at all. What's really exciting is the fact that he had played toward the eastern side of the circle for quite some time. He was very patient with his rotations. If anything, those 8 kills he got before that final pickoff just now was all because he decided to just wait for the right opportune moment. Wait for players to go into fights without sniping them away. Isolating fights, making sure that he is able to backstab is huge as well. Getting that final member of TE, great. But as soon as he showed his hand, I was a little bit concerned here because it is a 3-on-1. But again, those tiny little micro angles he played when he's able to isolate players is key here. And he's done that to perfection. Yep, hallelujah round. A round that's crazy, as you said, to win as well. But it's also a statement play that this guy is definitely one guy that you don't want to count out. His team is out, fine. He has everything in his arsenal to still get those chicken dinners. So congrats to him.
Yeah, not only this performance, but even in the day 1 of the finals, he did perform really well as well. And now bringing in AGG, their chicken dinner, their first chicken dinner in the final stage, brought to you by Himas himself. Can't wait to get to that part of the highlight coming up soon. But we're also going to give it to Lucky J as well. Look at how he hold down this angle to block teams from coming in, and he got a double knockdown back-to-back just by himself.
Yeah, I think for X-Men, if anything, this round was a very interesting one for them because they had really predicted so well in terms of where the circle might be. They were one of the teams that I think didn't really have to rotate so much. They hunkered down, kind of watched out for this compound for quite some time. If anything, as teams coming to them, they managed to watch out for it up until that last possible moment. I think when it comes to a situation where it's a 1v3, you have to be super, I would say, aware in terms of timing. And I was a little bit disappointed that they did not play for a crossfire. I'm talking about 2-1 formation, in fact, making sure that they're able to just kind of go on together. I think this is the moment they were trying to go for an X formation as well, coming in from the northern side as well as the western door. But that crossfire is just not able to be done. The timing a little bit off, but Himas, what a way. 12 elims, most of them all on his own, surviving without his teammates.
Yeah, that's absolute craziness. Towards the end, I noticed that he swapped to an MK12 instead of reloading, so that was a quick decision made by Himas to bring them this chicken dinner. 1,498 damage and 17 total kills so far is the final stage record for a certain team, and of course for an individual, 12. That is a huge number there by Himas, and no doubt he will be our MVP.
Surviving for so long and still being able to survive. I think that when you look at past records, when you have a team that's already lost most of his teammates really, really early, a lot of their mindset is to just survive. And I think Himas did have that in mind. But at the same time, he also had this, I would say, confidence to be able to play off situations that he's able to take advantage of. I think when it comes to the experience, he definitely has it. Realizing that teams are going in for fights, great, let's try and isolate. If you see one final member just trying to go for a crossfire, scouting alone, okay, let's take these fights. When it comes to gunfights, Next, you know this guy has that confidence as well as the, I would say, this capability to win these one-on-ones, and he does exactly that. So for him, this is huge. For them right now, 10 placement, 17, which gives them 27 points. That's a great jump and a great way to just put in a lot more space between AGG and the rest of the team as well. Because if anything right now, I mean, yeah, on day number 1, eArena did make, I think, a big 20-point lead compared to the rest. But if anything, for AGG, I think that one day kind of like break gave them this idea, or rather a fresh mind to step into the second day. But if anything right now, despite that heroics, EA is still holding on to that first spot, but TE is coming out in very, very close right now at 76.
Yeah, 5 points different between eArena and the Expendables now. But AGG, because of their chicken dinner, now they're at number 4, 60 points. They're 21 points behind the number 1 spot, or at least the bare minimum of the top 3. They're only 3 points behind Daytrade Gaming. What a performance by them. I also got to give it to Xavage Esports as well. This is their best round so far in the final stage. They got that number 2 spot and they move a few notches up. But we're done with the first Miramar. We'll be heading on to our second Miramar coming up next.
Yeah, coming into our next Miramar, I think while game 1 is an interesting one, it is rather the first game of the day is number 1. And I think it's really important to know that, you know, for some teams, they are a lot more, I would say, they heat up a little bit faster compared to the rest as well. But I am a little bit more excited to see which team has finally woken up right now as we go into the day. I mean, that wasn't necessarily the easiest of circles either. Northern side circle, which means that everyone had to fight to get in from the southern side. But for AGG, they were one of the teams that were rotating in from the southern side. They lost a lot of players trying to rotate down as well, losing players one by one. In fact, I mean, they lost Destroy fairly early into the game, and then one by one they just kind of toppled down like dominoes. But at the same time, you know, when it comes to playbooks, when it comes to playbook pages, I think that for having a secret weapon like Himas that's able to carry out these situations to perfection is something definitely to brag about as well. If anything, for me, I'm still excited to see teams like eArena that have a lot of a slower start, you know, from the first day, from play-ins as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to pop off a little bit later. But at the same time as well, you know, that play from AGG, I think should have kind of woken up everyone on what Himas is able to do in a solo situation.
Oh yeah, that's an example of do not forget about the teams, whether they're on the middle part of the overall charts or the second half of the overall charts. They can come back and bite you. They can come back and haunt you. Even Xavage Esports, best performance so far in the final stage with that second place finish, and also a very, very good performance by each and every one of their players as well. I mean, either one of those teams, if they were to score the chicken dinner, it would have been a signal to the teams up there that you cannot be complacent because teams at the back are coming for you.
Okay, so I think I briefly did touch on QiWA in the beginning of the show about how they were struggling on day number 1, and I think on this map as well, they still very much are. Survivability-wise, they're looking a bit better, but it doesn't seem like they have that, not to say chemistry per se, but rather that teamwork in terms of rotations and fights as well. They did have a train help, but at the same time, it didn't feel like they were on that same page when it comes to these fights. So I really would like to see a big change from them coming in from this team, especially since QiWA did come in from the top 2 of PUBG Master Series. I'm sorry, I think they have that a little bit more of that expectation from this particular team, given the fact that they are an invited team.
Yeah, so I guess it's also kind of weird to see them all the way down there, right? Because like what you said, invited team straight into the final stage. Or maybe it's also like the theory that you put out earlier on is that teams that came in for the play-ins, they had a little bit more warm-up time. They had like this opportunity to kind of feel the lobby of how everyone's going to be playing this season. So that gave them a bit of an edge, and that edge was used against QiWA Esports. We did see them a bit on screen earlier on, but we didn't get to see them in action. It was mostly rotating or trying to get into the circle, and too bad for QiWA, they didn't manage to survive that long.
Yeah, if anything as well, you know, I mean, Decimate was the first team to go out as well. If anything, again, it wasn't the easiest of circles as well in terms of how they played, but I think that if anything, it's always really exciting to see how teams really adjust themselves. I think for Xavage, if anything, that circle was definitely made for them in terms of their rotations, in terms of how they've been hunkered down. I don't think that they rotated so much coming into that as well. But if anything as well, a lot of teams did have a lot of troubles navigating into the circle. The southern side was stacked, let's be real here. There were so many teams trying did a rush into that area. I mean, I thought that FW should have it in the bag in terms of coming into that circle. They were very patient. They were playing near the blue zone. They were making sure that, you know, that meme how people say like, you know, I'm not stuck with you, you're stuck here with me. Because if anything, it felt like teams, especially WD, they really wanted to try and keep them outside of that circle. But their patience to know when exactly the circle would push and how much space they have even outside the circle gave them so much value in terms of coming into that circle itself. Before finally, yeah, push comes to shove, they do have to fight to get into that circle, but they have managed to do their job first, which is dwindling down the enemy numbers before they go in for that collapse. And I think it's so important that teams really recognize this as well, because you want to be able to kind of lower down the firepower of each team, making sure that you don't be set in a situation where you're forced to an isolated 1v1s. I think that's what happened to Xavage as well, right? When you look at how he must kind of played that. So that's why if FW preferred to play on the outer side of the circle instead of kind of rushing into a compound, because you have no clue if there's a shotgun waiting for you in the tiny little corner in any of the windows.
Yeah, which is also understandable, because if you're like kind of those teams that in the middle or at the bottom, the main objective here at this stage is to at least be in the top 3. So the only way to do that is to try to gain those elimination points. And the best way to do that is to play from the outside circle in, so that you have the potential of meeting other teams and try to get points out of them. But of course, again, if we want to talk about the trade-offs, is that you might potentially lose fights and go out early. That was the case for Decimate Gaming, because they are also trying to push for the top 3. So pretty much anyone who's not in the top 3 at this point, they really want to try to push the points to be in that zone where you can still qualify onto the next stage, and not to put yourself in a position that at some point you play too safe, that the point gap just became too far, that you don't have enough games to catch up.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk a little bit about eArena. I think on day number 1, I think I glazed them a little bit just now, but this team had what, 13 points-ish per game. I think on average for day number 1 for their games. Huge, massive. Slow start as well, but it feels like it's a slow start for them today, if you ask me as well. They weren't really, I would say, the quickest when it comes to rotating into the circle. They love playing in the southern side of the circle, late rotations, blue zones. This is something that I think that this is a staple of this particular team for quite some time. But I think that because of how many teams were rotating in from the southern side, it did kind of like backfire into how they want to rotate to the circle before they finally went down at the same time. Of course, they had a bit of a big boo-boo as well, if you ask me. Losing one of their players by running over them as well was also something that was very, very unfortunate. So perhaps this game 2 might be a little bit more of a goldmine for them, if anything, because it wasn't the best of situations for them to be in.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be hoping for a kinder circle as well, especially those teams who went out early. It was a tough circle. In case you guys missed it, you got to rewatch, especially the chicken dinner moment. The circle was around the area of Campo Militar all the way up north, and it was a terrible circle for a lot of those teams. Now, if they want a kinder circle, of course, it's Miramar, somewhere in the middle. It's always nice, maybe not too many high grounds to play. It's always good so you don't get sniped out by those teams who like to play on a high ground. But if you want a challenging circle, and you guys as viewers would like a challenging circle, maybe an Impala circle is pretty nice, multi-layered. It's always fun to watch.
Okay, now coming into this as well, I think for me personally, I think I have a little bit more of an expectation toward Daytrade as well. I think I really want to see, I'm not saying that they were playing bad or if anything that last game, no, they had moments, they had huge moments. In fact, they weren't necessarily at the bot in the last rungs when it comes to the ladder as well. But if anything, they were one of the teams that had one of the highest amount of chicken dinners back in the play-in stage. So for me personally, consistency is key. But at the same time, when it comes to consistency, this team also has big capabilities of getting those chicken dinners. So I do have my eye on them in terms of how they want to play. But eArena and Expendables, they started off this, I think, day 1 strong. So let's see how they do on this second map.
The second map, again, we're going to repeat Miramar before we move on to another map after this. And in this Miramar, a lot of teams will be looking to recover from the first Miramar, especially that they had a off day yesterday. Now, this time the flight path is going to start from Tierra Bronca up north all the way to the left side of Monte Nuevo. There's going to be a northern flight path instead. Those teams who like to drop on the south, like Resort, like even Los Lunas, might need to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, and move into their regular destination.
Yeah, this map right now as well, if anything, I'm sorry, I'm still not over that chicken dinner brought in by Himas. That was phenomenal. It was one of those situations where you turn like a terrible situation into a winning one. He did exactly that. Love to see what he's been doing right now, but I would love to see the whole of AGG perform together. If anything, I mean, Himas, you've done your job. You got your 12. What about the rest of the team here?
It's like him just stealing away all those points by himself. But let's see who will steal away the first few points, including Himas now. He has a chance to be in early action this time, and it's going to be Power Grid against Sharper Esports.
This is an early fight, actually, if you think about it. Now, Sharper Esports did come in as an invited team coming in from Thailand. Top-rated team, in fact. So, if anything, for them, it's all about... I think there's a little bit more mental pressure, if you ask me. If you come in, you have a little bit more of the idea that you should be performing better because you did coming in from the top seed as well. But you come in a little bit later. You're still trying to figure out how exactly you want to get reacquainted to the teams in terms of draft spots, in terms of rotations as well. Definitely in terms of play styles, when you think about these teams, there's going to be a huge shift, especially if you come in from Thailand style play compared to the rest of APAC. Now, if you look at the circle, it's still northern side circle, and the only part of the circle that is currently inhabited is the southern side of the circle. La Corberia, Oasis, completely open. TDT, I love where they've kind of like positioned themselves. Nice terrains in their favor. But Sharper and AGG, they did drop at the same side here. They're just practically neighbors. AGG just now in the last game, they lost players fairly early. Himas was the only one that survived till the end here, and they were just dropping one by one by dominoes. I would love to see them not repeat this mistake and be able to play together as a unit.
Well, they have another chance right now, considering that the flight path was on the northern side and the circle is also on the north. So a lot of these teams are not too far away from the circle, including these two teams within Power Grid itself, AGG as well as Sharper Esports. And Himas by the side, putting back pressure onto Sharper Esports. Sharper Esports, they're finding it difficult to even fire back onto Himas.
Not a lot of players are really fully committed to this fight, but if anything, Sharper has full control of this entirety of this warehouse. But look at where Destroy has positioned himself. This could be like the most insane backstab, a lurk that we're going to be seeing if he's able to find that timing. So if anything, AGG, great opening here. Himas as he finds Jedi. So if anything, Himas just rushing up forward, spots out Thunders as well. So this is huge. All he's trying to do right now is not only trying to win fights, but also if he can buy the right amount of time for Destroy to come forward, that will be massive. Destroy finally taking up the space, finds out that the entirety of the backside is empty, and he finally finds Jedi in the back, clears him out, goes for a spray. But if anything, they are so aware. Destroy and Sturt will fall as well. So I gotta give it to Sharper Esports. They are very, very aware of everything that could happen. They have in their playbook. They were making sure that their backs are not completely out there in the open. And AGG pays for with their lives. Losing one player and one player down, they need to go and pick up Earths.
But they have to finish up the job first. And
oh man, Himas!
The star man, Himas, you can always count on him. Sharper Esports, they go out. They still managed to collect one elimination point, but then again, it had to be Himas to stop the party.
Ah man, what a flex it is knowing that you're able to overcome Thailand's #1 seed. If anything, take the dub. Rush it forward. And I have to say that, you know, despite the fact that Destroy and his teammate were knocked down, with Himas being able to hold down the line, and he's able to just take advantage of these situations and just tie down the last few threads that are just hanging down by the wire, that was a very close one. AGG did lose one player, but taking out an entirety in their pocket, this is huge. And this should give them an extra 4 points, should just kind of like boost them out forward. If anything, they started off huge. They're currently, I believe, in 4th place. This should kind of throttle them out further up top. Excuse me. They are currently, yep, 3rd.
And it does help that the fact that Power Grid is within the circle, so they can hold on to the spot for quite a while. Now we move on to T5. They managed to gun down Aya from HAPPIE squad, but because of the sandstorm, they will give extra cover to Aya. Aya still takes a bit of damage, but cavalry is here, and they will dry off, not into the sunset, but into the sandstorm.
TE, looking at the rotations right now as well on the map, this is an interesting one because TE, they are going for a very long rotation. I think from the southern side there, Los Leones, excuse me, They haven't even been able to rotate out. They're not even close to that circle. I think they are aware that Flash is close as well. So they don't want to kind of rush up forward. Flash, they're changing the way they play this time. They're not playing outside the circle. In fact, they're opting to play closer to the southern side of the circle, close to the edge, but not close to the blue. So I think that for Flash this time, they don't want to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. They want to give a little bit of breathing room to themselves, which I am all for it, if anything. But for the rest of the team right now, I'm looking at EA. Alcantara is where they're holding on to, and I think they just want to wait out that sandstorm before they rotate in. But if anything, if they want to rotate in, it should be pretty open. Crater Fields is uninhabited, not until La Corberia. That's where a lot of teams are kind of hunkered down.
I also want to point out the fact that Ia actually survived by as little health. It was like at least 5 health left and 1 tick before he gets taken out.
Nice
but
shot.
Hey, happy squad. Wow, 10 trip. Beautiful shot there from afar. Knocking down Solozi. Solozi now on the ground, and Haisaki has the mission to save him. But too bad. Eliminated by Evil Patrick.
Sololzi is having a terrible day. I think map number 1, he got first contacted first, knocked down so many times, took a hail of bullets. His teammates saved him. Every time you think he's back in the game, he gets knocked down again. Always very separated with his teammates as well. So the situation where you want to be able to just trade off him is just not happening quite yet. But the rest of CS, they don't seem too worried right now. If anything, they're still putting in pressure. They're still showing their hand as well, despite the fact they don't have advantage in terms of terrain. But Daytrade, this one is going to find QiWA. We were just talking about them and how they were struggling on day number 1. They struggled on the first map, and it feels like their streak of struggling is not ending quite yet because it's Daytrade who finds them.
Yeah, 1 player down. And QiWA have to play the rest of the round with 3 players. They are the only team right now to remain still a single digit in the overall point charts. Looking to come out of that at least for this round. 4 points away from at least 10 points. But for Happy Squad, they managed to collect 1 point, so they're starting to at least pull away from QiWA. You don't want to be at the dreaded number 16. We do have them on screen. Haisaki is looking down onto them. And at the same time, Happy Squad is around. So they're quite surrounded by all these teams around them within the circle.
Keeping a close eye on them as well, so QiWA is not going to have the easiest time to just get off that terrain either, so they're stuck. AGG is still over at Power Grid, right by that circle. I think they're just hoping to see if anyone will rotate inside. They can't go for, to gatekeep quite yet. Daytrade as well, nice terrain to hold on to. Now they move their eyes onto CES. I think Daytrade is an interesting one because they're taking fights with 2 different teams. They're so aware of it as well. But I don't think they're super worried about it. They know what advantages they've had. They're not really moving, giving away their space, and all they have to do is just kind of peek out, get those pickoffs, move back if they need to. They can retreat and go and aggress as much as they want to. So if anything, great positioning from them. And now let's talk about DCM here. DCM was a team that was eliminated very, very early. Their rotations were a little bit more late, and they were severely punished for it on map 1. But this time around, its insight is going to be huge here, finding Scappy very early. And Scappy was a thorn in their side, being honest right now, because in the previous map, Scappy, great opening picks as well, being that first contact for his team. But now for Forest, losing Scappy this early, they're going to have to find a different way on how they want to play the aggression game.
It almost feels like a revenge by Decimate Gaming. They became the first team to be eliminated in the previous round, and now they're starting to recover those lost points by taking out Scappy, who was a thorn for them earlier on. Well, they still in the game, so let's see how much more they can recover from here. Forest Natural Gaming, 3 players, they move into the inside circle. Fluky from T5 is on the other building, pretty much all alone. He's playing as a scout, so probably reconvene back his teammates later on.
Shrek did a lot of damage onto Tigger as well, as he's in the middle of that rotation. Probably gave him a heart attack, I'm being honest right now. So aware of the positioning of FW. I'm pretty sure that FW is very aware that he's somewhere up here on this high ground, but no one really wanted to show their hand. If anything, the circle not quite kind of gone in yet, but the amount of teams that are currently just hanging out toward the middle side, big terrain in all their control. Only WDG is just kind of like hanging out toward Oasis side. They have a full terrain in their hands to play with as well. EA finally making it into the circle, and in fact, EA does what they do best. They love to do these drive-by fights going inside, and this is huge because this circle will kind of pull toward that northern side, which means teams like EA, WDG, they would have guessed right, and the southern side is about to become a huge battleground.
Oh, the circle is a fan of the northern side today. Anyway, we're going to start to see teams rotating in because of the hardship circle towards the north, including Decimate Gaming. And in front of them, a few other teams. They're trying to take pot shots here. Looking to get at least a knock. Oh, the Utano, another team's passing by. Oh no, this is bad. Forest Natural Gaming coming in, trying to stop them from coming into the circle. Olympus will continue to put pressure on the Decimate Gaming. They want revenge.
Massive. A lot of fights as well coming up forward here. You're looking at Daytrade, CES, QiWA, FL, HAPPIE, X-Men, even TE that's trying to just fight their way into the circle. On top of that as well, you have teams that are just trying to protect the fortress. But if anything, we do have aggression coming through. Long X fighting Haisaki from CES already. So CES, they started off rough, losing one member super early, and now they're losing another one this early as well. But at the same time, you can see the amount of multi-fights happening as well. As Flash, Long X, and K-sama, nice tiny terrains to play with, hidden themselves inside, hunkering down and waiting off this initial aggression. But if anything right now, is not close to being inside a circle quite yet.
Yeah, they still need to move forward, and Happy Squad is in front of them. Koisama is trying to find this advantage. If you can get a knock, then maybe they could just rush in. But they have to be careful as well, because Evil Patrick is on the high ground as a support player. Now for Cerberus Esports, driving by across the T5, trying to find a safer route for them to get into a good spot. And the more they drive, the more teams they will meet up with. Will they stop here? No, not yet. They're still going forward, and more teams are waiting for them around.
Okay, finally in as well, finds a compound, safe and sound for the time being. T5 toward the eastern side of them. I think T5 is putting in a bit more pressure toward them, as well as QiWA as they kind of rotate into the circle. Now QiWA this time, they did lose one player fairly early, but it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world quite yet. They're still trying to just find their way into that area. I think they should be rushing straight into Cerberus. So if they do decide to overcome and take that compound away from Cerberus, it wouldn't be too bad. But at the same time, they have to worry about FW as well as TDT that's just hanging around close by.
And speaking about the teams close by, here we have Decimate Gaming and the Expendables really close by with each other. They see a hit. Flood gets their win. Okay, that could be their opening now. And now Flood from the other side, prepping up his nade. Monty is going to go in for the flank, while Cloris is here all alone. His other two teammates nowhere to be found yet. Will they be able to reach in time to provide support to Cloris? Or will he play this round or this stage all alone against Decimate Gaming? Decimate Gaming, they're surrounding him still, not letting him go.
This is huge. Flood finding a huge opening onto him, but Tan Vu now spots found out there in the open, inside close, as well as teammate one by one. They are going to shoot back. Huge. Monty falls. But the positioning for Decimate is actually worrying me right now. It's out there in the open, not a lot of cover. And TE, they know this. Overcoming it, finding Monty already. They've lost Monty. Umpat's still around at the very least. So Flood will get knocked, getting dwindled in terms of numbers like dominoes here. So he does have a bit of cover. If his teammates are able to rush up forward, take up a bit more space, great. But they're rotating and to go and pick him up, I think time is so limited. And this high ground that Expendables had is not making it easy for them to be able to do so.
And Circle favors WDG in the middle of the circle. As for Decimate Gaming, one of the players, Flood, eliminated by Duck Hughes. So that's a bit of a revenge there by the Expendables. 2 points collected by them so far. Decimate Gaming, looks like they decide to just leave this area. Inside, will be in charge to scout their next route in.
Ah, man, Insight. This is one of the veteran players in this league, I have to say, played for many years, talking about Order, previous player in eArena as well. He's the player that has juggling a daytime job as well as this tournament. I'm not too sure how he's able to do so. Actually, in fact, talked to him a bit, and he did say he's going to take a day off just to play on Monday. So kudos to him to be able to do so, but would love to see him play or go a bit more forward.
That is commitment for you, ladies and gentlemen. That is commitment. Yeah, and so far, they do stand a good chance still to be the top 3. So Decimate Gaming, yeah, they just need to push a little bit more forward in terms of getting the points in. But easier said than done, though, because right now they only have 2 players. As for Xavage and Esports, oh, hang on a second. Upchen, he has no idea that Tanfu is behind him.
Ouch.
Surprise!
Oh, that's rough. He played, I have to say, Tanfu played the terrain perfectly, so... Gets 1 point in his pocket, great. Expendables, again, look at how much space they're holding here. That high ground terrain, Tanvu alone, his teammate on the other side inside of the circle, so they have nice crossfire set up as well. And this is the reason why the Expendables was able to, I would say, climb up all the way to the top side of the charts at the very least. And despite losing Delwyn fairly early, they're still up there in terms of eliminations, in terms of how exactly they're playing. It's just about kind of dwindling down numbers and just picking off them one by one. As for Daytrade, Tanadol down and out as well, and Xavage. Now, they had the last game they played was great in terms of rotations, holds, compound as well. It's just sad that they're not able to, win it till the end. If anything, I think that was just a big mistake on their end. Now, this time around, the circle not entirely favoring them. But if anything, I think they're quite solid in terms of their 3-1 formation.
And for AG Global, looks like they're going to come in from the left. 3-man formation to come into the circle, not going to be challenged by other teams. So great rotation by AG this time. I guess they wanted a chill round since they had a interesting start round against Sharper Esports where they won. They collected those 4 points and they wanted to put a handbrake for a while and let the other teams just cancel each other before coming into the next phase of the circle. And the next phase of the circle will show itself in about 10 more seconds. And so far, WDG, they still have the middle of that circle. We have been having a lot of hardship circles today. Will we get another one this time? And the circle will go not as hard, somewhere in the middle. WDG still in it.
Aggressive here as Lucky G, he was the hero here. Great nade to fight Kei-sama. In fact, finds Tanvu. So the Expendables find themselves in a very precarious situation. The same could be said about this team in front of me. I'm talking about HAPPIE right now. 10-trip great opening as well, as the rest of HAPPIE are just so happy to collapse onto the rest of the team here. While they did lose the initial first contact, this collapse from his teammates is what makes it so interesting. As T5 falls, 10-trip, he is the hero. He is the man of the hour, if you ask me right now. A quick rotation over, his teammate down and out. QiWA close to them. He's not necessarily in the best positions to be in, but somehow he's managing to avoid every single bullet.
But unfortunately, Cerberus Esports not able to avoid those bullets. Eliminated another player. And now it's going to be Team Flash needing to come into the circle. Again, just like the round before, they came in a little bit later. They were not able to survive the last phase of the circle previously. Within the circle, the final player of Cerberus Esports, Lambao, here. Around so many other teams, he can't even move and they're onto him.
He must now knock down as well out of game, so hero down and out. Pretty sure the rest of the lobby probably breathed a sigh of relief seeing he's out. Like, okay, we don't have to worry about this guy going 1-on-3 coming in for us, so that's done. But if anything, in terms of the circle right now, while it is a more centralized circle, a lot of teams are just taking their time to rotate inside here. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of fights there, especially toward the southern side. I'm talking about TDT. So they've managed to just really hunker down into a compound, and there's 2 teams looking to push into them. And talking about CES as well as FW. At the same time, behind them, very close by, is T5. And somehow, I'm looking at the feed right now as T5, they're so aggressive. They're putting in a lot of pressure toward a lot of teams around them, and they're so undeterred about whether or not it's 2-3 different teams.
But Yome, they need to fight against FW, perhaps to get into the left side of the circle. Unless they choose to move towards the right side, then there will be a different altercation altogether. Very different teams on the right side. We do have HAPPIE Squad there. We do have Team Flash coming into the circle. But the moment Team Flash came in, Hongvo ditch, knocked down, out in the open. He does have a rock to cover him, but it's just a matter of time till he bleeds out.
A lot of fights happening here. I'm not surprised. So many teams coming in from the southern side, not the easiest to break into either. At the same time here for TDT, they've done a great job of just holding down this compound, not allowing CES to come close. QiWA does finally, come close enough to take this fight inside the circle. They have a compound either, but it's not the most ideal place you want to hunker down because the circle would definitely pull away from them as well. So there we go. It does pull away from them. So I'm expecting a second wave of fights happening here. I'm talking about QiWA, CES, as well as TDT. If anything, FW and T5 should be the teams to watch out for in terms of trying to stop them in the midst of this rotation. But for some reason, WDG F6, 7, 8, 9, all on his lonesome, pushes out, finds a knock for himself, and then just rendezvous with his teammates again.
Yeah, it's interesting for WDG, right? It's not like they're staying put, they're not doing anything. They're still trying to find those points to bring into the team. And Jun has Lambeau in front of him.
Nade.
And here comes the nade from Huang. eliminating him, taking out Cerberus Esports, eliminated at number 15.
A different side for TDT this time. Just now in the previous map, they were the teams who's losing their teammates one by one despite their patience. They won their initial fights. They weren't able to hold on. But this time around, they're taking it a lot more easy. I can feel like they're a little bit more calmer in terms of rotations, in terms of their positioning as well. So this is huge. But AGG, they're in trouble right now. Forced to drive out there in the open. Their car should give them a lot of cover for the time being, but you can tell that EA is putting a lot of pressure onto them as they're rotating over here. And as soon as they get to that middle side of the area, there's WDG waiting for them. Yes, they have a terrain in their favor, but that spray, huge here from TDT. Finds mud, they fall. AGG still surviving, still very healthy as well. So they managed to get to where they want to be, but their car currently already on fire. Tycon jumps out, so does Destroy here. The car does eventually explode. Tycon knocked down. A very unfortunate situation to be in. Lobs a nade out here. They can still pick up his teammate, they can. But you have that win just waiting on the other side here. As soon as Destroy comes out here, getting flashed out by that nade. Not going to be the easiest to hold either. As Daytrade looks downwards, it's going to be TE on their sights.
And the pressure is coming in from everywhere. We move over to Daytrade Gaming. And the Expendables on the lower ground. Flash from the flank side. Duck Use will be knocked down by Tigger. They're looking for Chloris right now. Chloris still on the lower ground, finding it hard to really come up to the high ground. At the same time, it doesn't help that the blue is just right behind him, closing in right now, and he's forced to move forward. Now coming back on the destroy for AGG. The lone player for AG Global right now, trying to hold on to this shack as long as possible. He sees his target, takes a bit of damage, but he's still able to hold on to it.
Nice jump shot.
Oh!
No way! No way! He got away with that! Oh my god!
What?
6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, you are definitely the player to watch out for today. You were the guy to rush out alone, take a pick up, rendezvous with your teammate, and now you're being very cheeky right now. Oh my goodness!
That is the cheekiest move that we've seen so far, and we're only in round number 2 today, Dash. Oh man, so much more that we can expect from these players here today. Anyway, let's see if Inside can expect to survive this one. 2 different teams in front of him with the circle closing. Very unlikely that he'll get the next phase of the circle. It goes to the middle. Again, WDG gets the circle. There's going to be a hard one for Inside.
WDG has a circle, but EA, their positioning is so good. They have a high ground. Zizi and Jacob has those in the ball. They have their other 2 players on the northern side, trying to see if anyone were to rotate inside. If anything, I love these layers of how they're playing off each other here. If anything, they can just kind of like rotate down if they want to. They have crossfires if anyone comes in from the northern side. But at the same time, X-Men as well as Day, these are 2 teams that's currently fighting to get into the circle, because WDG, they've been pretty ruthless on how exactly they've been gatekeeping their compound as well as their side of that circle area. So now in terms of fights, Daytrade, well, not necessarily in the worst situation. They can just chill, take their time, go for that reset. Oliver just waiting for this right opportune moment to rush up, spray. But in this situation, if you want to try and isolate in this open area, it's not going to be the easiest.
Oliver, when is he going to move now? He needs to find the advantage. Lots of nade across, but the headshot came in from Belmont. Now to find the player of Xavage Esports, eliminating them at number 10. That is Oliver out, and Daytrade, time for them to get in.
Spots out Baron as well for Flash. The rest of his teammates aren't necessarily showing their hand either. If anything, it's good if say that they do want to have one teammate kind of rush forward, pop up their heads, just give a little bit more closer fights as well. But I think for Daytrade, I think they're trying to go for a little bit more to the south. I mean, technically it's a little bit more open, easier to get into the circle, a bit more space compared to as passing by and trying to go for these compound fights. As you go look at TDT, at the same time, you have T5 here. Yep, they have 2 areas, 2 buildings in their control, but they don't have strength in numbers right now. They have to worry about TDT coming in from the southern side. They have to worry about FW that's toward the western side of them. So if the compound does get breached, they're not in a situation where they're able to play off each other or even trade if TDT decides to just waterfall into the compound. I think for TDT, well, as much as they want to, they try to isolate them and try to just kind of like flush them out with nades or even mollies. They don't really want to risk it.
And T5 still holding their ground, playing as a duo. Oh, nades into the building. Fluky gets knocked down. Nice only Ranger Axe all alone. Time for TDT to charge in. It's not going to be easy as well because other teams are around. Anyway, they're still able to do it with T5, eliminating them at number 9.
That's huge. making sure to flush them out of the building, out of the area as well. But Daytrade as well should go down here. As Forest, once again, they are being a very, very big annoyance to many of those teams who are rotating inside. And I feel like it's been a recurring theme in the last 2 games as well, in the last map as well as this one as well. They've been doing a great job of being able to take fights slowly, finding the right timing to just collapse onto teams. So it's so hard the way they overwhelm as well. And look at the terrain they're holding here. It's huge. It's a high ground. Kiss has a Long X in his sights. So if Long X wants to rotate inside, he either has to go down to the blue zone, go down to TDT, or kind of go into his crosshair. They don't have a lot of options right now.
Pretty much pick your poison at this moment. Well, let's see what's going to happen next, because right now it's going to be the phase where a lot of fights are going to happen pretty much at the same time. eArena not in the circle at all. They have to cut across WDG pretty much in the same position, except for the fact that they have 6, 7, 8, 9 within the circle as a marker, as a support player. On the south side, Long X for Team Flash needs to get in as well, but in front of him, it's going to be TDT. And it looks like TDT knows that he's there. They're just waiting for the zone to do its work, forcing Long X to come out.
He has to. What else can he do here? Zhu is the one waiting here, and for Olympus, another kill into his pocket as well. So over on the other end here, you can see how many fights here Forest is just gatekeeping as everyone's just rushing to get into the circle. Getting inside is not going to be easy as well. TDT trying to move upwards. As soon as he does, you have to worry about Long. You have to worry about Kiss just spraying the heck out of him. Flash, okay, they're safe inside the zone, but this circle for eArena as well, they have to worry about them. Because look at where eArena is. It's a high ground area. They need to go downwards. And if anything, they could spell trouble if they decide to cross by. They need to move in. Strength in numbers should be important, but you can see that for Forest, all they're trying to do is just keeping that out just by spraying the heck out of the area.
Here comes the smoke. It's creating this bridge to just move front, or maybe as a distraction at least. Anyway, for Kiss, from behind, he sees Long X from Team Flash. Long X still not in the circle yet. Marcus will be gunned down by Baron. NCZ, right in front of him. He navigates around, and Olympus gunned down.
Great. Huge right now from both these teams as well. eArena has done massively great job taking full advantage of the high ground terrain. That's why they're rotating in very, very slowly. With 3 of the members on the lower ground, Larynx is around to provide that cover fire on the outer or the top side of the area here. And suddenly Lung, he has so much space to breathe because Kiss has already been knocked down. He can move out and about if he wants to. Even hell, he can even try to steal a kill away here onto Baron. He doesn't. In fact, opts to take the damage from this blue nade as well. So his HP does eventually go down, moves out forward, barely survives by the skin of his teeth, but Tidoi Baron goes down to the play zone, and finally that beautiful nade rushes out forward. And Forest Natural Gaming, what a game for them, because they are collecting kills left, right, and center. Yeah, at the cost of their life, but it's still enough. They've got collected a whole lot of points, just really push them forward. They want to.
Yeah, 10 points so far collected through kills for them. So far, so good, but the next phase, they still need to survive. There's so many teams still within this phase, or so many players, I must say. Look at this, it's 3v4, v4v1. Still a whole bunch here. And eArena from the high ground, they had the best possible location so far within the circle.
Jacob, one of the highest rated players here from eArena, putting in a lot of pressure to the teams over the left and right side of the circle right now. TDT still stuck outside the circle. They do have a package by them, so this could be huge. They could have a top up as well. They could have their suits. They could have better shields. So it does give them a little bit more of survivability. But if anything right now, eArena looking to rush into the circle. Look at how much control of the terrain they have. Northern side full in their area. You start to see some retaliation come through. And as soon as it happens, Jacob finds Kiss, takes him out as well. TDT, I don't know if they are going to be able to fully commit to this fight, given the fact that terrain is not in their favor.
Yeah, that's where Kiss kisses the chicken dinner goodbye. But he's still able to bring in a lot of eliminations for the team. Anyway, down to the top 3, eArena, FW, and TDT for the chicken dinner, the second chicken dinner today. And so far, eArena is still in the best position possible, while FW will need to get in right now. The zone will put pressure onto them. Tapping away, it's going to be Banana One. Almost got his target. He almost got that one knot. That could have been an opening for them. But TDT, they're not comfortable as well. The blue is behind them, pushing in.
They have a lot of space to work with either. This was the biggest problem they had. They took too long to kind of break out of their area to get into the circle. Granted, it's not the easiest push either. So now they have to fight their way in. Puts in a lot of pressure. Zhu eyes onto Banana One. As soon as he shoots, shows his hand, he gets sprayed to smithereens. Raze knocked down as well.
So the rest of FW this time scrambling to try to find cover, answers back, that's huge, finds one to his name. But TDT, they're not done quite yet, tries to shoot back here, but FW, they go huge, finding the members of TDT, in fact, putting them away. As Jacob did manage to steal one away, it's enough. Sizzy to find 6 sacks as well. As Ray's gone down, as well as Banana one, now it's just coming from bad to worse for them in terms of situations, because right now, eArena has managed to hold on the entirety of the line, one knocked out as well, but the winner, chicken dinner, easily gonna fall into eArena's hands. It's all about positioning, it's all about that hole, it's all about that play. Congrats to them.
With the high ground advantage that they had the numbers as well. It was hard for eArena to drop the ball towards the end to score this chicken dinner. And the team that we last saw was at number 1. Other teams starting to close the gap, but because of this chicken dinner, eArena will continue to extend the lead.
eArena is going big right now. I wouldn't say they're the most flashiest or most aggressive in terms of how they play, but I have to say in terms of positioning, in terms of rotation, I think you can easily see the playbook right now. You open up first page, step 1, find the right place to rotate, make sure it's open, survive a little bit longer. Step 2, how do we approach next? Okay, let's just find a high ground terrain and hold on to it. Doesn't matter if the circle pushes away, so long as it's enough for us to play off it, it's huge. Number 3, let's play the layers game here. Let's talk about how we're going to hold on to that high ground area. Maybe set a little bit to play a little bit of our lower ground, but make sure that we're able to trade off each other. Trade potentials are huge, and that's exactly what happened to them as well. I think to say for eArena, noticing or knowing what objective to play off of, and the fights are secondary, gives them a lot of value in terms of their chicken dinner, in terms of positioning, in terms of kills as well.
Yeah, and in between they're able to steal away a couple of elimination points against the final 3 teams, or the final 2 other teams towards this round. And looking over at the highlights as well, it was again another difficult circle. A lot of teams had to hike up to the high ground from the southern side, and they clump up with each other, and that's where it was very, very difficult for these teams to actually survive that ordeal. And that's where eArena, they said, nope, we don't want any part of that. We'll take the easier route from the northern side. Even on the minimap, we can see them there. No other team is really challenging them, so they have the opportunity to really steal away long-range eliminations. But I have to highlight here, 6, 7, 8, 9 on that earlier highlight. That was a really cheeky one.
Yeah. I think that, again, these northern circles, not the easiest for a lot of teams to rotate into. We did see a lot of fights on the southern side as well. If anything, I think a lot of teams have started to really shy away from CQC fights and just flush out players as well. So I think that was the biggest problem that T5 faced. If anything right now, I think that while we do see teams that are very, very aggressive, like Daytrade, like the Expendables, like Forest Natural Gaming, who love to go for these big fights, we also have to say that in terms of eArena, there are these teams that love to play a little bit more on the passive side. I think it comes down to that playbook. Okay, how early are we willing to take these fights, and how late does it have to be? A lot of teams forced out here in the open, and I have to say for TDT, despite the fact that they were very late into the circle, they struggled in the beginning, they weren't able to move away from that compound to get into the area. The fact of the matter is they did find that last stand situation, they were able to rush out, then they took full control of the situation of that open high terrain area that they were able to do, so they did steal a few more kills as well. So, but that's not the team they want to look out for. We're going to look at eArena. This is the team that I was talking about in terms of how their aggression is a little bit more slower compared to the rest, but they worry about positioning a bit more. 8 kills in total, high amount of damage with 3 chicken dinners. What can you say? This is a team that I would say, again, they struggled a little bit in the beginning, but now they're up here. They're doing great, especially when you look at Jacob in terms of his numbers he puts in terms of the charts, in terms of how he moves as well. So that is a player that I was looking at, but at the same time, I have neglected to pay attention to Norins because quietly he's been able to take the MVP. He has a 30% point contribution to the team. And that means in most of the fights, his presence is definitely very much there in that 2-2, especially at the high ground as well as the outer circle hold area they had earlier.
Yeah, it's all about the numbers, right? That awards Norins the MVP. Of course, the 514 damage is significant for his team to secure the amount of elimination points that they got early on. Not the sexiest, but still a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner. And that brought them a total of 18 points in this round, followed by TDT with 14 points. And we have Forest Natural Gaming. Again, a decent round for them. 14 points as well. And then we have FW Esports with 10 points. Those are the double-digit club. But too bad for QiWA. Again, another difficult round for them. No points collected at all.
No, I think they're having a terrible time in terms of their rotations into the circle. They're finding it hard to take these fights. I think if anything, there's a bit... if I want to talk about their chemistry, perhaps they're just not on that right page in terms of their fights. We're seeing one player knocked forward. I was expecting to see perhaps a collapse from his teammates. They are sort of like in a position where they're able to trade off each other, but just timing is not quite there. But anyways, EA, while it was a bit more of a slower start there for game one, now they're very much back in the driver's seat here, managing to just kind of push their way up to 99, just 1 point shy of the triple digit as well. But at the same time, you're not seeing a lot of changes in terms of positions as well. AGG does get knocked down a little bit there to 4th place instead of last 3rd. Daytrade back up online. Now Daytrade here, they were the team to look out for in the play-ins right now. They are showing their dominance, so this is very, very fun to see in terms of how they play. Again, they were one of the teams with the highest amount of chicken dinners there in the play-ins, but at the same time, they were also quite consistent in terms of getting eliminations as well. So that is something I'm looking forward to seeing. But if anything, enough about Miramar, because we are going to be going to Taego. It's going to be a big shift in how these players play, because it's such a different map.
Yeah, I'm sure the teams wouldn't mind a big shift because we got 2 northern circles in Miramar and both of them were very, very difficult for the players to play with. Oh, Taego, let's see what kind of circle are we going to get. Are we still going to get another north side circle? And it could be also pretty difficult depending on which part of the map that it lands, of course. And I'm pretty sure, again, whatever it is that the circle may come, we wouldn't know, the players wouldn't know, they wouldn't mind a shift of map.
No, definitely not. I think if anything, some teams, maybe they're okay with changing the map. So I think it's also another shift as well in terms of, again, this would be like the second Taego they will be playing as well in the 2 days that they're playing. Again, it's not a lot of data, especially if you want to play off each other. So this should be another situation where, okay, we can only play off what we know as well. But at the same time, some teams, they thrive on Miramar. Some teams, they thrive on other maps. So I am curious to see whether or not this streak in terms of which teams, which wins what map should be the same, if anything as well. I mean, yeah, rough circles means it gives a little bit more of a different kind of adjustment to the teams as well. But at the same time, when you look at teams that, you know, when you have these really hard shift teams or hard shift circles, some teams, they prefer that just because they're just a little bit more quick on the uptake. I mean, we've seen situations such as Forest Natural Gaming. They play outside the circle. They are not too excited to go into the circle. The same could be said about FW, if I'm being honest right now. They play outside the circle. They are the ones who are making it hard for people inside of the circle to really hold on. And I think that if anything, if they have that fundamentals, and I hate saying the word fundamentals because it's such a cliche word, but if anything, when it comes to a shooter, I think at the end of the day, it does come to that situation where, okay, you're able to watch out for that bullet drop, play off each other, don't get isolated. And I think in these situations, we've seen a lot of those fundamentals kind of get crushed there, especially on map number 1. So again, I think this is where things start to get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, and you mentioned about the theory of like playing within the circle, right? So if like those teams, they choose to play in the middle of the circle, we saw a couple of them earlier on, they negate the possibility of them not getting the circle when the circle hard shift. At least they will still get like kind of like the side of the circle, but they're still within it. So that's a way to kind of like manage the fact that if you don't want to deal with a ping-pongy circle. We've seen a decently ping-pong-ish circle in the first 2 rounds, especially the first round here today. So some of the teams adapted to the fact that, okay, we don't like those kind of circles. It's not doing us favors. We play in the middle. And there were some teams like WDG that actually played that kind of circle, so or that kind of position. And they kind of like don't really need to think of like moving into the circle all the time. But the downside is that you'll be surrounded by other teams. And the other downside is that you might not be able to get opportunities to gain in those kill points for their own team. So it really depends on what kind of placement or kind of strategy these teams need to play with their current placement. And eArena, like what you also mentioned, they play it very smartly. They know they're on the top. If you're at the number 1 team right now, your main objective is to survive above other teams. And that's how they avoided all the other teams by playing very safely from the north coming into Miramar. So I would expect eArena to do another safe play again.
I mean, it's their typical style play. I think throughout the last, season or so, watching them play, they're a little bit more or less on the aggressive side, and more about just trying to be able to preserve themselves all the way up to that last situation, that's the last moment. I think they have great grasp in how they want to approach that last few circles as well. In terms of their utility, I believe that they have great resource management as well. I think at the end of the last few circles, we always see that they do have equipped some nades. They have those flashes ready, those smokes, as well. So it gives them a lot of breathing room on how exactly they want to approach these fights. But number two, I think it all comes down to that positioning. I'm not talking about positioning and about finding the terrain or finding that compound. It's just how they play off each other right now, because how they hold a train is like the most interesting to me, because it's not necessarily going to be like a top side here. You're going to have maybe 2 on the top side, 2 on the lower side, or maybe if there's a terrain where it's like, 2 different hills here, they would so eagerly take those 2 hills, prepare themselves to have nice crossfires. In terms, it's very like Kobe passes ball to his teammate before they shoot the shot. Yeah, definitely that. I think that it's really good that they know how to herd players to each other to play off of one another as well. So that's huge on how exactly they want to approach these things. Now, coming into this next map, Tego, I think you can tell me the best, Sir Cloud, about what happened in the beginning of this tournament. What have you seen so far that's been so interesting about this map? Which team do you think thrives on this map?
Ooh, okay. Well, because we only had one Tego so far in the finals, so we don't really have a pattern just yet. But the top teams, again, they do well within this map. So highlight, of course, eArena, super consistent, and they do well within Tego. Another team that does well in Tego as well is Daytrade Gaming, also another one of those top teams. So at some point, it might come to the question of like, what does it take to stop these top teams from being super duper consistent? Yes, we're starting to see the rise of some teams at the middle pack, at the bottom pack, but as what we have seen in the previous Miramar, still not enough to stop like the number 1 team, eArena. So perhaps the best way is that to try to reflect on like their potential rotation and their current state of their overall chart. They might want to play a little bit safer. Try to look at some places that safe teams not play and try to eliminate them, because you got to take out the top contender in order for yourself to go up the chart.
Sometimes it's not about looking for that top contender, but I think it's more about just trying to figure out what exactly went wrong, kind of making sure to band-aid it, strengthen those situations, those fundamentals, knowing, okay, we kind of like messed up on map number 1 in terms of our double swings. We are a little bit too much together. We allow ourselves to get sprayed together. We're too close with one another. Sometimes these small things. And again, this is why I said that fundamentals do matter. I want to see more double swings. I want to see more teams play off together. There's 4 people on the team here. Yeah, Himas's chicken dinner on game 1 was huge. It was great, but at the same time, imagine what they could play, or how much further they could go if they decided to play together. Regardless, let's see whether or not this would change right now as we go into our first Tego of the night.
Let's go! Heading on to Tego. This is going to be game number 3 of the night before we have an extended break after this. And this time the flight path will be on the left side of the map, starting from Holstein Prison all the way up to the north where Shipyard is at. The teams would like to drop on the right side, well, they need to travel. Let's see what kind of circle we're going to get. Again, so far we got 2 northern side circles, and those were in Miramar. Whether Tego will give us a kind of circle or not, we'll see. But yesterday's Tego circle, it was all the way on the south side, around the area of between Hospital and Song Am. So it wasn't a kind circle as well yesterday.
It's not a rough circle if you think about it. Now, okay, I'm looking at where the drop spots are here. HAPPIE should be where DCM wants to go. I think it's a fairly open area as well when you think about these teams. Okay, now right now, I think the team that's very, very much in trouble, QiWA. QiWA struggled on Miramar, they struggled on day number 1. Okay, this new map should give them a different mindset on how exactly they want to approach this game as well. Given that the fact that they dropped all the way down there to school, so they have a lot of space to work with. Granted, it's not going to be the easiest rotations for them. 2 of, I would say, arguably the strongest teams that I'm looking at right now is going to be eArena and Daytrade. So not going to be hard as well, but it's going to be Sharper that's going to just knock down Cerberus here. They're in trouble. Yeah, Lambo who manages to find 1, but Sharper Esports, they're so quick on the uptick. They knew exactly what they wanted, which is to find Cerberus, take them down, eliminate them this early, not even 1 minute to the game. That is What a message to convey, honestly.
And Sharper Esports pretty much coming back this round with a clean win against Cerberus Esports. And speaking about the circle again is on the northern side. That's the thing about northern circles today. And that's not the only fight. We do have HAPPIE Squad here against WDG. And so far, HAPPIE Squad doing so far so good, managing WDG. WDG, while the player is currently down. I wonder if he will be picked up at 6, 7, 8, 9, waiting at the corner. HAPPIE Squad. Hendrik is actually not looking at him, so he probably doesn't know that he's there.
You know what's interesting just now about that particular initial fight between Sharper as well is to talk about how those two teams, their drop spots are right by each other this time. But holding that thought here is going to be HAPPIE. They've been doing great when it comes to these 4v4s today. Very patient, taking out these fights, nice wall bangs as well. Pushes WDG kind of all the way back here. And Evil Patrick, he's so quick to find his right opportune moments to go a little bit more aggressive, take out a little bit more space. He rushes forward, rip 113. Finds himself out there in the open. As soon as he pops his head out, Evil Patrick. This is one of the longest standing veterans we've seen here in PUBG. And for some reason, this guy is always the guy that you want to look out for. Look at how quick his reaction time was. As soon as a WDG pops their head out, he puts in a lot of damage onto him. Yeah, he does get tagged, but he still shoots back. That's confidence.
Yeah, he used a lot more damage than he received. So that was a good enough move by him. And he's able to navigate around. And now he is on the other side, the northern side of Palace, while his other team is on the southern side. They will enclose onto the remaining members of WDG. WDG, they're not even fully stocked up yet, but they have to defend this against HAPPIE Squad.
HAPPIE Squad, they are so quick to just really collapse onto you. In fact, they've managed to crunch WDG from all angles here. You peek out one corner, there's going to be another member from HAPPIE just ready to shoot out your hits. And now WDG, they're so separated. T-Dui knocked down as well. It's only leaving one member from WDG still alive here. This 1v1's huge, but Ia was very much ready for him as well. And now, when you look at all these drop spots as well, I'm quite surprised. I mean, looking at these two teams for HAPPIE, they actually dropped down the same place as not only that team, but at the same time, they're so quick to just really overcome them.
Yeah, I know, right? WDG stood no chance against HAPPIE Squad. I believe they might have been eliminated by now. And just a confirmation, yes. So WDG goes out without any points. A similar situation with Cerberus Esports, no points at all. So at least two teams right now without a single point this round.
Interesting enough, WDG as well as HAPPIE, in terms of drop spots, they aren't necessarily close to each other. I'm not too sure whether it was that was a rotation over or them dropping at the same place, such as Sharper as well as Cerberus. I mean, Sharper and Cerberus, they were kind of like projected to drop into that same area. And I think like for Sharper in that particular initial fight just now, that they realized that Cerberus wants to drop at the same spot as them. And they said, okay, this is the game plan right now. We know that they drop in the same spot as us. Let's completely overwhelm. Let's just be so quick, find whatever weapon we have and just take them down, dwindle down in terms of firepower. Doesn't matter if we get knocked out very, very early, but as soon as we can have someone to get the weapons quick enough, we are able to spray them and just win that fight. So that was the same thing that we saw from HAPPIE as well. Because HAPPIE, in terms of how they played, they weren't really fully looted as much as I mean, we saw Patrick in the middle of that fight just pick up a gun, right? But at the same time, them being able to kind of like isolate and fight from so many different angles and just completely surround WDG from many, many different angles really made sure that the fight could fall into their hands. And I think it's so crucial to talk about this because just now, as soon as one member from WDG peeked out toward Evil Patrick, he puts in the damage. He moves out of the way to reposition himself. There's another player, there's Ia, coming in from that northern side. So, like it or not, that positioning is huge.
Yeah, not gonna lie as well that Evil Patrick's move was crucial towards them winning the fight earlier on. If he didn't do that, then they might still be in a standoff, like just facing each other. But because Evil Patrick, he went all the way behind, that's where they could collapse onto them. And that's how the fight ended. So now they can continue to loot. They're not in a rush to get into the circle because the initial drop spot of Palace is within the first circle. So they'll be fine for now. They can just take their time and probably pick a better spot later on once they're done looting.
Northern side circle, so a lot of teams are currently rotating into the circle as well. And I think for Forest, I mean, yeah, one player, QiWA, finds one knock as well. But at the same time, you can always rely on Forest to just really shoot back here. But QiWA as well are just going to drive by. Not going to be an issue here. In fact, they're going to try and just quickly rush toward the other members of Forest Natural Gaming here. They're rushing into the area, but Kiss, oh my goodness, it's always going to be Kiss with that opening pickoff. Finds Man quickly. Quick reposition as well. And he's trying to make sure he's going to try and isolate his fights. QiWA close, has to pick up his teammates here. Huge. And the same could be said about Forest here, but Baron is not able to. Somehow gets blown to smithereens as well as Trick somehow finds 2 here, playing inside of this compound to perfection. And I have to say, this is a great change in pace as well for the rest of the team. Trick playing alone here as well. He's managed to isolate the fights. He knows where the other 2 members are. Finds Olympus, sprays the heck out of him, but Olympus as well should shoot. Takes in a lot of damage. No, doesn't know where the member of Forest Natural Gaming is! And Scappy from the inside of the compound finds him in the end. And somehow not able to hold on. It's QiWA that still wins it in the end here. That's huge.
That is huge. That is huge for a team at the number 16 to find this momentum. They collect all 4 points without losing a single player. And now they can continue on for the rest of the round. As a full squad, that is. The Expendables. Now close by with Daytrade Gaming. This is the number 2 and number 3 team against each other. The Expendables will be looking to eliminate Daytrade Gaming. At least they would take one close contender out.
The amount of fights happening toward the bridges here. I'm talking about Yongcheon. I'm talking about the Southern Bridge as well. A lot of teams looking to be the trolls that collect the toll. That's HAPPIE right now. Daytrade having a hard time trying to rotate onto that island itself. So not going to be the easiest situations to be in. Iya finds one pick off here. It's going to be Duke that gets knocked down instead. The rest of Daytrade hunkering down, still staying fairly quiet if you ask me, but you still have to worry about picking up your teammate here. And in a situation like that where you're out there in the open, your teammate's rotating to you, as soon as you show yourself to go for the pickup, it might spell death if you ask me.
Yeah, so you got to be extra careful. Just like what eArena is doing right now, using the glider to scout Sharper Esports, Thunders, tapping away. So at least that will give a signal to eArena that, hey, we're here, don't come close. And so far for Sharper Esports, no one else is around them. They are pretty clear right now. They can take their time to stay as long as possible, at least for this phase.
X-Men this time around, it feels like a little bit of deja vu right now in terms of positioning. They have found a great area to hold there toward the northern side. They have a terrain in their favor, and they're all the way up north, which means that they're not gonna have to worry about anyone rotating toward them. So their terrain completely in their hands. In fact, they can put in a bit of pressure to the teams rotating downside. And I think eArena is currently in the brunt of that pressure. But the amount of teams that are currently already in the middle side here, we have a sort of like Mexican standoff, or rather a stalemate maybe by DCM, by AGG. So no team's fully committed to these fights as well. It's all about just that waiting game, trying to find where the circle pulls before they finally commit to these fights. And it should be happening very, very soon here. But again, it's X-Men. I mean, if they play their games right, their cards right, we could be seeing like a repeat of map 1 where all they had to do was just hunker down and wait for the right time. But it depends. There we go. X-Men should still be fairly good right now.
Another northern circle. Very good for X-Men if you ask me. Like, most of the other teams on the south, again, it's going to be the same formula as what we saw in the previous 2 rounds. It's going to be a lot of fights on the southern side, but eArena, they're making a quick move up onto high ground, and X-Men is on the other side. And if eArena can lock in the high ground just outside of Wolsong, that will be a perfect spot for them to overlook other teams.
Look at Larix. He's already found himself all the way up onto that compound where X-Men are. In fact, he's still putting in a lot of pressure onto them as well. This is so interesting. Just look at these feet. Noren's so close by. This 2-2 formation. That says a lot about what they expect to see in terms of firepower, in terms of how they play here from eArena. Because they're not going as a 4 to take away that space away from X-Men now. At the same time, over the southern side there, I think the other 2 members of eArena has been quite quiet, if you ask me. They're just trying to wait for anyone to rotate over. And Larix, I think this high ground, this glider has given him a lot of value as well, just trying to scout out in terms of positions. And we were just talking about how HAPPIE was the gatekeeper here from that bridge. Now they're in trouble. T5 and AGG has managed to find them.
Yeah, and Sharper Esports, time for them to move. Looks like they're finding their next checkpoint right now. Another team on the southern side is going to be T5. Still clear. Still a lot of space for them to play with. Looks like they waited for all the other teams to move further forward before they come in. So they're playing a a later approach into the game, which is fine. You're able to stay away from the other teams, let them cancel each other, and maybe try to steal away a couple of elimination points from afar later on. But so far, based on their position, there's not that opportunity yet presented to them. But we'll see what happens in phase 3.
AGG, great terrain in their hands to play with, southern side. AGG is an interesting team if you ask me. I mean, when you look at AGG, it's all about like, okay, they're great in terms of firepower, they're great in terms of fights, but they tend to get picked off one by one, which is not the best scenario to be in. And, you know, I thought, okay, when you have already one player knocked down, you want to kind of change your protocols on how you approach these fights to play off each other's survivability as well. But sometimes it feels a little, I'm not sure whether it's panic, break in communication, but it feels like they're just forced into these fights where heroics are forced to happen right now. I would love to see them go a little bit more further as well in terms of how they play, but this time around they're playing in a little bit more better. I think I like their position right now on this top of the terrain. They're playing as a 4, which is huge in my opinion, but at the same time, you know, I don't know. I think that I want to see a little bit more. I mean, yeah, if they're capable of heroics, they can go a little bit more of a 2-2 formation, go a bit more active, take up a little bit more space just to deny teams their space. But at the end of the day, I think they're understanding that they want to play together and play off each other might be the strength, or rather the strategy that they want to adopt. But when I look at eArena, in contrast, right now they have, you know, Sizzy and Jacob hunkered down in a compound. And then Nurens and Larix have been kind of just walking and moving around so many big parts of the circle without fear at all. And I'm surprised that they haven't been punished for this kind of play.
I know, right? Like using the glider earlier on as well, just to scout things out. A couple of shots onto them, onto Larix especially, but like what you said, he's not punished at all. So he's having the free reign roam on top. And look at this, he's still doing exactly that, still scouting the area. Circle continues to go up north. eArena, easy entry from the left side thanks to Larix doing all the scouting work. I mean, might look easy, but actually it's a very dangerous move. But yet, like what you said, he's not punished at all. And that's what he will continue to do.
Because Nurens has held on to that compound for quite some time, all the other 2 eArena players has to rotate into the area. And on top of that, because Larix has scouted the entirety of that western side of the circle, it should be not too hard for eArena to rotate in. In fact, if I'm looking at the feed right now, they're not looking to play inside the compound together with Nurens. They decided, okay, we have a lot of space here before the blue zone kind of reaches us. Let's kind of inhabit that high ground outside the circle. We've seen this happen in map 2, and they're just adopting that same style, same approach onto this map as well. Nurens into the compound, he can play that first contact if he wants to. As the rest of eArena, they have high ground, they can provide that cover fire, which is huge. But if anything right now, it's still a lot of fights happening with this middle side here. Decimate hunkered down, they have a terrain to work with, they have compounds as well. They're putting in a lot of pressure to TE, but it's not just them putting that pressure in, it's HAPPIE squad as well. Despite the fact that HAPPIE squad lost 2 players fairly early, they've done a phenomenal job making sure that they have these points put into their pocket to make sure that in terms of consistency, they're still very much there. But TE, because they're out there in the open with no cover, no space to work with, they're just getting sandwiched by so many different teams. And unfortunately for them, they're losing so many players.
Yeah, drop out like flies. When the matter of fact is that they are chasing eArena, but now with only 1 player for the Expendable, it's going to be pretty difficult for them to chase eArena. And doesn't help that the fact that eArena is playing again another very safe approach in this round. And whatever brings them the points, as long as they are able to survive above those teams below them, objective secured. And even Daytrade Gaming, only 2 players left right now. So eArena, they can continue to stretch their lead.
QiWA, pretty sure they're so aware that T5 is close at the very least. A bit more of a quiet game, but they were the team to overwhelm just now in their initial fight, so this is huge. At the very least here, it's Trick that was able to pull off this insane heroics. Out there in the open, through the smoke sprays, eats a lot of damage from that nade coming in from Rossi, so forced to move away, forced to go for that reset. Fine. For the rest of Theerathon, great. They can finally kind of find their way into that circle. A lot of space made as well, but QiWA, all they're doing is just retreating a little bit, but not gonna give it a whole mile at the very least. They're still shooting back.
Capsule did, trying to land that shot across, but not able to get a good clear shot. At the
What a
same time,
shot!
Himas gets Trick. Okay, interesting. Well, it's from Himas, so I guess there's a certain level of expectation that he's able to pull off something like that. But what kind of circle are we going to pull off now? So we're going to get an okay circle. A lot of teams within this one. And again, our top contender, eArena. They're being chilling on the left.
Take their time to get into the circle. The same thing, I think, how they approach the maps, not too different from any other. Ranger X will be the one to get a lot of damage in, but Hima's taking full control of this entire chaos. It's Himas that rushes up forward. Third parties even. Very, very patient from them and somehow managing to steal away some kills. So QiWA, because they've been sandwiched between T5 as well as AGG, not able to hold on. And AGG, they're saying, okay, we've done our job here. We don't necessarily have to take this fight against T5. We have terrains. T5 has to push up to us to get into that circle.
And now speaking about push, T5 is doing exactly that, but they have to face off against AG Global on the right, who is waiting to do the same thing. While we wait for that to happen, we shift forward to the northern side. Savage Man Esports now have FW in front of them. FW not within the circle at all. Lucky J tapping away, almost getting that knock. He was close.
This time, they've actually conceded a lot of space, if you ask me, opting to play up to the northern side here, which actually forces a fight with FW, and I'm guessing that's why they decided to go up here to the northern side. They want to play together here to be able to just quickly overwhelm FW. 6 sacks, we've seen huge, massive, big plays from him, but at the same time, it's always in a situation where he's not being able to trade off for. Lucky G, this time, he was the big man on map number 1, putting in a lot of damage from the rest of the team. His position is a little bit more out there in the open, so very aware. It's all about that reposition. He does just that, goes in for a bit of cover as well. So his teammate is in the other compound on their side, so if anything were to happen, they can collapse to him if they want to. They can go for crossfires. You up Chen on the outer side as well. So 6 sacks close, FL coming forward. This could become potentially a 3-way fight if they decide to stop. No, it's going to be Flash. FL is in trouble right now. BNEC knocked out. It's going to be Sharper Esports. This is the first seed from PUBG Thailand who's able to just completely overwhelm. Tego is looking great for them. Great opening. One player eating that nade. No knocks quite yet as Lucky G quick to reposition. Putting in a lot of damage, a lot of noise as well. Despite the first initial pickoffs as well as the damage, he still rushes forward. He still throws in the util, and it's all back to that reposition for that reset.
FW Esports, they continue to come in to this area to challenge.
Nice angle.
Savage Man Esports. Gunfire from the top. Jacob gets Savior. Okay, now
check your
they will continue on.
corners.
Lucky J gets one, but Lucky J gets traded back instead. 6 sacks comes in to take them all out and win back this compound for himself.
It's just one massive situation where it's just so unlucky. That guy just wasn't able to check that corner yet, and he takes full control of that, being able to revive his teammate as well. That's a huge dub coming forward. And on top of that as well, they're still very much inside the confines of that circle, so it's massive. But for the X-Men right now, they're looking to take this fight against SW. One player knocked out is Xavier. At the same time, I see a lot of pressure put in by eArena as well. eArena does what they do best here. Just try to put their hands in the cookie jar when it's not their fight to be fighting. But right now, FW inside the compound. Oliver staying fairly safe. Quick spray to the face, but that high ground, little bit of the elevation gives Banana One a little bit of value in terms of that headshot. So Oliver not able to hold on. And all they have to do is just spray the heck out of him just to secure those points. And they do that. Suddenly, every single good thing, every single advantage that X-Men had, gone.
Yeah, now it's only option left for Savage Man Esports. How is he going to get out of this situation? At the same time, look at this. eArena, Jacob looking down onto this compound, looking to take away some cheeky shots just to see if he can get any eliminations out of this. And FW, they move further forward. They try to chase down UpChen, and UpChen tries to get away as far as possible. Well, we move over to Team Flash right now. They're in the fight to get into the circle against TDT.
Quick reposition as well. Now, looking at where they are, they're still outside of the circle. They need to take this fight against TDT. They don't have numbers advantage. They don't have positioning either. Terrains, yeah, they can play off that. But right now, looking at the rest of TDT, they're looking to just completely crunch. But the same could be said about FW. Rush forward! What the heck is happening right now? That's rough. Even managing to knock off his teammate at the same time, that is unlucky. They still survived though. So, but the Expendables this time around, 11th place. Not the usual Expendables play, but in this situation, so many fights happening at the same time. Not the easiest rotations ever to come through as TDT couches up forward here. K-Sama will get down. Huang F, huge, big pickoff. And that is the crunch that I was talking about here. They position themselves in a 2-2 with the other two coming in from the backside. A lot of noise made as well. K-Sama taken away there from FW. Massive. As you see the FW there, they're all the way to the northern side. All they're doing right now is just waiting for fights to happen and stealing away kills as AGG as well decides to join into the fight. But somehow, HEMAS gets knocked down by HAPPIE and they're all the way inside of the circle. As long as happy to oblige and say, okay, thank you for the knockdown. I'm happy to take these kills. I'm happy to take these 3 points that you've given me, HAPPIE squad.
Oh, but now with the points collected, they still need to get into the circle. Zone is behind them, closing in. And here's Long X taking a lot of damage. 12 health left. Needs to take his time to heal up. And he will do exactly just that. While his opponent for FW coming in. Okay, has the high guard advantage with AUG in hand, looking for the right opportunity. But lucky for him, managed to evade the Panzer.
Long X finally knocked down. He's done a lot of damage if you think about it. He's been surviving for so long, stealing away kills, putting in damage to so many teams that's rotating into the circle. It's definitely been an annoyance for teams such as AGG and TDT as well. As FW, they're still high up there on their laurels, happy to hold in the terrain. Not for long though, as the circle will pull in here. It's Sharper Esports that kind of wins it in the end, but eArena close by as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4v4 between these two teams. As Sharper Jedi, wow, he's found himself a banana to shoot at, but somehow Banana 1 still shoots back, still surviving, still very happy.
Yeah, you can see that again. He found himself a banana to shoot at. Yeah, save the fruits, people. Anyway, for T5, they have to save themselves to get into the circle. Their next opponent is potentially going to be eArena on the left side, but a lot more action is expected on the right. A lot more teams there. As FW comes in, they're going to share the same area as Jedi for Sharper Esports.
Experience here as Jedi will pay for his life. You take 1 kill, great, but FW answered back here, looking to how they've been playing right now. They're on the northern side earlier. They just completely collapsed into that northern side of the circle. And knowing the positioning where Sharper Esports were, they took advantage that they're not by a 4. Larix falls, Earth to find 1 but at the very least, but the rest of Sharper, they can hold on. Thunder is knocked down, Larix as well from eArena, and suddenly everyone is not in the best positions to be in here as the circle kind of shrinks up forward. Earth, Zapalui as well as KM99, the last 2 players left from Sharper Esports just now, despite the great stellar start as well as their positionings here as everyone collapses forward. These 4-5 wave fights happening right now. DCM gets knocked, AGG, eArena as well. Everyone is in a very, very precarious situation and precarious fights as well, because these fights in this small area with these terrains are not favoring anyone in the middle.
Well, it's a rare occasion that eArena eliminated without any points at all, but Sharper Esports, 8 points collected so far through eliminations, and they're looking for more. FW race from the other side, tries to take out the remaining members of Sharper Esports. Yeah, Sapalui just right by him with 40% of health. But Patapol from the other side, also putting back pressure onto Decimate Gaming from afar, taking out Flood.
And all of this is happening toward the eastern side of the circle here. Banana 1, I'm surprised that he's able to survive this long. Circle pushing onto the backside of him, and he was facing about 2-3 different players. But he's managed to survive just alone here. A lot of awareness on how exactly he wants to play the game as well. But here's Umpat, our Seoul Malaysian representative, I believe. Managing to find 1 for himself, so that's massive. There finds Tanadol. 2 players left for DCM. Fairly quiet day for them, but still, they still have to worry about Tigger from Daytrading. They still have to worry about the other 2 members from HAPPIE. And HAPPIE, they've been kind of aggressive. They've been huge in terms of just holding on to that terrain inside of the circle, stopping anyone from rotating inside. Yeah, they lose 2 players in that process, but they're still very much a threat here as Tigger in the blue zone decides to slow down a little bit. Perhaps already heard the sounds done by DCM as well, but time is definitely not on his side here.
He does have 2 first aids though. He's gonna pop the first one. But he knows that DCM is waiting for him in front. But the ball shows that, Tigger, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And the point will go to T5 thanks to Patapong and his Mini 14.
Top 4 already. 2 teams with 4 players still very much alive. FW, they've been all just been third party and waiting for the right moment, putting in pressure, and only that. They have not given up that northern side terrain they've been holding on for some time. Cute vehicle they have in their hands as well, as bots probably tried to steal away a few kills from them. Not able to quite yet, given the amount of players from the teams other there. So if anything, they need to push into that circle. They don't have firepower, they don't have terrain, and they definitely do not have man advantage.
Oh, down to the top 4 teams here. FW and T5. Liverpool squad going up against 2 from HAPPIE squad. And Decimate Gaming only 2 as well. Circle does favor T5 at this moment. And T5, they need to manage Decimate Gaming, who wants to hike up to the high ground. But behind them is going to be Arjun Bots from Happy Squad. Here will be a nade, lobbed across, but nobody is home.
DCM, nice push-pull as well. They have Monty rushing up forward. As soon as he takes that damage, he says, okay, let's reconvene, play with my teammates instead. Don't want to be isolated quite yet. Not showing out their hand either. I think Happy is kind of like looking around here. Where exactly did these two players go here right now? As Monty, the only thing he has in advantage right now is that little tiny terrain, the side of that hill. That tiny hill has a bit of a tree line to work with at the same time. So Happy this time, instead of taking these fights, they want to go up north. Now my question is, are they aware that FW is up there? Banana with that first contact could be huge as well, but they have layers upon layers in terms of how they fight here. They have 3 players right behind, and look at those first shots there, taking a lot of damage here. Will be Bots finally knocked down here. It would be the blue zone. And I think he just wants to deny those points, just stay away, go down to that zone.
Yeah, and that's going to be the case because he knows that he can't survive anyway. Attention continues to survive for his team. So far, he's able to jump around, but he failed to land that final blow on his opponent. Anyway, Happy Squad, still a decent round for them. Number 4 eliminated.
Down to top 3 right now as Monty does get found out at the very end there. Still, we have Umpat very much alive right now. But the amount of space T5 is holding is concerning to me. They have a full control of that southern side, and Rossited putting in a lot of pressure to Banana One. I have to say, I'm quite surprised that Banana One is still surviving, still holding on here. He's been playing solo at his own volition here. His teammates are all the way in the backside, no trades, nothing left. If anything, he's been the guy that everyone has their eye on. And I think it's great because if he buys a lot of time for his teammates, they could go in for that collapse. As Ranger X, he knows exactly where Umpat is. Quick reposition as well. T5 not looking to get isolated. The only thing that he has in his arsenal right now is perhaps his terrain, but as the double swing comes out here, too many eyes to look at him. He plays down, plows down, in fact, as Ranger X, quick to find him in the end. So DCM, a great ending, or a better ending compared to the last 2 maps here, but the sprays from Ranger X, not that quite yet then. It's Fluky, finds Banana One, and the rest of FW looking to collapse onto the other members of T5. So close, side by side right now. Fluky huge, Tonke falls, as Fluky still does shoot back here. Both teams taking heavy damage. It's all about the member who's ever able to survive at the end is going to be T5 that gets the 3rd chicken dinner.
And towards the end, T5 with again another round that they had the terrain advantage, and they also had the numbers against FW. FW, they had to cross the road. The moment they did that, yes, they crossed. But the moment they arrived, T5 was right on top of them to finish them off to score their chicken dinner. While we check out the highlights from the previous round, and a lot more early fights this time. One of them involving Cerberus Esports, but unfortunately for them, before we were able even to see the first circle, they got eliminated.
Yeah, I think it's great as well. We look at these early fights at the very least. I think, if anything, they're understanding that this is going to be the only Tego of the day. So they can take full control of the situation, go a little bit more aggressive. It wasn't really hop drops if we're looking at it. I mean, Sharper Esports as well as Cerberus did kind of in fact have the same drop spots. If anything, it's just about trying to find out who will win that first initial fight first. WDG rotated over to Palace, so if anything, Happy was the one to fully take them out in the end as well. Now coming into the rest of this game, I think for today it's all about that kind of like adapting to these rotations, and it's all that northern side. Most of these early fights, or not early fights, but rather these rotating fights happen because there is that body of water in the middle of the map as well, which means that everyone had to cross with the bridge in order to, I think, safely get across. Happy Squad took a lot of damage trying to play that bridge troll, trying to be able to stop people from rotating into the circle. But if anything, it gave them a lot of pickoffs as well. So for Happy Squad, it's massive how they're able to do that.
Yeah, and for a lot of teams on the right side, this was one of those moments. It was quite interesting, but yeah, at least no one was a sacrifice on their own teammate side, and they still able to win that compound away. Right, and if we were to look at this current phase of the circle, where it's already space 6, at this moment, the teams are well spread out. For eArena, because of that spread, they got sandwiched between 2 teams and they couldn't survive this. And even though as long as they survived this round, they stayed out of trouble, but towards phase number 6, when there were like 2 teams, one in front, one behind, they couldn't handle it, and they still went out at number 9. So as much as they did earlier on, no points collected by eArena this round.
Yeah, DCM, I think this is a much better ending for them, but no heroics this time in this 1v3, but it doesn't really matter though when you look at it. But anyways, I was looking at a match statistic a little bit just now. You know, despite the fact that HAPPIE squad was a little bit early in terms of the elimination, they were like the highest amount of damage that they were a team that did the highest amount of damage this particular game as well. And I think it's so interesting when you think about it. And I have to say it must be because they were playing that bridge troll. Anyone crossing over, they spray, they get the pickoffs. That's huge. But enough about that because it's T5's moment right now. They were the team to get those chicken dinners. Getting that 11 total kills is huge. Now in terms of total damage, I wouldn't say it's like the highest in terms of damage we've seen so far. But if anything, they are prioritizing again that positioning. And their fights are happening because of teams trying to rotate into the circle, rotate into that area, and they're very patient on how exactly they want to approach these fights as well. I'm seeing nice little crossfires come through. I'm seeing immediate trade-offs as well. So T5, I think in terms of team chemistry, it looks great right now. Patampong, I have to say in terms of his damage, in terms of how he plays with his team, 35%, yeah, it's huge, but at the same time, this is a team that tends to play together. It's such a stark contrast to when you look at teams such as Sharper Esports and eArena who prefer like maybe a 2-2 formation or a 1-1-2 formation. This team decides to play together as a squad.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? It is at least it is at the end of the day a team game, and they work well towards the end. It's apparent by the fact that they remain all for their players at the very final moment, and that's got them the chicken dinner with 21 points collected by T5. Followed by FW, 17 points with a lot of eliminations as well. That's going to be 11 kills for FW, pretty well doing this round. And HAPPIE Squad coming in with 11 points, double-digit club. HAPPIE Squad, another struggling team at the bottom, able to bring in this amount of points. Now it's a matter of how consistent can they be throughout the rest of this tournament.
Loving the fact that for QiWA this time around, they do have that one, one moment where they're able to overwhelm one singular team, gives them 4 points. It's a lot more different. It's not enough to really boost them out forward, but it's still progress in my opinion to see this team just, being able to win these 4v4s. Perhaps a little bit slower in terms of how they want to play, but again, this is a team that came in as the invited team from Masters. Now coming up forward here, yes, eArena did manage to make that triple digit, but it was only 1 point they were able to get here, giving themselves 100 points here. As T5, because of their stellar performance, manages to push themselves up to second place. I mean, eArena, one thing, even though they have moments where they're not able to really go up forward or go out a little bit early with only 1 point, I think they have a big cushion that they've given themselves, that room for error as well, in case they're able, that they are knocked out a little bit early. So I think they're very, very much definitely in the green right now in terms of how they play. But I love the fact that in that particular game, we're seeing a lot of teams that struggled on Miramar, not necessarily awake quite yet, show us what they have in their pockets in terms of potential as well. I'm talking about DCM. For me personally, this is my day one on this desk. I was a little bit concerned. It was a little bit more of a quiet day for them, quiet game for them. But they did show that they're definitely not out yet, despite the slower Miramar.
Yeah, but we still have a lot more games to go, right? So they can still make big comebacks, who knows? Because they did show a good potential in day number 1. Maybe a slower start on day number 2, but hey, we still have the second half of the day to go. Before we head on to the second half, we'll be taking a break, ladies and gentlemen, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this one.
8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For intense battle royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講個錯過嘅機遇，成嚿叉燒擺到埋口，跳到兩口，打一打就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，個身份對手，就份複雜，個身份住好過要出咗你就不斷地輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到你就 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過，咪走咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟，惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為力，睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息，偷雞唔成蝕8米被發現痕跡，成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益，看風使盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我等你努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。咁知但係有人好運，有人無計。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到你就 chicken 啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。
Welcome back, everyone. This is the PGS APAC Qualifiers 2025 phase number 1. I'm Tash, but alongside Sir Clout, your casters for today. We've seen Tego, we've seen Miramars, and after this, we have 3 more maps to go. And I'm super excited because today, while it is day number 2, everyone seems to have stepped up their game comparing day 1, and today it's been a whole different ballpark.
Oh yeah. We start to see like teams on the middle pack and at the second half of the overall starting to rise up. And even like a HAPPIE squad got a decent round early on. We even saw Xavage Esports got a good round in one of the Miramar matches. And there's so much that happened earlier on as well. But the one thing that is still consistent is that eArena is still holding the throne for now.
Yeah, they did have some bad games. I think one bad game, if anything, that they only managed to go out with 1 point. But regardless, they have made such a cushy lead for themselves that they're able to, just really get away with these mistakes if they want to. If anything, they are a type of team that, they would kind of like go up forward. Maybe they would kind of like go aggressive, take up space. They have an idea on how they want to play the maps. They'll lose 1 map, fine. But then after that, they'll just pick themselves up and it's business as usual as well. But at the same time as well, there's a lot of concern, especially for one of the teams I invited. I'm talking about QiWA Esports. A bit more, I wouldn't say quiet day. I mean, last map was a little bit better for them, being able to overcome a team relatively early, but it's still not enough to really bring them up onto that ladder. So I would love to see a big change for them, especially since they were only, I believe they only got about 4 points at last map as well, which is not enough to really throttle them forward. Regardless, as we go into today, again, this is a very different situation, especially for the team, since they did not come come through in from play-ins. QiWA actually came through the Masters, PUBG Masters Series, I believe. One of the two teams, them as well as Decimate Gaming. So it is a very different, I would say, change in terms of region, how they play, especially since it is the APAC region as we go into today as well. But anyways, after this, Rondo, I believe. What's your thoughts, Sir Cloud? You've seen day number 1. Any input?
Well, again, because Rondo is only played like once, right, in the finals, especially with this sort of lobby. So it's still hard for us to tell what sort of pattern are we going to see. But if we were to base off like the one map that is also played, which is a Tego, again, we see the top teams still scoring the chicken dinners, still doing very well. So I would expect pretty much the same for Rondo as well. And if we were to recap on who did well in Rondo previously, or even like the day number 1, it was eArena and the Expendables. Again, the top team. So they really know how to navigate around this map, even though it's only played once.
Yeah, okay, let's talk a little bit more about some teams here. I think what's really exciting when you talk about, you know, Rondo, it's a bigger map, less water on the area, lots of big areas and terrains as well. At the same time, you have interesting sort of buildings. You have areas such as Stadium. We have Jadina City, which has like these high-rise buildings as well. And regardless of where you go here, because the map is so huge, you're gonna be dropping off in a whole different area at the same time. So my question is how exactly these teams are going to be navigating through these situations, through these areas, through these rotations as well. Because at the end of the day, less water means more landmass. More landmass means bigger and longer rotations as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. And what helps with a bit of a spread or a balance within the map is that there will be 2 flight paths. So there's a possibility that, okay, teams might be a little bit more spread out, but normally we will also see like the flight paths intersect each other, and that's where the potential early fights might happen. Just like in Tego, we did see 2 early fights, but of course that's a significantly smaller map. In a bigger map, it can still potentially happen, but after playing like at least 1 game within this lobby, teams would know how to spread out themselves.
Yeah. Anyways, coming into, I mean, let's talk a little bit about stats here where you look at about teams, right? We have teams that do thrive when it comes to, you know, how they manage to rank in. I think for Daytrade, it's always been like an average rank between a 5 to 7 would be like what they're going to be ending the game with. FW 6 to 7. And I think it's interesting when they're able to just kind of like aim for the middle of the pack situation, because that means you have passed by that initial rough start, the main rotations, the quiet situations where you're just waiting for the circle to move. You're able to survive that long. I think to me it's already a big dub because you do go out with some points. You should already have a lot of eliminations as well in the midst of the rotations. So I'm not really surprised when it comes to this. At the same time, you know, I think in terms also it shows a consistency for some teams. That's why I'm always looking out for those ranks as well to see where exactly they rank compared to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and consistency so far has been with a lot of the big teams. But T5, let's also not forget about them. They scored the chicken dinner before this. They were a team that was mentioned sparingly. Yes, they scored the chicken dinner, but because a lot of attention was taken by the top team, so that's why their attention towards T5 was like quite sparing across this tournament. But nevertheless, they're still able to come up with the chicken dinner, and they're showing that they're one of the teams that to be not forgotten of, and they want to break into at least the top 3 after this. Now, after this, of course, it's going to be Rondo. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's fly in.
Big map, lots of landmass to play with. Again, you know, I think I'm looking forward to rotations on this particular map. A lot of space to work with. Again, there's so many different types of landmass areas to go through as well when you think about this particular map. Again, I think you mentioned that double flight paths should also be very, very interesting to talk about as well eventually if it does happen. Now coming into this one, HAPPIE Town all the way to Phong-Tun. Big space. I think everyone should be able to drop by where they want to as well if you think about it. I am keeping an eye out for eArena. They do have 2 potential drop spots, and I think they are going to the southern one, so that is something. So that I'm not going to be seeing them drop all the way at Rai'an at least. Actually, Nanchuan, excuse me. But for the rest as well, HAPPIE Town is where DCM will be dropping. I was expecting them to go to Lanpo.
Well, I guess the changes happen, depends on the flight path as well. And so far, based on the initial drops and also the flight path, we're not going to see a direct engagement with any of these teams. I'm just keeping an eye on the teams that drop later. QiWA, like Esports. So far, they're on the clear as well. So I guess we're not going to see that very, very early one. But we're probably going to see a tussle for a vehicle here on our screen. But the player of Team Flash looks like he decided to not engage in. And he's going to let that vehicle go to the hands of Haisaki.
Joutin circle. Okay, cool. Coming into here. I'm curious. QiWA dropping down toward Fountain. Okay, I think this could be great for them. They could rotate quickly into the circle, potentially hold down an area quickly. This could be very well for them as well, because the Northerners have Fountain. You do have some high grounds that QiWA could potentially, really take over if they want to, since they are quite close by to it. And I think if they held on to that, it could be huge, because if anyone were to rotate in from the southern side, they could take full advantage of that. Perhaps grab some elimination points, just really kind of bolster their numbers, to just kind of push them up the ladder a little bit more. What do you think?
Yeah, I guess for them right now is to think about how they're going to survive first, right? Instead of like focusing on to getting eliminations or getting engagements in very early on. So with this kind of circle and their initial drop spot is going to be a good advantage for them. And then they can figure out like, okay, when we're in like phase 3 or maybe even 4, then we think about how to gain those elimination points. And by that time, they can even think about getting it by a long range, just staying away from straight up or face-in engagements by other teams. But speaking about engagement, we're probably going to see one here with Haisaki all alone up against Certi and the Mr. Starman, Himas from AG Global, not the team that he wants to meet early on.
I mean, initially when we looked at the flight path as well, I mean, Haisaki did kind of break away from his teammates, and I think they were hoping to go for a 3-1. I don't think that they really want to take these early fights as well, but for CS, thankfully, I think his teammates are already rotating over, so Himas and his teammate, they still don't have the man advantage. It's still a 2-2 formation for AGG, with 2 of them there on one end, and Destroy and I believe Taekwon over at Joutin. Big opening pickoffs there onto Cert, getting one knockdown here, Haisaki, but he wants to take a high fight, but he will punish. That angle Haisaki played, his positioning was huge. So as soon as he got that pickoff onto Cert, it's an immediate back off onto the stairs to give himself a little bit of elevation to work with, an off angle, if you may, to punish Himas, who tried to push into the compound to kind of force him into the CQC fight. So 2 players from AGG knocked out this early. Not the best kind of situation. On top of that is Himas, I would say the heavy hitter, the impact maker for the team.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. He survived with only 1 health. How much luckier can you get from there? And he took out the player that gave PTSD to Xavage Esports, Himas. So great work by him. Solo gameplay by Haisaki to secure those 2 very early points for Cerberus Esports, because they definitely want to climb up the charts right now. They're on the second half of our overall charts. And WDG, they're taking a quick approach with the emergency pickup here. Probably going to drop straight into the middle of the circle as quickly as possible.
Interesting enough as well, I think for Haisaki, I think what he was initially trying to do just now was just buy time for his teammates to rotate. Again, his 2 teammates were already coming toward them, were ready to just collapse as much as want to. But in this situation, I have to say that for Haisaki, it's all about just finding that right timing. And also, I think he was very, very confident that his teammates will be able to do it. So, if anything, not saying that he didn't need it, but I think it's the confidence knowing that even if he did fall, his teammates will be able to pick up the pieces. So, that definitely really did help in terms of his mindset. If anything as well, these 2 teams, again, emergency pickup. This was all from, I believe, was from Meiran as well as Lo Hua Ching. So, it's a quick errand. I don't think they wanted to go through the initial fights, especially if they go through test track, especially if they come to the middle side of the circle. So this is huge. Quick rotations means quick situations that you're able to find compounds, real prime estates as well, any high grounds that you want to. QiWA this time, I was looking at them initially. I was expecting them to go to the high ground, but no, I think instead they want to make their way into Joutin, and I think they want to hold onto a compound instead, which is not, I wouldn't say it's a bad decision either, since that most players had already emptied out Joutin.
Oh, but this area is definitely still not empty yet. Look at this. Still, right in front of him is going to be Cerberus Esports. He sees the rotation. Lambao traveling across, but because he's alone, though he has a Mini 14 or the more suitable weapons to take those long-range shots, but he doesn't want to expose his position just to be punished by Cerberus Esports. I would suppose that he will let this one go. Even for Solo Z, who hasn't had a good day, he will allow him to pass by.
Nice high ground that he's holding as well. I'm really expecting these long-range snipes as well, especially from that player. I believe that's TE up there, if anything. But looking at the map initially right now, we still have a lot of teams that have to go for these long rotations. eArena is still very much outside the circle, but honestly, this is something that they do all the time. Late rotations, playing by the side of the circle is something that I'm not surprised seeing from eArena. But HAPPIE squad, they're positioned all the way still very far out there in Jadina City here. And I think there's going to be one of the longest rotations they're going to have to be doing. But the way that they're rotating right now, I believe they're going to the southern side of Jadina City and then moving toward the circle, which means that right now I'm looking at a circle. Southern side is very, very empty. So I think that's probably the reason why they decided to go to the southern side.
Yeah. So I guess they kind of read it like, okay, maybe with this kind of circle, according to the analytics, like a lot of teams would take a different routes and the southern side will be kind of empty. So with the timing of coming in, they're able to avoid teams. And it does help that the fact that this is a huge map with a lot of landmass. So you have those options to kind of play. And by having those options, yeah, even though if like you travel in and maybe it doesn't go your way based on how you have researched, like you can always turn back in phase one. There's just so much space to play with. And that's why we do see a few early pickoffs. Interesting one by Haisaki, by the way, in case you guys missed that out. But no further fights for now. So I would expect more fights to happen within this map, like maybe phase 3 or maybe even phase 4 onwards.
DCM as well from the northern side coming into the circle. I think this is great. I mean, northern side is fairly empty. They do have to cross a small body of water if they want to get into the circle. Now, my concern is X-Men. They are on the northern side as well. And if they do catch wind of DCM, kind of like, I would say, maybe they decide to swim. Who knows, right? Maybe not. They do have a bridge there. They could spell trouble as well, but I don't think that is going to be any trouble for them to get into the circle since no team is close enough to become that bridge troll.
Yeah, and even if they see that, they can like take another route. So that's absolutely fine because we're still in phase number 1. But Yomik, okay, he's passing by AGG. Destroy was there, but no shots onto him. So he's still fine for now. But at least passing by, maybe he saw like, oh, there's a vehicle there. Oh, there's someone there. Okay, let's scout another location. And he's actually doing the scouting work for his team. So the team is on the high ground looking over at him and to back him up in case he needs any support. But for now, he doesn't need it and can continue to gather information.
There we go. That's the crossbuy that I was talking about just for DCM. Xavier definitely saw it. The rest of his teammates also did as well. But my question is whether or not they want to take this fight. This is still very, very early in the phase. It's rare that we see early fights this early. Maybe when a team decides to just really catch that compound away, maybe some sprays as they initially go into the circle, but never really a full 4-on-4 here. DCM's decided to stop. They've decided, okay, let's play the side of this terrain here. It's huge. I'm pretty sure they already heard the sounds there. As Umpat will be the first victim falling to Upchen. And he's not done quite yet. You know what? Upchen just walks up, shoots people in the face. Why not, right? Flood knocked down already. And Monty will make sure he's not able to run away at the very least. So they do get one to his name. But the rest of the team not looking to fully collapse into this fight. Nope, you know what? In fact, I think X-Men are looking to collapse into this fight. They've already started to come forward. They have vehicles in hand as well. Xavier rushing up closer. And the rest of DCM, they managed to pick up their teammates. Not too sure if it's enough for a reset. Yes, it is. It's just barely enough here as they go for these one-on-ones. Isolated. Umpat not able to hold down the line. Xavier all alone in one corner. Lucky G with the shotgun in hand. Great finding him, knocking him down all alone here. And the rest of DCM are just trying to frantically try to pick up the pieces. Not sure where to go. Dwindled down in terms of numbers. The position's already noted here at the very least there. He's in trouble right now as Monty plays to this corner. Caught with utility in hand. It is easy spray for Lucky G as well as Monty should be the next one out. Leaving Insight all alone. What are you gonna do here, buddy? You don't have any teammates to play off you. You can isolate fights, but in this situation, Insight is just gonna say, I'm out of here.
I mean, Monty was surrounded, so it was kind of difficult for him to get out of that situation. Now, leaving only Inside alone, very, very early on, Now the fact that he is the last surviving player, the only thing that he can do right now is try to hold on for placement points. We move over to the Expendables. They lost duck kills to the hands of Flash from Daytrade Gaming. Daytrade Gaming, they want to overtake the Expendables, so they'll be happy to get that elimination in the pocket.
Okay. Inside there, all alone to the northern side of the circle. So I think just now DCM got into that circle, had to take the fight against X-Men. The circle shifted, and now suddenly whatever pathing that DCM had, gone with the wind. So, like it or not, Insight's gonna have to play a little bit more safe. I think that what he's trying to do is just hunker down into maybe a compound outside the circle, just slowly move his way as the blue zone shifts. So, not necessarily a bad situation. In fact, it could be good for him because every team might be a little bit more busy in front of him as he just quietly sneaks his way into the area. I mean, you lose 3 members this early, it's already gonna be a tough fight for you. As for HAPPIE squad right now, they had a late rotation into the circle, finds himself face to face with EA. In fact, it's always going to be 10 trip. I mean, like, I don't know what it is about him, but his first contact plays have been really nasty. Dwindles down on the HP of Jacob enough for him to get knocked down, and even then, other teams are shooting at him. I think it's Sharper Esports that's trying to steal a kill away here, but Evil Patrick trying to make sure that the members of EA will dwindle down in terms of numbers. I think they've managed to put in a bit of damage onto Nurin's. His head pops out here. He barely gets him.
Yeah, and Jacob is still bleeding out, but I believe that he's being picked up right now, so he should be back up soon.
Yeah, it's pushing toward him.
Okay, anyway, for eArena, now they're still coming in, but they not only have them, right? There's also other teams around, last we saw. The Sharper Esports Thunders, alone on the outside, HAPPIE squad close by, but HAPPIE squad, they are also pretty busy now with eArena.
3-way fight this early, my god. And for HAPPIE squad, this is a huge, massive statement play, I believe. Not only is it a late rotation, but somehow managing to take this fight immediately as they rotate into the circle. Sharper Esports, perhaps, they have shown their hand a little bit too early, trying to take those early fights as well, try to third party that. And in fact, it allowed HAPPIE to just kind of go behind them and just backstab the heck out of them here. As right now, just now they did try to kind of push toward the members of eArena, but they didn't really quite commit to that quite yet. Understandably so, knowing that Sharper Esports is close. If anything, I think that 2 players or the 2 teams just hunker down and invite Yulin, and the rest of Sharper will say, okay, let's go and rotate here forward. I think Sharper Esports had the right idea that the circle should move toward the right side a little bit more. So if anything, it's all about moving into the area. There is FL that's going to be watching in front of them. T5 as well is pretty close by. And T5 and FW, I believe, are in a stalemate as the very least, as Insight somehow managing to quickly rotate into the circle. I think he's going to try to find a small compound to hold on to. What a shot! My god!
Oh man, give this guy some room, man. Give this guy some room. He just arrived and just let him chill. But no, they're not going to allow him that. One headshot takes him out. Decimate Gaming decimated. That was so rough.
Didn't have any time to breathe, couldn't even reposition as soon as he got into that compound. The worst part was, it was through an off angle to the entrance of that compound as well. So unlucky to be inside today. If anything right now, T5 gonna take this fight against X-Men here. Spots out Lucky G. Quick jiggle up forward here, but no full committals quite yet. Both teams shooting, but no players getting damage. Spoke too soon, Patampong should be able to take that. As Upchen, the man of the hour who just walks up and shoots people in the face, has a high ground to his name as well. Could rush up forward. I think he's been marking Fluky. Pretty sure at the very least. Yes, he does. Looking downwards, spots out the smoke as well. Knows exactly the trajectory of where that throwable came from as well. But no commits quite yet. Barely avoids that need. As Upchen, Lucky G making the noise. But Upchen will be the one to come up forward. Nate does hit him just a little tiny bit at the same time. But for the rest of the teams, we're talking about T5 and X-Men, they haven't moved at all. It's only these 2 players that are just rushing around forward. But it's not enough to really incite a full 4-on-4 fight.
Fluky is trying to get lucky himself from the bottom of that hill. Trying to land his nades on top, but not able to get anything yet. But he has to make it quick. Right now, zone coming in, and Savage Man Esports is going to feel the wrath of the blue first. Most of them on their vehicles right now. Looks like they're going to leave this area. T5 will be moving real soon. Fluky, he got away.
He really did. The blue zone not allowing those long fights to happen, so X-Men, okay, they're gonna go toward the southern side as well. but this fight against HAPPIE as well as SP, it's been quite some time now. I think a bit almost like 2 to 3 minutes as well. I thought that it would have already been done by now, but only now Sharper Esports did show a bit of movement, and in fact walked straight into Huang F's arms. So for TDT, this is huge, massive, and 1.2 their bag. And for HAPPIE squad, I think it is for them. Not only was it a late rotation for them, taking this fight and completely overwhelming the team is also another thing that I think is a big dub for them as well.
Oh, now the fight's happening on the outside. We got Trick here on screen. It's in a very tricky situation. Xavage Man Esports in a tricky situation as well. Now teams are starting to stop them from coming in. One of them is going to be QiWA. It doesn't help that the fact that Circle is on the right side. Daytrade Gaming in the middle of it. But the bigger question right now is that how is Xavage Man Esports going to cut across? QiWA is not letting them go.
Out in the open there, QiWA, that high ground not giving him any favors at all. Delwyn will be the one to put in the damage as well as he goes down. But if anything right now, Olympus down and out as well for Forest Natural Gaming. And Delwyn, a quick reposition. I think he's already noted where the other two members of QiWA is already, but eArena as well getting knocked out this early is kind of surprising. It's HAPPIE squad that's just completely going aggressive with their late rotations, taking fights left, right, and center. And I have to say, this is a good look for them. This aggression suits them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? Their play style and the fact that they can continue to collect points to at least be in the top 3. So far, so good. But let's see how will they be able to gain more points in this round. The Expendables in a similar situation. The fact that T5 right now is really close with them in the overall charts. They have to retain their top 3 at least. Force Natural Gaming, Scappy comes in to collect a point out of Xavier.
Now it's just trying to rotate into that circle in terms of how many teams are there. It's insane. There's HAPPIE squad over at the bottom in a 2-1 formation. Yeah, is going to be moving in his own volition as the other two will go in a little bit more aggressive. But right now, Chibirit will be the one to fall from QiWA. As Kiss, I'm not sure what it is about this guy. He's so huge when it comes to these first contact plays. So huge on those knocks as well. He's the type of player that doesn't really need a lot of backups if you think about it. But anyways, we have a code for G-Coin as well if you guys need it. But coming back to this fight here, Yomik will also fall here as HAPPIE squad. This team is just quick, go. We'll find one knockdown here. It's going to be Aya caught out there in the open. So Daytrade, a bit more of a quiet day for them. Happy to see them back on the feed.
Yeah, HAPPIE squad, 2 players within the circle. So far, so good for them. They just need to prepare for space number 5. Force Natural Gaming making their way in. And Scappy knocked down on the way in. Taken out by WDG. And now it's going to be Barrett, the final player for Forest Natural Gaming. He needs to find a spot to be within the circle. He's going to commit all the way. The answer is no. He's going to play by the edge this time.
A lot of fights happening as well toward that area. And I'm not surprised at all as the circle is shifting. My God. Xavage does eventually get taken down as well at the very least. I'm trying to keep there's just so many fights happening here toward the southern side, toward the western side as well. If anything, I'm looking at Flash, at FL, you have CES over on the southern side at the very least. Wow. Flash will also be eliminated as well, as HAPPIE will be the team to gatekeep here right now. They are playing so well with this terrain. When I said go earlier, it's about go, get into the circle, take these fights. Anyone in your peripheral vision that's in your terrain, in your compound, in your area, you take this fight. Yeah, it's aggressive. Yeah, they got 8 eliminations, but it does leave them with only 2 players in the team left.
Also to note that because eArena have been eliminated, so this opens up the opportunity for teams like T5, for the Expendables, or maybe even Daytrade Gaming to overtake them at that number 1 spot. So they'll be monitoring the situation right now. Cerberus Esports monitoring on how they're going to cut across the road. Right in front of them is going to be HAPPIE squad waiting. They just need the information, or maybe they can rotate to somewhere else since there's still a decent amount of space.
Dinks shots there, FW. That open area in front of them is honestly annoying for them to deal with. They have to worry about T5 shooting them in the face. There's Daytrade as well as able to snipe all the way from the other end. loving where TE has positioned themselves. I think I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but right now they've held on to that high ground terrain for quite some time. I believe it was Delwyn that's able to pick off 2 members of QiWA earlier in the game as well, as they try to rotate into the circle itself. And now they're actually, because of that high ground, yeah, it's outside the circle, they're still managing to kind of gatekeep AGG from moving inside the area as well. Anyways, Happie squad still happy. 9 elims, finds 1 member of Cerberus already. 10 trip. Just gonna quickly get that heal up. No worries at all. Trying to go for these isolated fights. 10 trip in the backside. Patrick is going to be the opening. Huge if you think about it. Losing 2 members already, breaching 10, and Cerberus completely going to go down.
Yeah, they went out. And now 10 for Happie Squad. They're slowly climbing back up. But here is WDG coming in. Oh man, punishing 10 trip. I believe he was about to loot, but it wasn't in the clear and he got punished for it. Now they need to deal with Tidui just in front of them. Tidui still does not have the circle. Similar situation with Cerberus Esports. He needs to cross across the road. But lucky for him, there's a vehicle here. Okay, let's see where is he going to go. Looks like he might rotate from the outer side of the blue to come in.
Long rotation toward north as well. As soon as he's rotating, you can see a lot of people just kind of push in, putting a lot of pressure. I think his Evil Patrick is shooting toward him, I'm being honest right now. But FW, this is a more quiet game for them in my opinion. Any fights that's happened is not really full fights. It's just been pressure just to kind of show where they are. Maybe get a few pickoffs of their own. They did manage to find one. It's Rositit that's got knocked out already. Fluky is so low. I think 1 spray is enough. But Raze, I don't think he's too keen on showing his position quite yet since he's out there in the open. And for FW, they have a 2-1-1 formation, I believe, right now. Banana 1 and Raze fighting for themselves. They can't do much. Circle pulls in right now. Daytrading should have that advantage at the very least. And the whole area outside, there are, I think, 1-2 compounds still free, but any outer area is low ground and it's out there in the open. Rotations into the circle is not going to be easiest if you're not already there.
Yeah, it's not easy as well for Happie Squad. Circle kind of far for them. T2E as well, he managed to slide into phase number 6, but again, because of the circle more towards the northern side, it's still quite a travel for him to get into the next phase of the circle. As for FW, not too far, but they need to win the fight against T5 soon, and Banana 1 spots 1 out. Fluky will go down.
Just lobbed 1 nade forward, and it just happens to hit 1 player, and as soon as the other teammates kind of push forward, all he has to do is just spray. Yeah, he's running out of options. If you think about his cover, the only thing that he's here right now is just that shield. He eats that damage from the nade, dwindled down to 5 HP, but T5 unrelentless. As soon as 1 knocks forward, another nade comes through here, so he should be getting knocked down as well. And T5, you have Raw seated to just make sure that no one rushes up forward. They should be able to get this reset relatively safe, but Raze, he has other things in mind right now, trying to go for those long-range picks. Can't really do so. Not enough information about the positioning of the other players. As his position compromised, it's going to be WDG that puts in the damage onto him. But Happie Squad eliminated already. Evil Patrick does get picked off, but they were the highest amount of eliminations this lobby so far.
Oh yeah, 10. Nicely done by Happie Squad. Though they are out at number 7, but it's still a pretty decent round for them. Now down to the remaining 6 teams. The Expendables outside the circle. In front of it is going to be Daytrade Gaming. They've been facing off against each other for quite a while right now. And Daytrade Gaming, they're now managing another team coming into the circle. And so far, so good for them. No team willing to crash in onto Daytrade Gaming yet.
Daytrade looking good right now. Full control of this entire area. Nice crosses set up as well. Fortunate for them, that damage that's put in does take him, almost take him out here. For TE, that rotation into the circle, they still managed to do it barely. Now sandwich between them, Daytrade, as well as FW as well. So that's why you don't really see that eagerness in terms of push over to take a little bit more space. Like it or not, the only way they can survive this is to either kind of challenge Daytrade there to take their area, or they have to go toward FW, take this fight. Because if anything, there's not cover, not high grounds, not terrains for them to work with. But somehow, TE, what the heck is happening? 1 nade is all they need to almost completely obliterate FW there.
Wow, I know, right? I wish we could be able to see that in the highlights later on. And now for TE, because of that, they're able to collect 4 kills. So far, so good for TE. But their next challenge is to try to survive this phase of the circle. Daytrade Gaming will not make it easy for them. Long range spray by Tigger. Tigger still tapping away with the mini 40, but he has to back off right now. It's a clear line of sight for TE onto him. He needs time to reload.
half of the entirety of the circle fully in Daytrade's hands. So aware of where TDT are, so aware of where T5 are. Rotations into the circle, I think it's because of where Daytrade is. It's put everyone in such a difficult position outside the circle. Zone is pushing toward them. Yeah, there's a lot more time for T5, for FW as well, but it's still not the easiest. Theerathon, all he has to do is just snipe away and catch anyone in the midst of the rotation. Patampong, so to try and take advantage of that, and TE is now crippled. Glories is close as well. Hunkered down behind that vehicle. It will suit his float eventually right now. Delwy needs to be picked up as well. So at the very least, I'm looking at the other teams. No one is shooting back toward TE quite yet. Okay, TE managing to pick up his teammates already, but again, not enough space to work with.
The Expendables, somehow they're still able to survive this one, but the next phase is going to be really challenging for them. Not only they have to cross the road, but they don't have the circle. And now without vehicles, man, it's going to be super duper hard. But we shift forward to Daytrade Gaming right now as Flash will be knocked down. TDT coming in.
Flash knocked down already, TDT. This is a desperation play, but they take full advantage of it elegantly. In fact, I have to say, the trades come to the nades as well, but somehow their flood into this compound is to perfection. It's quick, it's close, and if anything, it did not allow the players of Daytrade to even react to them. They were holding and hunkering down onto so many different compounds. It's about identifying where the majority of the players are and completely overtaking them, and suddenly whatever hole Daytrade has into the circle is gone. Everyone managing to brush or just flush into the area.
And here comes Daytrade Gaming. Only Theerathon and Tigger left. Trying to retreat back because they know that they do not have the numbers. They have to reset. But T5 comes in, tapping it away onto the Expendables, securing another elimination point. Taken out Delwy, and Tanbu will be taken out by Tigger. Looks like the Expendables, one last player left, and Tigger will land the final blow on the Glorious, eliminating them at number 4.
Started off so good for TE, all about that high ground hold. Suddenly that late rotation became such a problem for them. Anyways, for Tigger, great, huge play just now, but that nade guts him in the end. Jun just slides forward, shoots Tigger in the face, somehow surviving with just 10 HP left. Still have to worry about Theerathon as well. He's still very much close, but Hwang F is around as well just to provide a bit of cover fire. Theerathon, very nasty angle to play with, but Jun does find Tigger in the end here. Now, the rest of TDT already back online, already done for their resets. But T5 as well as Daytrade is not making it easy for them. They're sandwiched, no place to really move. Fluky knocked out already. TDT, they shoot back here and somehow they're winning despite the fact that they're the ones that's being sandwiched right now.
Yeah, they have the momentum right now. They're on a killing spree. 11 kills right now for TDT. Looking to wrap things up with the chicken dinner. Again, this could be the potential rise of teams from the second half of our overall charts. T5 is still in this. Same goes with one of our top contenders, Daytrade Gaming, with one player left. Daytrade Gaming, Theerathon, he sees where T5 is at, waiting for the right moment to pull that shot with a minute 14. But T5, they're not really showing themselves to Theerathon. Theerathon will need to play the patience game.
Nice angle to work with as well. Could potentially go for an isolated fight, but T5, I don't think they want to give that. They have a nice layer in terms of how they want to shoot together as well. But still, there are 2 members as well for Daytrading, I believe. No, it's only him just left. So TDT just gonna slowly make their way into the circle. In fact, whatever compound that's held by Daytrading now is fully in their control. So they can just hunker down, they can play it patient, and just kind of force Theerathon out in the open. Maybe let T5 deal with him before finally going in for that final fight.
And now everyone's waiting for that final fight moment, like what you said. But before that, Rosidit takes a shot onto Theerathon. Theerathon still able to evade it. He's the only one in the middle of the circle, so he will not need to worry about the blue, considering that we are going on to space number 9. There will not be any more circle. All the other 2 teams will need to be forced to move forward, while Theerathon can still chill in the middle and wait for them to come towards him.
A lot of space that he has to work with as well. He has a nice little ditch to play with. He can play off that terrain if he wants to as well. But I don't think any team really fully wants to commit to fight. It's all about the positioning, I think, for TDT right now, especially since the play area is about to be restricted. They can cross over, take advantage of another compound if they want to. But anyways, it's not going to happen right now because the 2 teams with the most players will be taking this fight. It's going to be a great opening. We have smoke set up already for TDT just to deny a bit of vision, give them a little bit more space as well. And T5 takes full advantage of it. Instead of trying to hold on to the area for so long, that one compound they have, they decide to take matters to their own hands. Rush up forward, rush forward as well. But TDT, they were so aware, marked him already. So Ranger X will be the first casualty in this fight.
Oh, and Van Ngung knocked down on top of the roof. His teammates are together with him, but they are not able to save him. Eliminated by Patapong. And now it's going to be TDT T5. And again, Daytrade Gaming is still in the game. Tanadol is not going to be affected by this fight. He's waiting for these two teams to cancel each other before showing himself towards the later stages of this game. TDT looking for their next target. Wow. Daytrade Gaming, Tanadol is now in the same compound area as them.
Checking to see if anyone's inside the compound. They check every single nook, cranny, and corner. It feels like everyone is just so attracted to this one compound right now. And for a good reason. It allows them to stay relatively safe, not out there in the open. Number two, and perhaps if anyone comes into the compound, they can be isolated in terms of fights. CQCs could very well work in these 1v1 situations. Tanadol staying relatively quiet, does show his hand here, but it's going to be Jun to open up that fight. Fatampong to fall first. And immediately TDT is going to fall. It's not TDT, so T5 will be eliminated. It's a 3-on-1 once again for the third time tonight. Tanadol here out there in the open. The smoke should be his friend. But one nade is all it takes to deliver that chicken dinner straight into TDT's hands.
Yep, they won't allow heroics to happen this time. And TDT coming in with this chicken dinner. And again, another team from the second half of our overall chart scoring this chicken dinner. And you can see how happy they are. Who knows? They might be one of the teams that can put a surprise because there's still a lot of games to go. And anything can happen. The rise of teams from second half.
I loved watching TDT play just now. It was a little bit more of a slower rotation, I believe. They were stuck to the southern side for quite some time, but for them, it was all about just trying to take little inches to get into the circle. They were patient. I think I've seen the team just sort of like play off this, I would say, this theme, quotation marks. How they were able to just, okay, late rotation to the circle, fine. Getting to the circle is a problem, fine. Wait out the initial fight. Try and dwindle down numbers, take fights one by one instead of going into straight out 4v4s. And it was them just now that finally got into the compound where Daytrade was holding because they were waiting for these initial fights to happen, took control of that compound, kind of hoped that T5 would take that fight against Daytrade, didn't happen, so they took matters to their own hands to just fully overwhelm T5 as the blue zone pushes. So I think that's the biggest thing that I like about them. They like to just take advantage of any small advantages they have.
And what I like about T5 is that they are still consistent, putting a lot of pressure to the top three teams now, and maybe even eArena, because eArena this round, they went out earlier, way earlier than the other clear contenders or the closest contenders. So it's going to be interesting to see how this will affect the overall charts later on. And looking over at the highlights, a lot of fights actually happened on the left side of this circle. And this was a very good charge in by TDT to take over this compound by Daytrade Gaming.
Honestly, if anything, TDT, I would say it's very, very surgical for them and how they approach these fights as well. T5 as well was not bad at all. I think they were also another team that I believe was also stuck in that southern side just as well as TDT. And at the day, I mean, Daytrade did suffer a lot. If anything, I was quite surprised that Daytrade were the team to get eliminated first. They had compound. They were so quick to get into that circle. It's just that they were not playing off each other very, very well. I think that 2-1-1 formation just really bit them back in the butt. If I'm being honest right now, they completely flooded half the team gone, and the other two were just so separated to play off each other. So it didn't allow them to move as a unit, and unfortunately for them, they got overwhelmed. So if anything, TDT, surgical, precise, whatever you want to call it, TDT, this is a massive dub for them. And I think for anyone after seeing Himas' heroics today, I think everyone took a leave and said, okay, 3v1, let's not leave anything up to fate here. Let's still play as a team.
Yes, and because of that, they scored 14 total kills in this round. And the one that came out with the most kills is going to be Jun from DDT. Nice number, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it came in a sequence there. And he also came out with the most damage as well, did a lot of work for the team, dealing the blows and also allowing his other teammates to land the final blow to secure those kills in. So 14 kills in the round, pretty decent. And of course, because of that, our MVP has to be Jun.
Jun is great in terms not just his positioning, but I think that when you look at the feed as well, he is always the one to be there up there in the fights, getting pickoffs, getting knocks as well. I think is really massive for him. He's been able to single-handedly give his team a lot of breathing room by dwindling down numbers for the other team. Doesn't matter if it's Daytrade or T5, it's him that's going to be up there in that first contact in terms of damage. I'm not too sure in terms of his positioning. I wasn't able to see at all, but I think he's playing a little bit more separated from his team as well, which means that his team and him can just kind of play off each other, go for a ping pong, perhaps a push-pull from one side to the next. That's always very fun to watch, because given the fact that this team was rotating into the circle very early and did not have a lot of space to play with, that is definitely a big step up, and to say like, okay, we have this tiny advantage, let's make it count, and suddenly they get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and a big step up by a lot of these other teams as well, including HAPPIE squad. 11 points collected. They're starting to find a level of momentum. As for eArena, too bad no points for them this time around. And let's see the overall. Because of the cushion that they have, they still maintain 11-point gap against T5 and also 11-point gap against the Expendables, with both of them 89 points. Followed by Daytrade Gaming, they fall off the top 3. They are now at number 4 with 85 points. The points are still not too far away, so they can still go up to the top 3 after this round if they can get a good game.
You know, I like that you mentioned HAPPIE just now, because I mean, you talked about momentum, but if anything, I think they're starting to change the way they approach the game. This is an interesting one because they were late to the circle. Early game was still inside the circle. It's all about that rotation into that circle itself. And they took so many fights and somehow being able to win every single one of them. It felt like they were the Grim Reapers knocking on every single team's door as they completely overwhelmed before finally going down here. It's a very high risk, high reward play. I'm not too sure why they adopted this approach, because previously they had a certain time where they start to get a little bit more active, but this one was from the beginning of the game till the end. I guess they wanted to see if this approach could suit them better. If anything, it did. Yeah, they only go out with 1 placement point, but in terms of eliminations, it boosted them all the way up to 4. So honestly, it's an unconventional approach, especially when it comes to this game. But if they're comfortable to play this high risk, high reward game, it is very, very beneficial for them.
Yeah, and they are an experienced team, right? So they know when to take this more risky moves, I must say. Yeah, former Archangel Predator, so they definitely know how to navigate around. And although they started off the finals with a not so convincing performance, but the fact that now we're only on day 2, but we're starting to see their rise, who knows? They could be the dark horse to actually break into the top 3.
Yeah, it could happen if you think about it. Now, after this, that's enough about Rondo. After this, we're going to be going to our final 2 maps tonight. It's going to be Erangel and El Clasico, if anything. And this should be a very, very interesting one. I think that when you approach this game, I think Erangel, we've seen teams play HAPPIE squad style, very aggressive, the Grim Reaper that goes around the map, getting eliminations all around. But at the same time, I wouldn't say it's as easy as that, since the map is relatively not so much of landmass compared to Rondo. If anything, there's still water to worry about. There's still, you know, if you go to an SMB, another problem in terms of the rotations as well. SMB circles are quite, I would say, normalized nowadays compared to back in the day as well. So it is going to be one of the hardest ones, especially if it's going to be a bridge circle. Regardless, coming into this next one, I think Sir Cloud, I think you've watched a bit of their matches before, or the caster, excuse me. What's your expectations?
Well, we did see, okay, if we're talking about the finals, right, we got 2 military-based circles. So obviously it was really fun, and I wouldn't mind to see more of that after this, but of course the players wouldn't like it at all. And if that when that happened, that time we saw a lot of emergency pickups being used, and of course it's the preferred way to travel into the island itself rather than taking the bridge, because like what you always call it, the bridge trolls could always be there. But sometimes you don't always get the emergency pickup, or you don't always get the opportunity to use it just because of how many teams are around, and while you're airborne, you still could be shot. And the alternative is to take either the bridge or maybe even the water route. That's a rare movement for the teams, just because of when you land, you probably don't have a vehicle. So that's why the teams don't really like to take the water route as well. So if it's still going to be a military-based circle, then yeah, that's probably going to be the case. But today, the trend seems to be northern side circles. So
Yeah.
Shooting range, perhaps. Who takes the high ground in shooting range? That's one of the key positions that they must take.
Yeah, I think, looking at the map rotations before as well, I think when you see these SMB circles, I think especially on that first one, that first Erangel played, while it was an SMB circle, I would say that it's one of the harder SMB circles we've seen. It was all the way towards southern side. So I would say that I'm looking at this heat map as well. I'm quite surprised to see a lot of teams still rotating very, very late into the circle. But the thing is, coming into today as well, I'm not surprised that it is happening, given the fact that when you are a little bit more late to the circle, it means that the opening side of the circle, you are in the blue zone, everyone's kind of like migrated over, which means it's a little bit more easy to get into the circle itself. The potential to catch anyone off guard, since they think that the circle is already clear since it's so late, is also very much there. So there is that potential to ambush as well. I believe Daytrade was the one to get the chicken dinner on that particular really rough circle, if I'm not wrong. And I think it's really cool that they're able to do that. It does show a little bit more of an adaptability on how exactly they want to play these circles as well. Because end of the day, when you look at Daytrade in terms of how they played, right, they were going into the circle. They were quite early into the circle as well. And I have to say that if you have that advantage, I mean, we've seen teams such as Xavage, X-Men Gaming, where they were already inside of the circle early. They had all the advantages in the world. Daytrade just now in the last map as well had the advantage, not able to hold on. Again, that mindset on what you want to do if you're already into that circle, especially if you have like prime location, is to kind of anticipate that other teams should be vying or eyeing that what you're holding as well, whether it be a high ground or even a compound. So when you're there very, very early and you're in a situation where I believe 2 to 3 teams might come at you, you might be sandwiched, you might be just completely overwhelmed there. So there is that risk if you are going to be playing that area very, very early, especially if you are very early to the middle of the circle.
Yeah, and some of the teams, they do like to play that middle circle. Daytrade Gaming is actually one of them. But some of the teams, they like to play by the side. And so far, like for teams like eArena, for example, they've still been showing that they're trusting the process of like playing by the side of the circle and at the same time avoiding all those early fights. Now, it didn't really work out for them in the previous map, but maybe when it comes to a more OG map, Erangel, a little bit more balanced map, then maybe the kind of play might suit eArena again.
It could be. I think for eArena, I think one of the things that I've noticed from at least for the last few seasons is that they do play that hills over at Gatka there. I think it's super exciting when you think about that because they have an idea on how exactly they want to approach these things. But at the same time, when you look at the last time they played here, I mean, it's not really a big change as well if you think about eArena here. Because, T5 did take their spot over there onto that hill. All they had to do was just reposition themselves into a different area to the southern side, and it's still business as usual here. So I think each team does have an idea on how to adapt, especially since their checkpoints that they want to hold on to they're not able to access it, excuse me. Regardless, as we come into this one, we did have an SMB circle. We did also have I believe it's a ruin circle as well. So we've seen 2 different types of circles coming into this map. I mean, again, northern side circle could very happen. What did you say, circle? Shooting range?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just putting out, right, the fact that today's trend seems to be a little bit more on the north. So if it does go there, shooting range is a common spot. If it goes all the way up, it's going to be Severny. So I'm just basing on the trend. But of course, that doesn't mean anything at the end of the day because the circle is absolutely random. It might not be there. It might go all the way to the left, to the right, to the middle. Who knows, right? So that's the variables that the teams will need to be prepared for within this map. But of course, you did mention this is the OG map. Every team knows this map like the back of their hand, so I'm pretty sure they know how to navigate around this. Without further ado, let's find out the circle in Erangel.
Okay, this is the second last map for tonight. It should be I wouldn't say it's a different style of play, if anything at all. I think teams should still very much be playing the same way they want to play for this map since everyone is very much set into their ways. Especially since I think you and I, we've been questing for like, 2 seasons already. Some teams still maintain their usual style of play. Some teams did change. But also, at the same time, I'm quite surprised at this roster shuffles that we've seen so far. Players that have been together for so long here are separated. Teams that suddenly, I don't expect to be playing together are playing together. I'm talking about Decimate, and I'm also talking about eArena here. Because I believe some of them have played for quite some time, are playing together, but now they're separated. Sense of rivalry might be there as well, but I think it's also about the adjustments, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it's just part of life, right? Even in relationships, people get separated. So what more for teams and players? Because sometimes, there are many reasons. Maybe they just want something else. They just want a fresh breath of air. They want to try a different region. Who knows? So it naturally happens, especially over the course of so many years that we have seen PUBG Esports, right? And so far, some of the changes are positive. Some of them are negative in terms of results, that is. And that really depends on which team that we're talking about. But if we want to talk about, again, where the circle is, this time it's the middle circle. But hang on.
Oh my God.
Naya.
This is aggressive. QiWA, they can't even do anything. They were just knocked down, barely even a minute into the game, and WDG just completely overwhelmed them. Granted, though, these are the two teams that should have about a similar drop spot, but again, I think WDG anticipated QiWA will be dropping into the same area, and they fully took control of the situation and overwhelmed them. So if anything, you stay out of our drop spot, and if you don't, then this is what happens.
And just as when we were kind of like looking at QiWA probably having a little bit of light today, too bad again, early elimination for them, rooting them down at number 16. And not only they're rooted down at number 16, they now have a 24-point gap versus the number 15 team. That is Xavage Men Esports. So the bigger the gap is, the harder it is for them to at least bounce back from not being at number 16.
Definitely not. I mean, still one more map to go, but still, your only map that you really excelled on today, you still get knocked out very, very early. So I think QiWA, it's back to the drawing board. They do have some time before the next map. So, I mean, regardless, it is going to be a similar map. It is going to be Erangel, so it's not the end of the world here. But anyways, coming into this particular game right now, okay, I mean, Xavage X-Men, despite that I was in a stellar performance, I was quite surprised that they didn't really make a huge shift into the charts.
Yeah. It's definitely a huge shift for them. But one other thing that affects their shift as well is the rise of those teams around them as well. So that's why we've been talking about something that we've pointed out throughout the day as well. It's like the teams like in the middle and at the bottom starting to rank in those points, even though they don't get the chicken dinner, but they're still able to pull points towards them. A very good example, again, is like HAPPIE Squad have been pulling points towards them, and now they are far away from the number 16 spot.
Oh, man.
WDG, unfortunately, went out one player early. That's going to be Tidoi. And guess who got the point? HAPPIE Squad.
Yeah, you were just mentioning them, and this time around, they've done, yes, they have Pollyanna. I wouldn't say it's completely in their control, but what they've done is that they're just taking advantage of these high grounds, making sure to just take, I mean, when you have that high ground, you have a bird's eye view, technically. And on top of that as well, you take full advantage of anyone in the midst of that rotation. So HAPPIE Squad, this is what they excel at, being able to find that positioning. In terms of eliminations, this is what they do best here. They don't go for 4v4 early round. I mean, the other day, yeah, I mean, just now they did because they didn't really have a choice. They were late into the circle. They have to take these fights. But in situations where they don't have to, it's all about just catching anyone in the mid of the rotation. Teams in the trying to get into the circle are all alone. We'll just try and pick them off one by one. And eventually, what it does sound a little bit more slower in terms of fights, it kind of guarantees that, number one, there's survivability, and number two, there's a saying in Bahasa Malaysia, sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit. Bit by bit, it does become a mountain, and HAPPIE Squad is taking their time to pick up that approach.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe within the team's discussions themselves, I mean, we talk about them, but within the team's discussions, maybe they're like, they don't really talk about HAPPIE Squad. And who knows, HAPPIE Squad can be that team that just comes in from behind and surprise everyone. So I'm looking forward to HAPPIE Squad and their performance throughout the entire of today. Of course, we have 2 remaining games, including this one, and also the 3rd and also 4th day. They might just be the dark horse that might slide themselves in the top 3. Now, I'm not going to jinx them. I know it's a little bit too early, but that is the trend that they're showing us now.
Okay, AGG. Now, AGG today, they start off great, especially after that big heroic on map number 1. Relatively, I think, safe toward the last, I think, 2-3 maps as well. But after that, it seems like they have really kind of struggled here. And it's the same problem I feel like I saw from map number 1. Yeah, big heroics to come through. But at the same time, there's a problem for them where it just feels like they're just a little bit disjointed in how they play, how they rotate together. Their biggest problem right now is getting picked off one by one super early. We saw one player knocked out, I believe, for AGG. Yep, knocked down. I think they're able to pick off. No, they're not actually. It's Tycon that's going to be knocked down already. The Expendables, Clories especially, not only is he fierce, is he aggressive, but also is very decisive on how exactly he takes his fights and his plays.
Yeah, it's nice how they hold down Pachinki, right? Like, not only shooing off the opponent, but also securing that 1 point. They're stamping their dominance inside Pachinki. And it's great that they can do that because Pachinki right now is in the middle of the circle. There is a chance that the circle might end in Pachinki. And if that happens, then a lot more teams might want to slide into Pachinki itself. So that's where they will need to create a big defensive wall against all these teams coming in. But if that only happens that if the circle does go there towards the very end. Maybe like even phase 5 or so when we are very clear that the circle will. But there's also a chance that the circle goes out anyway. Then there will be a different discussion altogether. Decimate Gaming now meeting Sharper Esports. And looks like they have no idea that Sharper Esports is looking at them.
It's huge. KM99 could be the first contact. His teammates could go for those, I would say, the fallback as well. They have a nice 2-2 formation, I believe, right now. And they have a compound in the backside. They have 2 players playing on that terrain as well. The rest of the team is, I think it's the 3-1 formation with Insight. I think Insight has been great when it's very imperative, very impactful when it comes to how DCM plays. I think regardless of what team he plays, he always approaches the games the same here as Blood finds KM99 relatively quickly. I think they're just so aware right now. They suspect that someone might be close as they do find one. Now, Insight playing the backside here could be huge as well. It means that no one is out there going in for long way flanks is number 1. Number 2, he can provide some long range cover fire and support as well, which is huge. But this time around, Insight going to be meeting up with his teammates, playing a little bit more closer. As Sharper Esports, they are playing at the side of this terrain here. There's hesitation to come through. Are we actually going to push out here to avenge our teammate?
That was a bit surprising for Sharper Esports, honestly, if you ask me. I thought they would be pulling the trigger first against Decimate Gaming. But Decimate Gaming, they found the advantage and they got that 1 kill out of Sharper Esports that will allow them to overtake that hill. So great work by them anyway. For FW Esports, time to get into the circle. Happy squad just above them. They saw the rotation, but because we're still in phase number 1, I doubt they will fight with each other now.
Quick rotations to the circle this time by Happy Esports here. In fact, 10 Trip still wants to take a bite of that pie. Bit of pressure onto FW, but no full commits quite yet. And I think it's good that they're so aware because right now, Happy squad, if they want to rush out forward, they have to worry about DCM. Look at how many teams are in the middle of the circle. DCM, Sharper Esports, AGG, WDG is there as well. The only things these teams have in their control, maybe some few compounds now and then, and mostly playing off terrains here.
Yeah, making the best out of their current geographic situation. Keeping away from the other teams, not really showing themselves. Although they kind of know that, okay, you're there, I'm here, but because there's no clear line of sight. So no knock, no crash in, no further engagements for now. Everyone's just anticipating phase number 2. And maybe part of them are hoping for the fact that phase number 2, the circle starts to move away from Pachinki. Though Pachinki is in the middle, so that might take a few more phases. But if the circle does go into Pachinki, it's going to be quite hard for teams that rotate in late because there will be a lot of teams that are gatekeeping them from coming in. Now, just a confirmation. Okay, we still have Pachinki as expected, but it moves towards Gatka instead this time.
Let's see. I mean, we did see a lot of fights just now toward the northern side of SMB. That's where most of the, I would say, the initial skirmishes we saw happen, especially toward the, I believe it was the eastern bridge. Now coming up forward here, I think we've seen QiWA out already. Most teams did have pickoffs, but not really full out fights quite yet. But if anything, because of this rotation or the circle shift toward the left side of the map, we should be seeing a lot of fights happening onto the eastern side here. I'm talking about FW that needs to rotate in. HAPPIE, surprisingly, has left the area of the northern side of the circle toward Pochinki there and opted to go for a big rotation out. But this time around, TDT and FL once again come toe to toe. Jun just now, the MVP, gonna try and prep that nade, rushes up forward, putting a little bit more pressure onto the members of FL. He needs to really worry about not only his back, but also to make sure that his teammate can be picked up. Jun and Huang F, happy to be able to secure those 2 points. You have, for FL, you have Bimek. I think this is huge for him, playing the outer side of the area. Can provide a bit of cover fire, but he's nowhere close enough to his teammates to help.
Yeah, he has to win this fight before he's able to save them. And it's quite a tall order right now, but quite a clear shot by Binek on the Jun. It's the MVP eliminated fairly early this time. Taken out by Binek. And Binek is not done yet. Okay, couple more of them to go. But Binek, because of this smoke, is blinding his view. He doesn't get a good view. And TDT Esports, they're looking for Binek. Now they know exactly where he is.
No movement quite yet as the rest of TDT here trying to pinpoint the locations of FL. It's so hard to be able to do so. It's down by the terrains. They're so far out here in the open. TDT making sure to just really watch out for their compounds, making sure that no one really breaches out that area. A bit of a barbecue happening as well. Rushes for his life, but for TDT, this is massive. It's all about just putting in that pressure to those smokes, not allow them to rotate or move around. And for FL, when he did try to have someone play a little bit more outer side, try to go in for that flank, it's not gonna happen. So long as you're not able to play off each other, trade off each other, you're still in a situation where it's a 3-on-1 or even a 1v2.
Oh, okay. Decent amount of damage there. Cerberus Esports kind of pinned down, but that's the thing. If you play in the guard car fields, expect to be surrounded by a lot of other teams. Upchen, on the other side, he's able to scope them down, but Upchen doesn't want to over-peek in case on the other hill, he could be shot down. So he doesn't want to take that risk for now. He's going to stay chill because it's about 40 seconds before he's in the next phase. So might as well, don't really need to push it yet. Don't really need to overexpose your position and consider what to do in the next phase circle.
I think as for Xavage, one thing that's really good about them in terms of their gameplay is that they're so quick to find that area to hold. Positioning wise is always great in the beginning of the game. Look at where they are right now. They're toward the southern side of Pochinki. They have a train they can play off. But it's always been a problem about holding here. I mean, yeah, they have moments where they go really, really huge. They're on a 2-2 formation. But for me, this 2-2 formation is also a very, very high risk. Because they could potentially be overwhelmed, is number one. Number two, your teammates are not able to fully collapse and play with you here. And it's a little bit different than the beginning of the day just now where Expendable were playing 4 together. And I think they wanted to try and see if they can adapt to a different style of play here on this map. Who knows?
Yeah, and that 2-2 formation is really, really spread apart. Like the other two is on the Pochinki high ground, overlooking them. Now, both Xavier and Upchen moving towards the high ground. They will rendezvous with each other, and so far so good. They're able to survive. A bit of gunfire on the other side of the Upchen, but he's A-okay. Now they're back as a 4.
Felt like they heard me just now. Kind of scared, low-key. Anyways, coming into this one here, EA as well with a 2-2 formation. If you think about it, big, I mean, in front of them is just big sprawling fields as well. Not the easiest in terms of play, but they do have a a compound in their hands at the very least. Loving that it's not too far apart as well. Both 2-2 formations does have cover as well. If anyone were to rotate in between them, it should provide them a lot of firepower as well. But this long range pickup from Sololzi, great to find Banana One, knocked one out already. This puts FW in such an awkward position if you ask me. They have to go and pick up Banana One. The only thing he has right now is that tiny little shack, some smokes as well. But FW here, they're gonna go and push in as a 2, as they're able to make sure that strength is in numbers. But at this point here, I don't think it's salvageable. Now suddenly Raze is in trouble as well.
Oh, Banana One definitely not salvageable here. The point is given to eArena, scoring their first point this round. Savage Man Esports looking at FW. Waiting for the right moment to tap away. 2 taps, did not connect. But FW still in the middle of the guard car field, surrounded by all the other teams. That is where they need to play it really smartly on how to use their vehicles as barricades, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And so far, so good for them. not losing any more players, but the pressure will continue on. At least they don't need to worry about the circle since they are somewhat in the middle of it. It's a matter of the other teams now coming down and potentially even like Xavage Esports needing to leave that high ground to come down when the circle shifts.
Look at the feed right now. We saw HAPPIE toward the northern side of Pochinki. They moved toward the right side of the map, went for the biggest rotation in their life. Suddenly they're on the southern side outside of the circle. I'm not too sure what exactly they were trying to do. I suppose they're trying to catch out any stragglers in the midst of their rotation. Hopefully be able to pick off kills here. At the same time here, oh. Okay. Unconventional. Does it actually hit is my question. Rush that forward here. Okay! Fair enough.
Okay, not hitting it yet, but
Not
still
quite
a
enough,
lot
but
of
still
pressure
close.
onto the opponent. But now we're starting to see a lot more fights on the high ground of Pochinki. Decimate Gaming coming in onto Savage Esports, and Flood is trying to find his next target. At the same time, the circle is still within this high ground, so this high ground is pretty valuable for now. The Expendables, they're leaving Pochinki. They could be next onto the high ground, but let's not forget about HAPPIE Esports. Everybody wants to take this high ground now.
It's the only thing that's giving a lot of value in terms of high ground as well. Great, big, sprawling areas. There we go. The shots are coming through here. DCM finds themselves in trouble. Inside so low as well. But Decimate cannot hold down the pressure coming in from so many different teams fighting for that compound, for that terrain, excuse me, is a bit much to deal with. So Loyalty finds Lucky G in the end as well, but TE also wants to join in that fight. Aggression to come through here. Jedi, he does have the high ground in his control, puts in a lot of damage to Delwyn, knocks down one, could potentially get another point in his bag. He does, but Chloris will shoot back here. Jedi rushing away with his life, cannot hold on either, and suddenly every single team in this terrain is just falling one by one.
The force is strong, but not strong enough for Jedi. Taken out by Savage Esports. Now it's between Savage Esports and also the Expendables for the Pochinki Hill. Savage Esports only 2 players left. It's going to be Xavier and Oliver. They don't have the numbers. We can see them retreating right now. They're close with their vehicles. They're considering if they want to leave this area for the Expendables. But they must highly consider that because the Expendables, they have the numbers. 3 players now looking for the target.
Team has as well knocked down already, so the Expendables should come out as victor here for the Battle of King of the Hill, at the very least, for the northern side here. Savage Esports not out yet, still holding on. Now, HAPPIE does finally make their way into the circle. Southern side here is what they're going to hold. They have some form of cover. They have a 2-2 formation, in fact. All eyes on the TDT. This is a very interesting team to me because they are the team that comes in rotating very, very late. But they've picked up quite a number of eliminations usually, but this time around it's only one. As for T5 this time, all eyes onto EA, spraying the heck out of the team as they go through that window area. Finds nothing, but it does show their hand at the very least. So for EA, they're going to be a little bit more wary if they want to peek out that window.
And T5, at least they're pretty clear right now. And teams in front of them will just need to be aware of the fact that T5, because of that clearance, they're able to tap away onto open targets. HAPPIE Squad doing the same right now. And tapping it away. Oh, okay. A bit of a drift here. Whoa, what's happening? Tiger went down. Okay, we're going to see a lot more action here on ground. Daytrade Gaming, they do not have Tiger. He's out of commission for now. They need to save him. But before that, they need to win this fight.
Felt like a desperation play if you ask me. That was aggressive. They had to rush into the circle because the zone was coming forward here. But Daytrade at the same time, both teams suffering heavy losses here. WDG as well, Belmont to find 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's fine. But the very least here, they are dwindling down in numbers. Marcus is the only last player alive here for WDG, putting in a lot of pressure. But at the same time for Daytrade, they're not very much safe either. Because right now, they're going toe-to-toe with CES, and CES taking full advantage of the fact that they are crippled. They needed to reset. They're not able to do so. As Theerathon as well will fall, and somehow to the other side, to the southern side as well, we're seeing kills as well from HAPPIE.
Wow, and Hachi circles towards the right. The Expendable taking that high ground on the side of Pochinki. That is the best part possible for now. And the Expendable, because of their current position, look at this. Tanru, he has a good clear side on the TDT, trying to tap away onto them, trying to secure that point, putting a lot of pressure back on the TDT. But not able to get a knock yet because right now they have to shift their attention to Savage Gaming.
Good nade from Oliver as well to find Duke. Massive. Quick reposition as well as Xavier rushes up forward. They try to push-pull the situation, but in this situation, when there is one nade that finds them both together, they are eliminated. The Expendables looked kind of bad in that initial fight as well, but because they stay alive and they're able to just kind of play off each other, they fully take advantage of the situation and were able to fight and just kick out X-Men from into the lobby, excuse me. Now coming in here, well, there are a lot of fights coming forward. This hard shift making it hard for a lot of teams to rotate into the circle itself. CES gonna go toe-to-toe with Happy. At the same time, northern side here, T5 want to breach the circle. They have to go out against TE. And on top of that, what's making it really, really hard for TE, for CES, is that TE has the high ground. So Lolzy eating a lot of damage. YM could as well, should eventually fall. It's not the easiest situation to be in, especially when you're sandwiched in front of Happy as well.
And the nade came from Evo Patrick from Happy Squad. Looking to collect more points this time around. T5, they have arrived at the high ground, but they have to win against TE now. Rosita from the side. Rosita almost got his targets, getting very close. Fluky is the one to nade duck kills down. And now Fluky and Co, they will need to survive this. Tanvu needs time to heal up. His teammates are falling apart. Glorious right now, buying time for him to heal. Tanvu is back to 80%.
Glorious here, heavy hitter for the team as well. Trying to put in a little bit more damage, a little bit more pain to the team as well. So Lolzy will fall. Lambowu as well. Happy just completely overwhelming the team here from the southern side. But this fight here over on this terrain has not ended yet. A lot of pressure coming in here. T5 has fully taken over this terrain. Suddenly TE, whatever advantages they had is gone. They're down in terms of numbers, down in terms of HP as well. They do manage to get that reset. Huge. Cerberus now out on the southern side here. But at the same time, for T5, there's a hesitation. The question, this smokes means that we have no clue if anyone's playing close inside the circle. We have no clue if there's any shotguns, any util as well. So question marks about, wait for the util to kind of fade out and then push out. Could be the way they want to go here.
Yeah, they're just buying a little bit more time for that to happen. The time might not be on their side depending on where the circle will go. This circle will be crucial. It's either the teams at the bottom will need to hike up or the teams at the top will need to go down. But we're going to get a balanced circle, but more towards the lower ground teams. And Forest Natural Gaming is the only team fully in the circle now.
Not a lot of space either they're holding if you think about it. Wide open areas. Not too sure if there's any terrains there as well to work with. But if anything, eArena here, they have a tiny hole of the circle side, but they've been huge in terms of keeping away from fights. They have a compound to work with as well. They can go for long-range snipes if they want to. Jacob with a quick reposition as well. You can already see them. This is what I was anticipating already. They know exactly where Forest Natural Gaming are holding. So all they're doing is just putting in a bit more pressure. As soon as one player goes down, they can snipe them out just to dwindle down numbers and not allow them to kind of play off each other. But at the same time, you have to worry about Happy Gaming here. All eyes on them. As soon as you think your back is clear, Aya is there to strike.
And Olympus, he sees one target there. And it's going to be Happy Squad on the southern side. But that, we can come back later. Because right now, the fight for the hill, Fluky went down. Tanvu's coming back. He's taking a lot of damage from the blue as well. And one bullet is all they need to eliminate him. That is the end for the Expendables. T5 became the king of the hill.
That was a very long and prolonged fight if you think about it, because TE, while they were holding down that hill, they were just completely overwhelmed by T5. Somehow T5 with the lower ground where it's able to just quickly rush up forward, put in a lot of damage, and then completely overwhelmed them. That two players left, as soon as the smoke dwindled, they were in trouble here. And the same could be said about Forest. They do have smoke set up, but they are eating a lot of damage because it's such a wide open area. And suddenly they fall with no cover, no space to play with. Happy Squad from the southern side here. They do have some haystacks to hide behind. Great. They still have to worry about T5 here. T5 not out of the woods yet. They are not in the circle, but they do have the high ground.
And DDT is still in the game. Man, he has been holding on to that position for the longest time. And nobody really knew that he's there. Okay, here we go. Chill on screen. Look at this guy. But now he has to prepare to defend his ground against T5. T5 is coming in. He's shooting at them back. He only has about 6 health left, but immediately eliminated by Ranger Axe. Out at number 4.
Honestly, T5, that was very decisive on how exactly they took those fights. They waited up there in the high ground, identified where the positions of TDT are, as well as Happy and EA, I believe. So how they rotated over is to take one fight, not allow themselves to be sandwiched, dwindle down numbers. Look at that, they're rushing out forward here. You have Rossitit, who is going to be the guy in the tip of the spear that wants to take that first hit there against Happy Esports, Happy Squad, excuse me. As the rest of the T5 players play on the backside there, not only do they not have any terrains, but it does give a little bit more of a layering. When you have your first contact player down, you can immediately throw in that firepower for that trade potential.
Phase 7. Let's see who will be trading off each other. eArena, no circle at all. The next target could be HAPPIE Squad, but HAPPIE Squad are in the worst position possible. You've got to think about it, like 2 teams sandwiching them, and they don't really have the circle. Maybe only E are playing by the edge of it, but Evil Patrick is totally on the outside of the circle. The moment they step forward out of their comfort zone, 2 sets of crosshairs will be onto them.
For HAPPIE, they're trying to keep a little bit more quiet and separated as well, because not only do they have, they don't have man advantage, but they're also so aware that eArena is very, very close by here. And if anything, you want to kind of force T5 to take up eArena for you to get that advantage, but it's going to be Jacob so quick on the uptake there. I was wondering when eArena is going to strike. It happened quite so, but it's going to be Patampong. He's so quick on the uptake, steals away Ia, and Patampong says, thank you very much for the point. You know what, Jacob? Why don't you become another point in my pocket as well?
Oh, super sneaky one, and Evil Patrick became the point for Rossiter. T5 secures those 2 points out of HAPPIE Squad. Now it's going to be a 4v4. T5 versus eArena, the number 1 and number 2 team right now, duking it out for this chicken dinner. And if we were to look at control of the circle, T5 has majority of the circle in control.
Big area in their hands, but eArena, they have a more unconventional approach here. Still a 3-1 formation coming through. They have a bit of cover in terms of, I would say, their vehicles to play with. Hay bales as well. They don't need a bit of space here. You want to try and take away these knives, these long-range fights here. But T5 is keeping it relatively quiet. Yeah, we have jump peaks abound, but no one's hit is pushed out quite yet. Oh, Jacob's found himself a very interesting way, a little high ground there off that vehicle. Great, good. But T5, the blue zone pushed up forward here. Great pickoffs, great shots forward. Both teams not sustaining any injuries yet. So I have to say that we're not going to be seeing full-out fights up until that final last circle. In terms of util, I think I would still give it to T5. Look at what they have right now. They have 12 of the smokes, 4 nades to play with as well. 4 mollies could work out on their favor, because right now eArena is forced to move forward into this initial push. And somehow still, no one sustaining damage.
But by forcing themselves to move forward, now playing with the haystack, now they have a little bit more space within the circle. Phase number 8. This probably going to be the grand finale here within this phase. Circle is going to go to the middle, pretty much 50-50 between the 2. And in this kind of open space, it's still anyone's game.
Very much is. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a prone game, but no one really wants to push out very early as well. Yeah, Norians is there, but if soon as one little micro pixel of where his position is out, that Ane is going to immediately blow him to smithereens. But I think EA, they want to try and force this space. They want to try and see whether or not I can push T5 back. It's still a 4v4. I think it's been a while since we've seen a full 4v4 here in the last circle as well. So honestly, a treat if you ask me.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. This is great. This is great because we're at the stage where we don't know who will score this chicken dinner, and it's top team versus top team. So it could be anyone. Man, I'm anticipating the ending for this. But the teams, they're anticipating the next phase of the circle, which is the end circle. Phase number 9, 3 more seconds, but we still have a bunch of seconds more to go before the zone actually closes, and that's going to be the ultimate finale here. Both teams, again, they're playing this very safe now, but ZZ on the side, I don't know. I don't know what sort of view do they have right now. Who's trying to be the flank here?
I don't think they're trying to be a flank. They're trying to identify where everyone is as well, so at least they can trade off of each other here. But again, as soon as that circle phase shifts, we're not going to be seeing any fights as well. Okay, for me personally, looking at where Norins is, this is a very, very dangerous situation. He's primed and prepped to be that first contact play, and it does require a lot of confidence to come up forward there. If he's able to go a little bit more aggressive, or if his teammates are able to steal away attention from him, he's able to just pop out his head and just completely spray the heck out of the members of T5. I'm pretty sure he's able to just really try and isolate fights as well as soon as T5 pushes. This could be massive. He could become the kingmaker here, not kingmaker, but the game changer here for the team. And I think what's really important as well to talk about is that if he is not spotted, he can just completely spray as his teammates take away the attention from the team if they were to push out. So could be huge here, but finally the circle will eventually push here. This restriction is happening here, but no one pushing quite yet.
Well, now they will be forced to push because it is the grand finale, phase number 9. who's going to make the first big move. So far, eArena, they managed to send one player into the middle, so a lot more space for them to play. But T5, they still have the utilities. Now they're popping up that smoke. They're trying to get away from the blue. These two players on screen that we can see here right now, they have to move further forward. No vehicles on either side. But hang on a second. There's a vehicle. Jacob has that vehicle, so he can reposition himself. He can use it as a barricade.
He really can. Fluky's position, okay, this is huge. Fluky's quietly pushed himself all the way to the northern side here. He could play like a pizza, I would say, angle right now and just play off each other. Rosita and Fluky, there are huge openings there onto Nurin's. His position, his movement allowed him to see where Nurin's was, where his teammates were not able to see. Immediately, suddenly, every single member of eArena is in trouble. Nurin's down and out already. One more needs to be picked up. Patapong keeping very quiet, but Larix finds one. Sizzy to go down next year. Rosita, yeah, falls already, but still, numbers advantage to T5. Nades come through, Ranger X to fall, Fluky and Patapong all the way in the backside. They cannot push, they cannot move forward here. Nades to come up, but eArena, they're not necessarily healthy either. Their HP so low right now, and they're looking to find more. As nades come through here, Jacob will try and rush up forward here. Out there in the open as Fluky takes full advantage of the situation. Isolated the fights to perfection. And T5, they run away with the chicken dinner.
Again, T5 with the chicken dinner. This race for the number one is starting to be real interesting. And T5, at some point, they came from the middle of the overall charts, and now they're climbing up to be top contenders for that spot that have been held on by eArena for the longest time.
eArena, unfortunately for them, they haven't had like the best of situations here, but still, second place finish is not the worst way to go here. And I have to say, interesting enough for this particular map here, is that I wouldn't say it's just really hard rotations. If anything, every single player just wanted to be able to play off on terrains. And a lot of fights did happen on terrains because everyone was trying to wrestle away these prime locations. If anything, it felt to me that the teams that rotated late into the circle did get a big advantage in this particular map.
Yeah, especially the prime position of the Pachinki Hill. That was probably the most interesting fight. And also at some point, the primest position of them all. We're probably going to see it on the highlights soon. Yes, right now, Savage Man Gaming, they were traveling there. They held on to that spot until all the other teams started to come in, starting off with Sharper Esports. But Sharper Esports, because they came in at the timing where all the other teams came in from behind, so they got sandwiched and they were the first team to be eliminated as they were trying to take over this hill.
Honestly, there are some times as well, particularly this particular play, it felt like a lot of teams, because it's such a wide open area, you want to hold on to the outside of the circle for a little bit longer. But at the same time, it resulted in these sort of like desperation plays. We saw that from WDG, we saw that from Daytrading as well. And I think that it's really important to talk about these desperation plays because it's such a high risk play. HAPPIE was honestly so interesting to me because they were a team that was already inside of the circle. They rotated outside of circle, went for a long rotation from the northern side to the southern side, took a big risk in taking these fights down south, but somehow still managing to survive all the way to the top 4. Because honestly, again, I'm talking about them a lot here, but their unconventional approach, it's just so interesting to me.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Really love their movement, very, very active at the end of the day, and that's what they do. They move actively. At the same time, when they do that, they gain those elimination points together with it. And that's how they score big this time. So great work. I really can't wait to see the overall charts. But this final moment, it was a slow burn, but when it came towards that very, very end, it was explosive. And T5, man, what a strategic move, well spread out. Even if you look at the minimap right now, they sent everyone at every corner that they could stretch out just to find a different angle, just to gather more information. And they started off by taking out one player of eArena. The rest was history after that.
Honestly, that angle by Fluky is just massive. If they didn't see where Nurin's was, it could just fall into their hands here. So that opening pick was definitely very, very crucial here. And I have to say that for T5, this is great for them because honestly, it shows a lot of consistency as well on how exactly they want to navigate these fights. They're almost like chess pieces, thinking three steps ahead. It was actually very interesting to see how exactly they would navigate it. It's given the fact that the circle, it's wide there in the open. It didn't favor anyone. So like it or not, you have to play a little bit more with your brain cells. You have to think a little bit more on how exactly you want to approach this. So T5, great start for them today. Getting a lot of eliminations in the end as well. Fluky here, 4 kills, but I think for me, giving him MVP in terms of his positioning and as well as his first contact play is huge.
Oh yeah, and he landed the final blow as well. So well-deserved of an MVP with the numbers on the board. 4 kills for himself, 739 damage, 4 knockouts, and a 30% point contribution towards the team. And like what you said earlier on, right? If he didn't find that angle, the storyline could probably be different for T5. And his angle was really crucial to take out the final 2 members of eArena, giving them 21 points and leaving eArena with only 14.
Okay, right now here for the leaderboard, that particular match here, 21. I think it's quite a big gap between T5 and EA, and I think it's because of the amount of eliminations they got as well, which is I think is very huge. Now, HAPPIE is, for me, the team that I would say is still, you know, kind of like going on that tangent, especially on this particular map. They like playing this map in the way that they are able to walk around the map, get eliminations. If they don't get eliminations, fine, let's just survive here. They have an objective, they have a way they want to play this, but eArena this time still maintaining the lead here, only 4 points ahead of T5. T5, they're coming for you.
Oh man, this is a really close gap. 4 points, 1 more round to go today. The throne could change at T5, taking that number 2 spot. But number 4 is still Daytrade Gaming, so they still need to find a way to get into the top 3 at least. And ladies and gentlemen, in case for whatever reason you just joined us, T5 scored 2 chicken dinners today, and now they're edging very, very close to overtake eArena.
Ooh, okay. I mean, primed and ready definitely for sure, but for eArena, again, they are the team that I would say creatures of habit, very similar style on how they approach these fights, how they approach their rotations as well. They have everything very much mapped out on how they want to do into their playbook as well. But at the same time, you know, that last circle fight just now, I think in terms of firepower and how they approach it, a bit more toward T5. So it's definitely different approaches for every single team. Today in particular, despite the fact that this team didn't really get those chicken dinners, HAPPIE squad has really been surprising me. Unconventional approaches on how exactly they navigate through the map and rotate into the circle. But at the same time, they are still a team with very high firepower. How they play off each other, ping pong off each other, I'm very excited to see more of that as well. But if anything, this last map, I think you and I both, Sir Cloud, are excited to see whether or not eArena hold on to that first spot at the end of the day.
Oh yeah. Although it's still not like the end of the end, but it's also exciting to see that whether they will still be the number 1, because it might set the tone for tomorrow as well, to whether they still have that momentum or whether they need to think about coming back and so on and so forth. Although the bigger objective is to be at least in the top 3, but who doesn't want that extra moolah, right? By being the champion to take home the $25,000 for that number 1 spot. So it's also very important for them to hold on to that. Besides getting the slot to the next stage of this tournament is the money itself. And that's what's motivating T5 for now. They have been having an almost flawless execution in most of their rounds.
Almost flawless, yeah, but at the same time being able to brag that you're the best team in APAC also is another motivation itself as well. Now, coming into this last air angle, I think I have to say that circle was incredibly hard. For me personally, as soon as a circle goes through those wide open areas, I knew it was already going to be very hard for these teams to navigate in terms of positioning, because you don't really have a lot to work with. The only things just now that you had on the area was just the hay bales, the vehicles, and perhaps maybe a rock here now and then, but nothing much more to work with that. It always comes to that positioning on how exactly you play off each other, and that would require a lot of teamwork, and I'm glad to see both teams had that in the bag. But in this situation, for me personally, I don't want to see open area in terms of circles anymore. I want to see, you know what, why not an urban finish?
Wow, okay. So if it's going to be an urban finish, then like we might see again like another like phase 9, everyone takes a corner of a building, everyone takes their own spot and all that. What's exciting about urban circles is that the chase to get a real estate for each and every team. That is what's going to be interesting. And normally that happens like in the middle of our phases. Of course, that could potentially happen with places inside of Erangel, such as like Pachinki itself, or even Yasnaya, or even like the area of North Jogopul is another interesting spot if that were to happen.
Yeah, Judgment circles are always very fun to watch. That bridge in the middle there makes it so hard to rotate over. When teams could figure out whether they want to go to northern or southern Judgment also is the question marks that we want to see as well. But at the same time, I think when you look at these this particular stage in particular, we said an SMB circle, we've seen a ruin circle, and just now we saw a wide open field circle already as well. So there are still a lot of possibilities here. I think just now you did mention you wanted a Milta circle. I mean, we haven't seen that for quite some time, and Milta is definitely a lot more harder to navigate, especially given the fact that there is a terrain in front of Milta and that there are some compounds as well. So we could be able to get the best of both worlds here.
Yep. And that's the best part about eRangle, right? It is a balanced map in that sense, so you can kind of get a little bit of everything, even if it's not that, even if it's like the potential of like the bridge circle, there is a potential, even if it's like only playing layers of high ground and starboard, that's a potential as well. So that's why eRangle, it's such an exciting map. Like there's so many possibilities that can happen within this map because it is so balanced. There's a bit of everything. Now, this is the first time in the finals that we got a good circle in the previous eRangle. So if the trend is going to happen or continue on, maybe it's going to still fall onto the main peninsula, whether it's on the right side or on the left side. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. This is going to be the last match for today, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 12 overall in our finals. We head on to it. eRangle we go.
This is the last chance for players today to capture as much points as they can to really bolster themselves for date number 3, which is tomorrow. Now, coming into today as well, I mean, a lot of teams are, while they are struggling here, I'm talking about like how number 2 all the way till the end, even number 1 right now is just so competitive in terms of positions here. But anyone can really catch up with one another, not big gaps seen at all compared to day number 1. But at the same time, when you look at the bottom of the ladder here, for QiWA, this match is crucial. You want to be able to end the game, at least try to get as close as you can to the next person above you, because right now the gap between the last place and second last is massive.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. I mean, that will also determine what sort of motivation that QiWA would have in the remaining 12 games, excluding this one. Hopefully they'll be able to put in a good performance as well and bring in a lot of points. At least it sets a storyline for like, hey, another team at the end that's able to come up and up and up. And who knows, might be one of the surprise teams. And we do love that kind of storylines, like the teams at the end showing up, coming in, and putting a surprise to all our top teams. But we might see a surprise here. Another early engagement, Yasnaya again.
Honestly, not surprised this is going to be happening here from SP as well as AGG here. Sorry, it's about WDG. They are side by side in terms of where they have been playing here. WDG, once again doing what they do best, being very quick in terms of the initial hold, pick up the weapons so relatively quickly. QiWA, this time, again, they are very prepped to drop in the same areas. WDG, both teams know they're going to be dropping next to each other. But in terms of getting ready for this initial hit here, QiWA, they don't seem to have a plan on what to do if, say, WDG were to hit them. I thought after that initial hit on the previous map, we're not going to be seeing it again. But it felt like QiWA still wasn't able to hold on. So this is kind of surprising to me.
And the fact that Yasnaya is large enough to hold 2 different teams, but somehow they choose to take a frontal approach, especially QiWA, who had the same result in the previous eRangle. I thought that maybe like, if you have the same result, maybe you don't want to make that engagement again. Maybe you want to spread out towards the right side of Yasnaya instead and try to loot, and then you consider whether you'll take that fight or not. But the fact that they drop exactly at the same spot as WDG, the result, unfortunately, is the same. And QiWA, it's an early bar out for today.
Very, very early if you'd ask me. Now, anyways, when you look at SMB right now, we do have another team dropping there. It's going to be Forest. And I believe it's because they weren't able to get to their usual drop spot. So they're just going to drop by SMB and then they're just going to try and see where they can go from here. I mean, the circle right now is not the easiest if you ask me. You have no clue whether it's going to pull all the way toward SMB or if it's going to be toward mainline is number 1. So TDT, they're not going to be moving quite yet from their drop spot, that's for sure. But if anything, they've really separated themselves to really watch over that western bridge to see if anyone were to cross over. So Forest, if they do cross over here, they have to worry about 4 bridge trolls.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50, right? So that's the tricky part with this kind of circle. It's going to be interesting. Although majority of it looks like it's going to go to the main peninsula, but it could still pull down to the mid to the base island. We've seen that time and time again. So for the teams, it's more of a roll of the dice on how they want to play this. The best is, of course, to play maybe somewhere by the bridge, and it allows you access across to either side when the circle shifts over. If not, play by the river. That could be another option. So perhaps most of these teams might want to consider that, unless there's also another unless if they are prepared to hop across if needed with an emergency pickup. That could be another option as well. So it really depends on what sort of resources do they have.
I think HAPPIE here on the outer side could be huge right now if they were to take this fight against Forest. Like it or not, I do need to take it because they want to cross that bridge if they eventually. But in this situation, I'm thinking about the teams on the northern side as well. We have Naya, WDG. Daytrade is going to definitely have to cross them if they want to go over, unless they want to go for a big rotation to the eastern side of the map. If they go toward the west, coming in from Stolber, Daytrade should run into FW as well. But like it or not, FW, Daytrade is still going to have to go for these long rotations. Maybe cross down that river toward the mid side of the map as well. Could be something they could potentially do. Or they could go for a long rotation toward the eastern side as well. Is definitely possible.
But could it be a possibility here that we might see this fight? Okay, Kid.
Oh, that's massive.
First shot. Nice one on the Algin bots. HAPPIE squad loses one of their players very, very early on. But a great defense here by Kiss from Forest Natural Gaming to lock down their position. And the rest of HAPPIE squad, they will not pursue.
Kiss on that first contact play, I think today especially has been huge in terms of how exactly he watches out for his teammates. And as soon as he decides that he wants to get a pick off, he does that. Just so quickly. Losing Elgin bots this early as well for HAPPIE is not a good thing. He has been one of the big impact makers for our team, the reason why the team survives for as long as they did. So I'm wondering if they have a different approach on how to play without him as well. So it could be a different story. But if anything, for Forest Natural Gaming, this is huge because this is not supposed to be their drop spot. But somehow they make it work. They stay fairly quiet right now. Olympus has crossed that bridge, but hold that thought here because Sharper Esports decides to take on this terrain. In fact, going toe-to-toe with TE this early, interesting. Jedi alone here. Jumps out, somehow survives, did not take a single drop of damage from Cloris, but he's not done quite yet. As soon as KM99 tries to go aggressive, he pops his head out, he falls. Cloris, there is going to be an answer back here. His teammate does trade him out here, but nearly takes out another.
Oh, I love the angle by Cloris earlier on. But the fight's not over yet though. Sharper Esports will need to deal with the other members of the Expendable. Duck Kills will be eliminated by Thunders. And now it's only Jedi and Thunders looking for the other remaining members of the Expendables right in front of them. It's going to be one, but the smoke is blinding their view. Delwyn is here. Delwyn lobs utilities into the smoke. Now trying to get as close as possible. He sees Jedi behind this tree, dancing around with Jedi. Jedi down to 40% of health, but Delwyn shot from the side.
Great cross.
From the top. Ursap Lapui got him instead. And the Expendables eliminated number 15.
This is Sharper's, I would say, one of their very, very aggressive signature style play. Pushes in from so many different angles. In fact, look at where they position themselves. Low ground, high ground, crossfires abound here. And they managed to completely surround TE from so many different angles. AGG is close by here. They want to be the next one to take these fights. Finds his low ground here, sprays up to Jedi, but somehow Taikon not really able to land those headshots properly. So Jedi, all he has to do is just move back, sustains a little bit of damage, but it's enough for him to stay alive and go for that reset one more time. And he does exactly that. And I think what they're trying to do right now is just rush up forward here, take up a little bit more space. They want to go up against AGG, but if anything right now, they don't have to worry too much. They have a terrain, a high ground to work with, but Himas, this off angle works in his favor, finds Jedi finally. He just quietly rushes himself forward here, and Sir T is going to rush up this terrain as well. As because of that, because the amount of numbers of players already Sharper has lost, they said, okay, let's try leave this area to go for a reset one more time because we are losing way too many resources too early into the game.
ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, be happy. Anyway, so a bit of a summary. So looks like after that earlier fight, it's a reset for HAPPIE Esports. They managed to make their way into Pachinki, but they incur heavy casualty. Only 2 players left, but they managed to secure the 4 points, taking out the Expendables. And the fact that the Expendables, they got eliminated. So this will open up the opportunity as well for Daytrade Gaming to slide into the top 3.
You know what's really surprising right now? I thought that TDT would actually put a little bit more of a hold toward that to that Western Circle just now, given the fact that they were so, I would say, spread out in a 1-1-1 formation in front. But somehow, Forest has managed to breach that bridge, got onto the mainland as well, and somehow taken over the front of the bridge, pushing TDT back. So this is an interesting predicament. I'm really curious how that happened.
Yeah. So hopefully we get to catch that in the highlights later on. But I'm also interested to see how will the next phase of the circle go. It's about 20 more seconds before we see the next phase. And we did talk about the potential of it going all the way down south to meet the base or still be in the main peninsula. A lot of these teams, majority of them are playing by the main peninsula, but we got to get a confirmation. Okay, only 2 teams on the main database. That's going to be Xavage Esports and also HAPPIE Squad. Circle-wise,
Oh man.
looks like majority, main peninsula, those 2 teams on the main database, I want to consider to go up now.
There were huge fights happening toward the Eastern Circle as well. We saw a 3-way fight between Daytrade as well as FL. eArena was there. They decided to just really move back and they decided to go for a long rotation inside the blue zone here, which is exactly what's happening right now. Now, they vacated the Eastern Circle already, so they've made their way into the area. But my question for X-Men here is, because they're going for a very late rotation, I'm talking also about HAPPIE here as well, since they are still on SMB. What is their game plan? Because if you were to cross that bridge, you have no clue how many people are camping on that bridge is one. Number 2, 2 teams gatekeeping the entrance of mainland itself. So I think for HAPPIE right now, since they are rotating all the way to the southern side, I think they're trying to go for a water rotation.
Or they could be ready with an emergency pickup. So
Maybe.
that could be an option as well. Maybe that's why they can kind of take their time. It's fine. Plus, there's still a little bit of circle on the main database, so they can allow the teams to like cancel each other in case they don't have an emergency pickup to deploy. So that's something that we will see how they will navigate through. There's still a good amount of options for them to survive this kind of circle, so it's still not too bad for them since it's not overly crowded at the south.
No, it definitely is quite open still. They have a lot of space to work on, if you ask me. eArena is still outside the circle as well. Now, we're hearing gunfights here toward the northern side of that bridge. And honestly, I'm not surprised, especially since everyone is rotating in either from SMB, either from the western side there. Not too sure what happened, as we do see roadkill coming in from WDG as well. And that is toward the western side of the circle, as everyone is trying to gatekeep every team trying to get inside here. I'm talking about FW, WDG, T5 even is trying to gatekeep that area.
And FW might want to play that
Oh,
game
there we
as
go.
well.
The boat's here.
Yep. So they'll be fine. Yeah, but now they just need to get into the inner side of the circle. But they all have vehicles, so it should be okay for them. And it's only phase number 2, so they can still tank out the blue. Shouldn't be a problem as well. As WDG coming in, they see FW in front of them. They are going in for the chase, and they will secure that one against Zigzag.
Zigzag's just completely run over mercilessly, in fact. And FW, they were the ones who are supposed to keep this team out. And somehow, WDG, going aggressive, taking out space in vehicles, in fact, finds one pickup for themselves and said, okay, we've been here for way too long. It's not giving us any space to get into the circle, given the amount of teams in front of us. And they decide to rotate up northern side here. And if they were to rotate northern side, they have T5 to worry about as well. But at the same time, T5 has their hands full with AGG. This could work out in their favor, potentially.
Here comes the emergency pickup. Pick out Savage Esports from mid to the base. Okay, so they're going to take this route instead. Now, that's going to be the risk that they need to be aware of. A lot of teams now within the circle might gun them down. But speaking of gunning down, Ranger X, long range to take out Rip.
just so ready to find the members of WDG into this rotation area. I mean, we talked about how that rotation is not going to be the easiest rotation ever, and because they took that risk here, on top of that as well, T5 is in trouble, taking a lot of damage from FW, a lot of pressure coming in from him, but somehow for WDG, T-Dui as well as 6789 so separated in terms of their rotations. The 6789 driving for his life here in the open fields as his teammate T-Dui is going to meet up with Marcus on the southern side as well. I think it does take away a bit of attention from them, but they also need to note that Forest is the one close by here into the area as well.
I also want to point out that Xavage Man did not fully make it into the main peninsula, so some of them had to make U-turns. They had one player taking the right side bridge instead, so they're having to find alternatives just because of how this circle is, right? Because there's a good amount of water, so there's like maybe 60% of playable land, and that forces a lot of teams to be close by each other. Savage Man Esports will find it hard to land, even though they have the emergency pickup. So they're trying to find alternative routes now to get in. So it will be interesting to see what kind of ending would they have to land themselves in this circle now.
I mean, majority of Xavage is already on the mainland except for one player right now. So, you know, it's kind of unfortunate for them if you think about it in terms of the rotation. It was their last hope situation, but they are still separated. If anything, I think the rest of the players are staying fairly quiet right now, just playing off that terrain, hoping that they don't get caught out. But looking at DCM right now, I think that DCM, it's a very interesting day for them. If you think about it, they did manage to get that third place finish. They are fairly quiet if you ask me, but it feels like when it comes to these kind of team fights, we didn't really see that 1-2 punch situation that I want to see. If anything, it's always been inside the last man standing, trying to survive for a bit longer, but because the amount of teams that is in front, it's not able to survive. But speaking about surviving here, Theerathon is not going to be able to do that. Sharper, despite the fact that they had a very aggressive start, they're still going aggressive here, going toe-to-toe with Daytrade Gaming, as Flash will find Earth Zapalui immediately. But Belmoth here close, he knows exactly what Thunders is. In fact, finds him in the back. What a backstab! As Sharper Esports will be eliminated and Daytrade will be rewarded for their really interesting, I would say, a really interesting crunch coming into the team as well, as AGG will try to put in a bit of pressure for them. Himas will be that first contact play, if you can see right there, but I don't think that AGG actually wants to go into this full fight quite yet. So it's about just trying to fight in, putting that pressure, and then reconvening and then moving into a different side of the map.
I can't blame Thunders for the earlier skirmish that happened, right? I mean, it was a messy one. There was a lot of movement, and it was hard for him to really focus on to where and who's who and what's what. So the backstab happened, and unfortunately, he went out. Savage Man Esports, okay, quite spread out, but yeah, you pointed out on this angle, he gets this knock, but with a mini 40, he should be able to secure that elimination point. But he's alone though. His other teammates are way on the right side of the circle, not able to spot him at all.
Off angle that he played as well, but this time around, Daytrade, they're not in the woods because right now, straight into the hands of eArena. Daytrade, they're trying to rotate into the area. As soon as they do, immediately eArena just completely collapse. Anyone crossing over will face their trigger fingers. And as soon as they're crossing into Daytrade, look at Tigger, the last man standing here, takes a lot of pressure from Cerberus as well as TDT as well. Somehow, in the end of the day, he did find a terrain to hide under, but it's still, I would say, a bit of an open area for him to deal with.
And stepping into the open area could be Team Flash. They need to move forward, but behind them or at the side of them is going to be 3 players of Savage Man Esports. Not going to make it easy for Team Flash to come in. On the left side of the circle, WDG looking for the next spot. Okay, they managed to find the shack, and they will stay put here for now. Clear from the other team. So far, okay, but their vehicles, I heard a puncture. They might not be able to use their vehicles again.
Yeah. FW, honestly, I'm quite surprised. FW had lost a lot of players, but they're still putting in a lot of pressure for any team rotating inside. I think they've managed to get 1 to 2 pickoffs as well, I believe, as they're not even pickoffs, just knocks, just making it so hard for players to rotate and position themselves in the circle itself. Now, majority of these teams here have really hunkered down this southern terrain, and I'm not surprised. It's open areas, it's a terrain in front of them. There's no cover at all. It's not going to be the easiest to rotate over, but somehow T5 there, that's from the northern side of the circle, gatekeeping the circle from HAPPIE as well. If you were to see the feed right now for HAPPIE, they do have a compound to work with, but time is not on their side. And T5, they're just like hungry wolves waiting for the right time to spray at them. But coming back to this fight here, these are two different terrains they're holding on to, and because the circle is just not allowing a lot of movement, all the teams can just do is just spray at each other.
Well, all gamers, they will start off with the spray. They'll start off with the nade onto the other side, putting pressure back on the team. Flash! Dokeda Kuisama and Long Axe. One more to go on the other side. Looks like they should be able to secure these elimination points. Bina is going to be the final player team with Flash, and he's so far away. And he's taking damage from the blue right now. It's going to find it hard to get in. At the moment he step in, AG Global is still waiting.
Stay very quiet here, Xavage. Gonna try to find at least a bit of value from this terrain. They need to take this fight against EA. Dwindle out the numbers a little bit just to give them a bit of space to just push into that circle itself. The blue zone is not on their side, and as soon as Lucky G even pops his head out, it's just met with a hail of bullets. Second time already he's forced to heal.
Yeah, even his helmet is shredded, so he's very low on armor right now. Lucky G, he still has to try. This is going to be his last hoorah here. Knockdown thanks to the damage from the blue as well. Now Oliver tries to seek a revenge, but not able to get a counter knock. And now Oliver pretty much alone here on one side. And Jacob is starting to come into his teammates. Oliver gets another knock, but not able to secure the elimination. This time, no circle for Savage Man Esports. Oliver, lots of open space in front of him. No vehicle. It's going to be the hardest task for him to get in.
CES should be very happy right now. They're inside the circle. They have a compound to play with as well, position-wise. Looking at TDT and Forest, they're side by side, southern side here. They have some compounds in their control over in the area. They're just spraying off each other. I would really love to see this initial fight happening right now. There we go. Thank you very much. As Kiss has been knocked down, TDT gonna take full advantage of the situation, immediately lobbies him. Just slowly making their way, finding the members one by one off angles. Jun, beautifully played as well, fighting Scappi at the same time. Forest not able to hold on this time around, and TDT, they've been taking their time here, held down to the southern side, taking space bit by bit before finally overwhelming the team. And they're going to be happy with this. They have full control of the southern side. They have compounds as well. And if anyone were to rotate in, WDG and X-Men, EA as well could potentially become fodder for them.
Yeah, not the first time that DDT is very good at taking over compounds. They did that earlier today, and now they did it again. The compound is theirs. But we move over to Savage Man Esports. Xavier is here. Oliver's on the other side, very, very separated, and such a rough terrain for them to play with. While on top of them is going to be eArena. eArena, they do have their own vehicles. They're sending two players within the circle as a marker, and they should be able to follow up later on. They just need to be careful of the two players from Savage Man Esports that could potentially backstab them. But the blue will do its work as well, and Savage Man Esports will be the one to feel the wrath of the blue.
WDG once again forced into a situation where they have to play a desperation play. They come into the circle from that southern side, met with TDT, T5, as well as DCM. Now coming into this one, the same could be said about X-Men. It's starting to feel very dire for them if you think about it. Have to worry about EA, forced to climb the terrain as well, as Jacob will try and gatekeep him, shoots Oliver straight in the face, knocks him down. Still, there's still one more member to worry about right now. But when push comes to shove, the blue zone coming forward, not able to jump up. This time around, I think there's nowhere for you to go. At the very least, you're going to be going down to the blue zone. Just not the best situation to be in. 10th place. I have to say that this is unfortunate for them, not able to move and fallen down. Unless you go into the water and rotate further out earlier, perhaps that could have been an option. But honestly, at this point, that doesn't seem viable.
Yeah, at this stage, it was too difficult. And it doesn't help that the fact that we are in phase 5, so the damage from the blue will be just too much for them to handle. But a lot more teams on the left side right now, including Decimate Gaming, now being decimated by other teams across them, long range. Lots of crosshair to Decimate Gaming, now leaving only one player left. Jun tapping it away, and who will score that one? It's going to be TDD, sharing it with T5.
Oh man, just so unfortunate for DCM there. They didn't have a lot of space to work with. It was the only cover they had. But the downside of that, Shaq, is that there's not a lot of space to work with. A singular nade is enough to take you out. That's exactly what happened to them. If anything, right now here, T5, they're taking out fights from so many different angles right now. We're talking about the southern side here. TDT is there. WDG, it is there as well. And they're also potentially taking fights against AGG, who's over on the northern side terrain, not in the circle quite yet here. They suffer a lot of losses, but it's not enough to really push them out quite yet. They're still fairly healthy with a full squad.
And Cerberus Esports on the north, they're in the clear. But on the south, AG Global coming in. They have T5 to deal with. The team that scored the double chicken dinner today. And then next challenger is going to be AG Global from the lower ground, lobbing nades onto the high ground, hoping to land something there. Bit of damage onto the opponent, but no real knock yet. But they do have options though. They can rotate onto the north, but there's still a lot of open space, so they have to weigh the risk here. They choose to hike up to the high ground, and here we go, T5 to defend it.
This is great. They managed to really just be able to use that high ground to their advantage. AGG has a 3-1 formation. Sir T will be the one up north here. It could potentially become a great marker for them to be able to scout out and get a different perspective in terms of areas as well. But for T5 now, they have so many teams just giving them so much pressure. But at the same time, that pressure is alleviated because right now eArena is just taking this fight against TDT. And for T5, great, they have some breathing space right now. They can focus all of the cover fire onto AGG because right now, despite the fact that they did have that high ground, they still have to push into the circle. Push comes to shove, the blue zone pushing toward them as well. Himasi puts in the damage, spots out the members of WDG, wants to steal away those pickoffs, but T-Dui will deny that point away, goes down at the very least to the blue zone, and the same could be said about 6, 7, 8, 9. Eventually just gets blown up to smithereens, WDG out.
And right now, AG, they're still looking to hike up to the high ground. The blue will be behind them, chasing them down. Fluki knocked down by Tycon. This could be the opening, but Rosina traded back by taking out Tycon. Destroy will be destroyed by Ranger X. T5 defending the ground well. From the sides could be Ranger X trying to get Surti behind that vehicle. Surti has nowhere to go. They're going in for it. They don't want to let this point go. They want to chase that #1 spot. Rushing in with the AUG is going to be Ranger X. And now he has him right in front of him. Takes a lot of damage. It's going to be Surti and AG eliminated by T5.
T5's not down of the woods yet because TDT is going to completely try and annihilate. They're rushing up forward, putting in so much damage. T5 cannot hold on. 5th place for them, but still, it's a lot of points they've collected. 10 kills at the very least for TDT. Now, I'm looking at CES right now. They've been hunkered down into the compound for quite some time, but they've managed to send 2 players out. But YM Kut is going to find Jun here, immediately lobbies him. So we're seeing I would say, a flood on flood between 2 different teams. All they have to do is not allow that reset. Just completely waterfall on these 2 teams, on these still players as well. Now for CES, a lot of control held by them. They have a terrain on the western side as well as that compound on the northern side as well from Solo Z. EA outside of the circle, and the only player that's keeping very quiet right now is Tigger. He hasn't moved at all. I'm surprised no one has spotted him because he's been here for a good 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's a good point there. How long has he been here? Man, good 5 to 10 minutes. That's a long time for him to be invisible to the other teams. Okay, he's counting his lucky stars right now, and because of that invisibility, now he is in the top 3 at least. Let's see if he can slide into the top 2 or maybe be the kingmaker between eArena and Cerberus Esports, and it will be epic if he himself can score the chicken dinner.
It would be really cool. I mean, we saw Himasa's heroic play on map 1. Would love to see that again, by the way. But but we still have a lot of time here. I have a minute 30 before the next phase comes through. Lamba Wu, he is playing alone. It's a 3-1 formation. He's all alone. He has a terrain in his hands. I don't think he's noted the position of Tigger quite yet, but eArena, eArena, I think they know. I think they're sort of marking him right now, but they're not too sure where exactly he's going to be. Lamba Wu will cross over here. He does. No, finds no one. Staying very quiet. I think it's great at the same time. If eArena were to cross and Cerberus will be the one to catch them off guard, he can just spray out here. Oh my god. Jacob rushes up forward here. He doesn't know. Trying to find that nice little off angle to work with. As soon as his teammates shoot, Lamba Wu will strike.
Everyone's like playing the patience game right now. Who will pull the trigger first? Tigger definitely not. But Solo Z seems to know that he's somewhat there. He just can't find an angle against him. Okay, anyway, gunfire is happening right now, and now Tigger gets to defend his own ground. 1v3. Tigger, can he get something out of this? Tigger still tries to hold on, but at the end of the day, it's going to be Larix from eArena to take the point away.
I'm pretty sure that as soon as Jacob moved forward, he did spot a glimpse of him right then, but decided to move together as a team here. Now, eArena has put themselves into a very dangerous situation here. They're all the way out down here on the lower side. They don't have a lot of cover to work with, other than the smokes as well as the broken vehicles. Huge. But Cerberus, they've been taking away a lot of the attention here from their compound. The blue zone will not actually be favoring them, but at the very least, so long as Lambao Wu stays relatively quiet, he will be able to go for this massive backstab. They cross him here. I'm not sure if Jacob didn't see him. I don't think so. A nade prepped here at the same time. You have Jacob didn't see. Throws it out. Good spray forward. Jacob cannot withstand. He eats the full force of that nade, and Jacob will fall. His teammates scrambling to really just try and get that equalizer, pick him up, bring down the numbers. But everywhere they look, CS is somewhat forward here. They've managed to surround them from 3 different sides. You go out forward, you hide on the backside here. Your back is not going to be safe. And suddenly, CS, all they have to do is just wait for the right timing and completely collapse.
What a nade by Lambao Wu. If this was golf, that was a hole-in-one. That was absolutely pinpoint perfection for him to land that nade. And once they got that knock, they know it's wide open for them to secure the chicken dinner. There was nothing much that eArena could do earlier on. And Cerberus Esports, nice chicken dinner towards the end. And now we'll check out the highlights from the previous round. Looking at the early fight again on QiWA, they need to do something about their early engagement in Yasnaya.
Perhaps a different drop spot at this point, because at this point they're not able to hold their ground here against WDG. Twice already has happened today at the same time. So like it or not, either they move drop spot somewhere else or they go a little bit more quickly onto the uptake. Now, coming back into this fight today, I think not only is it a very, very difficult circle, I mean, it's a circle that you cannot really pick up. Like, rather you want to go to SMB or you want to go to mainland. And those on SMB, they were in so much trouble. Rotating late is the biggest problem right then, because there are teams such as Forest who did drop onto SMB. These early rotations did give them a little bit more value. They were able to go for these early fights. They were able to find positions quite early. Albeit, they didn't really survive for as long as they wanted to, but it still gave them a bit of value compared to, like, say, X-Men or even HAPPIE, if you ask me. Now, coming into that final fight just now, because the area is such a difficult one to maintain, Cerberus, I think the winner for this is because they had an idea. Okay, the circle's coming here. Let's fight for the terrain first. Let's hold on to the compound. And because of that, all they had to do was just kick back and relax and let everyone take these fights early before finally going in during that last fight.
Yeah, and plus they had the terrain, right? They had the high ground, and they stood away from all the other fights. It's all about timing at the other day for Cerberus Esports, considering that they haven't had the best of days. So this chicken dinner at the very end will at least allow them to sleep well at night tonight in preparation for tomorrow, which is day number 3. And looking over at more of the highlights, a lot of teams tried to rotate on the left side, but because on the left side of the circle, there were a lot of low grounds. Even the AG Global had a hard time climbing up against T5.
It really was. I think for T5, positioning was great. They were taking a lot of fights, but at the same time, when you are going to be taking these massive fights, you are going to be, especially toward the last few phases, there are going to be so many teams that are vying to just really not just kind of take advantage of you in this very crippled position. Now, eArena, I have to say, Jacob was very aware. I think he was moving around, spotted a glimpse of Tigger, and took full advantage of that. But as soon as that initial skirmish happened, suddenly everything was falling apart because they had showed their hand super early, and Lambao Wu rotating very, very late and somehow just keeping very quiet, going in for that off angle as well to catch them off guard. Suddenly, eArena had no clue where to look, which gave this chicken dinner onto a silver platter to CS. And I have to say, it's not like the most impressive in terms of kills here for CS, but their game plan was fairly simple. Find a location, hold on to it, and survive till the end. At the end only, we go for these massive fights. It gives them 8 total kills.
Yeah, that is what they needed, right? That is what they needed to at least gain back their motivation and potentially bring the momentum over to tomorrow. So not even 1,000 damage, not the sexiest of numbers like what you said, but still, a chicken dinner is a chicken dinner, and it's about the 8 total kills collected. So 18 points collected by Cerberus Esports in this round. And if we were to look at some of the other numbers on who might be awarded the MVP, it could be Yumkut, who might get the MVP, considering that he has the most amount of kills. 3 kills in goes with Lambao Wu, but he has more damage. So that is a potential that he might be the MVP. Of course, we will get a confirmation real soon. Also to point out the fact that Haisaki He went out fairly early this round, but with 3 players, they're still able to get the chicken dinner. So great work for them. And here's our MVP.
Yeah, it's gonna be Yamkut as you projected just now. Position-wise, I mean, it was not the most extraordinary look in terms of positions, but for Yamkut, it's all about that firepower. He's been fairly close with his teammate throughout the entirety of the team. I think for CES, I wouldn't say like, okay, there's like a 3-1 formation that they decide to go for these rotations, crossfires come forward. No, it's very direct, straight to the point how exactly they take these fights as well, which is always very good to see. It's all down, again, the word fundamentals. I hate saying it because it sounds like a broken record, but when you are really good with your fundamentals, crossfires, and being able to play off each other in terms of, I would say, their comms as well, sending Lambao early and just reacting off that information goes massive. Regardless, it gives them 18 points. I would say it's still pretty impressive given the fact that for TDT here, it's all about eliminations. Their rotations there from the southern side of the map going all the way up toward the northern side. Not a lot of a bigger rotation, but in fact, they were the ones to play the gatekeeper of the circle for quite some time. And because they were all the way toward the southern side and they were able to hold on to that to that southern area where it was close to that bridge, they were able to pick up 11 eliminations, which puts them ahead of the likes of EA as well as Daytrade compared to the rest as well.
I just thought that the Xavage men will at least get a point because it felt like they were at least able to secure 1 kill. But it's a 0-point round for them. So a little bit too bad for Xavage Men Esports. The fact that we saw them a lot on screen earlier on.
Yeah.
I thought that they would at least get something out of this round. QiWA, of course, the very, very early team to be eliminated. So it's 0 points for them. Something that they have to think about and go back to the drawing board in preparation for tomorrow, especially when it comes to the Erangel match and overall the other matches as well. Because QiWA, they haven't had a good time. The gap between them and number 15 must be quite significant now. We'll check out the overalls later on just to be sure how exactly big the gap is. But the last time we checked, it was more than 20 points. So that's quite big if they want to budge out at number 16.
Yeah, now I think Forest as well, I was quite surprised because I was talking about their rotations earlier. They didn't go to their usual drop spot over on northern side of North Jordan. They actually dropped on SMB here just now. I thought that because they rotated into the circle fairly a little bit more early, especially the fact that they survived without fighting TDT very early, they would have gotten a little bit more points. But surprisingly, I think TDT didn't want to take that fight. They allowed them to give them that space and they just waited. But anyways, coming here forward, EA still maintaining that first place spot, but still, the gap isn't super huge. T5 is only 4 points shy of where they are. And the same could be said about TE and Daytrade, only 1 point apart from each other.
Oh yeah, and of course, getting to the top 3 is going to be super important. And with that 1 point gap, it's going to be huge tomorrow. Even for AG Global as well, like what, between them and TE, it's like 16 points, so it's still very, very doable. We still have 12 more games to go, so the top 3 can still be shaken up.
Yeah, definitely. Coming into today, I think that again, eArena, they've done a fairly good job of just keeping consistent here. I'm not talking about getting those chicken dinners. I'm not talking about being able to get a many amount of eliminations. It's so important when you think about how many points you bring into the next game and not going out below 5 points. And I think that's super crucial because it does keep you still very much in the game. Again, bit by bit, you still stay afloat. It's those games where you go big on one round and completely go 0 points in the next is very dangerous because you build a lead, but how many rounds are you willing to give up before you continue is also another thing to worry about. So for me, consistency is key. eArena definitely embodies that, and the same could be said about T5. T5 this today is huge for them. 2 chicken dinners, as well as consistent endings on the top 4 as well is something that I think a lot of teams will be vying for. Tomorrow will be another day, that's for sure. And I think that identifying these things, perhaps T5 might potentially have either a target on their back or teams will note where they are in terms of their checkpoints and avoid them altogether. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows, right? Only tomorrow will tell. But that's the thing about if you're a performing team, naturally you will be given attention to. So that's something that we need to keep an eye out for T5. But what's done today is done, and T5, great job. Anyway, it's the end of today, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, we will have day number 3 in our final stage. So we'll be wrapping up the show for now. My name is Sir Clark, together with my amazing partner here, Tash Bunny. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow, same time, same channel. Good night.
把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕把咪被發現痕跡。成日發夢叫點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益。看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我但係努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運有人無解。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到難食住緊啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過啲機遇，成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到得口，單單就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，個身份對心，就份複雜，個身份住好過要出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂，機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到難食住緊啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。把握機會咪走雞，機會咪出嚟。惡下睇漏眼仲喊都冇能為。睇下邊個得戚，睇下邊個心息。偷雞唔成蝕把咪被發現痕跡。成日發夢要點樣出色，其實努力有幾多得益。看風勢盡你係唔知醜嘅圖蹟。我但係努力唔抵，你衰咗冇得唔計。感知但係有人好運有人無解。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞。錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到難食住緊啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走，咪走。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走。喂，你聽住，我就講我錯過嘅機遇。成嚿叉燒包得埋口，跳到兩口，單單就咬唔住。同你講句 sorry 咯，我對唔住，個身份對心，就份複雜，個身份住好過要出盡力對不對你輸。人生最寶貴一堂，公司唔係你學堂，簽咗份約將你捆綁，又唔出呢個節堂，乜嘢係好嘅時機？再諗一陣先，機會就不翼而飛。咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗喊到無謂，錯過咗喊到無謂。機會嚟啦咪走雞，機會嚟啦咪走雞，錯過咗今日一世，錯過咗今日一世。咪走雞，到難食住緊啦，咪走雞，咪走雞，不能錯過。咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走，咪走，咪走雞，咪走雞， 咪走雞，咪走雞，咪走雞。